Live. What is going on out there in the land of the unfree America? I was just looking at the chat here. The beautiful people are already in the chat. What's up, Danelle Brown, Chevy, Jody, Shiloh, PBE86? What is going on? What is going on? How you guys doing today? Thanks for coming by. I know, listen, we're just gonna have tiny little rooms here, but it'll only get better, right? I cannot believe it. I'm actually going to show you guys the video as to the reason why my main account is suspended. But what is going on? If you guys would please hit the like button, double tap on your screen, double tap right on your screen, and then put in the comment section for me, OTVO stands for Overturn Terry versus Ohio. Put it in the comment section for me, pretty please, with sugar and cherry on top. Chevy. Put it, BS Unleashed. What's up, Playboy? Jody, Shiloh, what is going on? I could probably name every single person in the chat and still have plenty of time to just have a great day, right? Let's see. We will get it. We will get it because we don't stop. We don't stop. We're not going to stop. They can't stop us. You know, so I saw this video yesterday. Let's OTVO in the chat. I want to connect with you pretty soon. Let's jump on a call here pretty quick. Lots of things to catch up on. And then I understand that they're going to try to ban you from speaking at the city council meeting in New Mexico. That is incredible. Let's OTVO. That is incredible to hear that and find out that they don't want you to speak when I've watched every one of your speeches as well as Brick Petitions. I've watched every one of his speeches as well. Give me a 5x5 if you guys can hear me okay, because I can't see the microphone here. Let's see if I spin this bad chicken. There it is. Okay. Alrighty, now I got a beat on it. Now I can see it. So listen, you know, I watched this Kevin O'Leary interview the other day and I was screaming at the screen. And I wanted to show it to you guys. I wanted to share it with you guys because, you know, it matters because we're really in a pickle here. And if we don't get control of our country, we're going to end up in bad trouble. So I want to watch this Kevin O'Leary. I got a bunch of cop videos.
Alliance for a Better Utah.
I've got a bunch of cop videos to show you as well. But I wanted to watch this because also, you know, it'll give us, you know, 30 minutes or 45 minutes to allow a few people to come in here because, you know, only the people who are Team DLZ actually know that the main channel has been suspended and that we're broadcasting on the backup channel here. So I want to just go to this beginning of this bad chicken, and then I want to watch the Todd Blanche interview, the Todd Blanche depositions that happened today, which are absolutely disgusting, which is just so unbelievable. So this interview is fairly lengthy, but let's get right into it. You guys hit the like button. I know all of you guys are subscribed. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I'm going to make this with you guys because I love you guys, man.
Watch. Kevin O'Leary, thank you so much for doing this. How did you, I read, first I just want to check the facts here, but I read that you are building the world's largest data center in Utah, 40,000 acres. If that's, how did you get into the data center business? How did this start?
You know, I've always been in real estate, and I sort of came up in commercial real estate with climate control storage for pharmaceutical companies. Data center development.
Climate control storage for pharmaceutical companies. Pay very close attention to the words that he uses.
Is very complex, but very similar in some ways. It requires permitting. It requires dark fiber. There's only 5 tenants in the world. You know them all: Amazon, Google, etc., Microsoft. And so, the thing that got me motivated, though, was watching in the last 2 years this narrative in North America about how negative data centers are. It started in Virginia.
So first of all, let's stop right there. They're not data centers. They're surveillance centers and they're AI tracking centers. They are humanoid robot replacement centers is what they are. Don't call them data centers anymore. Make sure if you do call them data centers that you add on, they're data centers to power humanoid robots to replace us.
Yeah, actually. The idea that they consume a lot of water, that they are very noisy, and all that's true from stuff that was built 15 years ago, but today that's not the case. And yet the narrative kept going. And I thought, who's doing this? Who would not want us to have compute power. Who would not want us to build our power grid out? Because when you build a data center today,
so he's going to try to constantly frame this as though it's us versus China. He's trying to get the populist movement behind him where, oh, we got to take on China. But if you go back and study the history of China, they have not attacked us.
you have to develop your own power and you can sell it back to the grid. That's what we're doing in Utah. I'm thinking to myself, the Chinese, they don't want us to do that.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It's the Chinese.
I went through that whole thing with
the Chinese who want to track us everywhere and create humanoid robots to replace us. Got
TikTok, as you may recall, and I actually saw the evidence of how the Chinese were manipulating the algorithm.
Oh, really? It's the Chinese. The Chinese, right? Just like TikTok. They didn't want the Chinese to get our data. Instead, they now take our data and give all of our data to our greatest ally.
Now they're doing it a different way. And that just kind of pisses me off. So I'm happy to add compute. I'm like, I don't want my kids in 20 years who live in New York being told what to eat for breakfast by the Chinese.
His kids will never, ever live the same lives you and I do. His kids will never look at the price of groceries. They'll never ask, how much is this on a menu in a restaurant?
So, you know, I'm kind of on a mission here to compete.
You're on a mission to make billions of dollars to create humanoid robot data centers to replace us.
Okay, so the point, so you're doing this because, well, because it's a business opportunity, but also because China doesn't want you to do it. Why would China not want data centers built in the United States?
Because we're in a competition for AI.
It's an absolute lie. China's built like 400, 500 data centers. We built over 5,000. It's a lie.
The nation that has the best AI models will be the winner of future wars. It'll have the most productive economy. We already know now, just looking at earnings that are coming out as we speak, you know, Tucker, the earnings this quarter are unprecedented.
He's lying. Our economy's in the toilet and everybody knows it.
In terms of how good they are, because somehow, very quickly, and this is probably just serendipitous luck for this administration.
No.
AI compute is now
serendipitous luck? No, it's not. The numbers are inflated. It's all lies. He's lying. Just like Benjamin Netanyahu gets up there and lies and says, oops, sorry for bombing that school. Just like Trump got up there and lied to us that he's going to put us first. It's all lies. They lie to you, get what they want, and then after it's done, you're screwed.
Now being implemented in all 11 sectors of our economy, and it's enhancing both productivity and margin. So these companies are making a lot more money than they were anticipated to because AI is very productive. And people debate about the job shift and everything else, but the fact is the economy's on fire, even at a time when we have conflict. So if I were the Chinese, the last thing I want in America...
Put a 1 in the chat if the economy is not on fire for you. Put a 1 in the chat if the economy is not on fire for you and it's not going so good.
Is the 5 or 6 tech companies that are competing with me on DeepSeek having more compute capacity. I want to shut down every single proposal for every single data center in every single state. And I want agitators. I want paid protesters. I want environmentalists.
Put a 1 in the chat if he's lying. The people in Utah are not paid protesters. Put a 1 in the chat if he's lying.
I want to shut it all down.
He's lying.
That they can't train their models as fast as I can. Meanwhile, the Chinese just built, in terms of new power in the last 18 months, 400 gigawatts of new power, all with coal burning turbines. Coal. You know, they're not worried about the environment. The big guy over there says, build one here and then stick a data center beside it so I can train my DeepSeek model faster. And you've heard it from the Anthropic CEO this week. He came out, the stereo guy, and said, hey, they're going to catch up in 6 months. So,
right. Be afraid of China, who has not attacked us, who's been our ally in World War I and World War II, and has not attacked us, never threatened to attack us. We're not even on their agenda to be attacked, all right? So just stop.
Everybody wake up.
Everybody wake up to his lies.
What's going on here? And just... I started to dig in the last week, looking at all of these strings that are attacking the Utah proposal. And
people don't want 23 nuclear bombs a day or 16 nuclear bombs a day in their freaking neighborhood.
When I got up in Alberta, I'm going to where I can find power and developing these things. And I want the Chinese to see what we're doing.
The Chinese don't care. They're reinvesting their money in their country and they're thriving.
Can I ask... I've got a million questions, but let's just start with the competition between the U.S. and China on AI. If data centers are the key to AI, why has China built so few of them?
Oh, no.
So I think there are about
catching up, right?
365 data centers in China, almost 4,000 in the United States.
No,
So
Yes.
those
clearly-
numbers are skewed. You can look it up. Over 5,000 here in America and just almost 500 in China. I did the research on this exact video.
haven't prevented us from building data centers. What do you think that is?
Okay, let me walk you through the math of the last, this is moving very, very quickly, but the data centers of even 24 months ago were 100 megawatt facilities. And they were useful for cloud storage, like your Excel files and all the rest of that. They were useful for just basic compute and storage of data. But then when these models started emerging, such as we have going with Anthropic or Gemini, and any of them, Grok, all of it, and all of the tools built on top of them, the amount of compute.
No. There's plenty of compute power for all of those. There's not enough power for humanoid robots to replace you and for AI data centers to track you everywhere you go.
Power geometrically grew, and it was no longer 100 megawatts. The minimum was 250 megawatts. Then 4 months later, the minimum was 500 megawatts.
Yes.
Wait, here it comes. And then 2 months after that, it was 1 gigawatt. Now, try and get a gigawatt out of the American grid or the Canadian grid or the Mexican grid. Not a chance in hell. We're tapped out. So the Chinese were building these 1 gigawatt.
No, remember, this is not about the Chinese. He's going to try to take you on a wild fishing venture here, but it's not true. It's not about China. It's about AI data centers to replace you with humanoid robots and AI data centers to track everywhere you go and everything you do.
Facilities. So it doesn't matter about the number of facilities.
Yes, it does matter. That facility is built in my backyard.
It matters how many are gigawatt plus for training AI models.
And who's the training for the AI for? For them, for the elitists.
Because you need a lot of compute.
Put a 1 in the chat if this is for the elitists to replace us. Put a 1 in the chat. How many people agree? Double tap your screen, hit the like button. Right now, 500 people, let's get 500 likes. Double tap on that screen, hit the like button. Am I lying to you? Are these not for the humanoid robots to replace us? Put a 1 in the chat if that's a fact. Put a 2 in the chat if that's not, if I'm just making shit up.
For the modern day chip, and this technology is advancing very, very quickly. So it's the size of the large ones are the ones that they're beating us on, not the small 100 megawatts. Nobody cares about those anymore. You can't train anything on that. So we're competing now for campuses, 10,000 acres and more at a time. And that's where the Chinese are kicking our asses.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
So you said you will go wherever the energy is, but I thought you were you're bringing your own energy to the project. Can you explain how you're going to power this?
Sure, that's a good question.
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. Yes, that is a good question.
You can't tap in, and
He can never answer a question, by the way.
tap into somebody's
Answer?
grid. Let's take a place like Texas or in Mississippi or Utah, for that matter, where I am.
Answer, please.
The electrical bills in that county are going to go up 30%.
No.
And that's
Where's the energy coming from, Kevin? Where's the energy coming from, Kevin?
what pissed off so many people in Virginia. They went out of their minds as the electrical bills kept going up. So you can't do that. You have to bring your own power. So the way you do that is you find low-cost stranded natural gas. You acquire the new technology, turbines that burn very, very clean, require a lot less water, because that's a big debate too. And in some cases, no water. They're air-cooled. And you build those turbines first. So basically, the data center game is about power. Now,
no. There's the truth right there, folks. The data center game is about power, about humanoid robot power, about AI tracking power is what it's about. He said it. He just didn't put it in the right context.
The reason the Chinese would not want, forget about data centers. Let's just say we're building new gas turbines that make electricity. The Chinese don't want you to do that either, because they know that that's how you're going to solve the grid problem. You know, the people in Utah are telling me, look, is there any way when you build these power facilities for the data centers, you could sell back some of that power to our local grid?
So he's going to charge the taxpayers to build his business and then sell back power to the same taxpayers. Do you understand that? I just want you to keep up here.
And the answer is yes. So now, instead of being the evil data center guys, we can be the
No,
guys.
no, it's the evil AI tracking centers and evil robot replacement centers. Please get it right.
Actually powering the Utah grid, which, by the way, taps into the national grid. So we want to build as many of these power generators before we build any data centers.
Right, so they can sell the power back to you after you fund it with your tax dollars.
But
So where does the gas come from in this the world's largest data center, the one you're planning in Utah?
Well, mine won't be the largest for years. That's another piece of misinformation being.
No, it's not, Kevin. You're lying again. He's sitting there lying to your face. Put a 1 in the chat if he's lying.
Spewed everywhere, and I'm going to tell you who's doing it soon.
Liar.
We're going to build 1.5 gigawatts.
Did you catch it? He's going to tell us who's doing it soon.
First, so a fraction of the 9 gig proposed, and make sure everything works, and the people there in Box Elder County can come inspect it and see the air quality.
Oh, the people are going to come inspect it, or you're going to get 3 Hick County commissioners who you bought?
The EPA standards we're going to hold up to, the water rights permits that we're going to maintain.
The water rights permits. They're going to take the water rights from the people in Utah with their permits. Don't mistake it.
And be compliant with the noise EPA requirements.
Be compliant with.
We have to be compliant with the air quality. We have to be compliant with. Get the first one up, a small fraction of it, and show everybody how it works. That's the plan. And then I didn't need 40,000 acres, but that was the parcel available. That's twice the size of Manhattan. It's called a MIDA designation, right beside the Hill Air Force Base.
It's at least 3 times bigger than Manhattan. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, but I don't need all that. But that was what was available. I'm going to lease it back to.
Okay, now I want to just get this body posture here. Okay, I want you to notice how the man starts to sit. I got to come on camera here for a minute because I got to mock him a little bit. But the way he starts to sit is. What if I did my cast like this? What if I stuck my arms back and my neck forward? And this is how I talk to you guys. The whole time I was talking to you, he's going to talk like this for a little while. Like this guy's totally comfortable.
Grazers, do some manufacturing maybe. There's plenty of land. We don't need it all.
But the power for it, where does that come from?
So what we do is there's the Ruby pipeline there. It's only 17% utilized. It's one of the most underutilized pipelines in America. So it's not like So we buy gas from the Ruby pipeline, and we put it into a clean generator, and it
into a clean generator. There it is, folks. There's the scam.
Generates electricity.
How many generators?
And we tie that back to the grid.
How many generators? I'm from Alaska. How many generators do you know that burn clean? Let me give you the answer.
If they want it, or we power a data center. That's the idea. So we have to build the power first.
An AI tracking center.
The power itself, I think we have a big challenge in every state. Everybody's got to build more power in the American grid right now. And
you got to pay for it.
It's American grid for that matter. Mexico too, and Canada.
So the older you get, you realize how fast everything.
Okay, I got to. He puts his commercials right in the middle of his programming.
It's pretty darn easy. I mean, I think that's absolutely right. But so just to be clear, this project is totally energy independent. It takes electricity from nobody else. It creates 100% of its own power.
Yes, that's 100% correct. And that was always the proposal. And that is in the
Hold on, folks. He's lying. Put in the chat, liar. Put in the chat, liar. He's lying.
Contract that we actually developed and got unanimously passed by the 3 commissioners in Box Elder, where this is the benefit. It's to the benefit of the Box Elder. 66,000 people there. They're going to get a lot of tax revenue, a lot of jobs.
They're going to get 2,000 jobs.
10,000 construction jobs, 2,000 maintenance jobs just for the first 1.5 gigawatts. So there's a lot of economic upside. But I must tell you, and this is the first time this has happened to me, I have a pretty big team, as I'm sure you do, on social media. I'm managing a network of 12 million plus followers on different platforms, on all of them. And so about 4 hours after the vote was unanimously passed on, there was a Monday night at around.
Look how I manipulated these county commissioners and promised them big payoffs and.
6:05 Utah time.
You lying fraud.
I got a phone call from one of the people that watches our network, looks for abnormalities.
Okay, so here is he going to take you on a wild goose chase saying it's China and there's sleeper cells inside of China, and Tucker's going to go, what the fuck are you talking about?
And he said, there's something going on here, something very unusual on Instagram and on Twitter, which is now X. And I said, what do you mean? He said, the spiking of a bunch of IP addresses that we don't know. And it's spewing out a tremendous amount of information. I said, okay, guys, let's get our team on, because I'm very fortunate. I have a bunch of very good data scientists, investigative data scientists, if you want to call them that. Probably one of the best teams privately outside of the government in the Department of Defense. My team's pretty good. You can make the assumption they once worked in these agencies. All right, let me give you some.
So that's where he tells you that his team is full of CIA, FBI, and Mossad.
Names here, Tucker.
Listen, I don't care if you're left or right. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. Let me tell you something, folks. It's us versus them. It's commoner versus elitist. Stop doing the bidding of these Republicans and Democrats.
Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Okay, you see Tucker's face? This is complete and utter bullshit. This is a red herring to take you off the trail. He's got his notes to talk about something else. Remember, just like don't focus on the Epstein Files, the UFO files are coming.
Apparently shares offices with the CPP all over my social media.
And he's like, stop.
Okay, wait, let me just stop. Let me just stop you there.
Hold on.
So if you're saying that you're being criticized by agents of a foreign government, let me just add my empathy, in fact, having been the subject of that, quite a bit over many years.
I'm well aware.
Right.
I'm well aware.
But this,
he tries to kiss ass all he can.
Yeah, you make the case the Chinese don't like it. If you're that concerned about the Chinese, what percentage of the materials in the data center come from China?
Less and less all the time. That's one of the things the administration is trying to do. The turbines are European-made or American-made. The pipelines are obviously American-made. The chips are certainly American-made. The actual build-out of the facilities mostly American-made. I don't think there's a whole lot of we're not mining Bitcoin here. So
right. No, I mean, I think I read it's about 40 or 41%. So it's China is benefiting from, most purchases that most of us make because it's the world's largest manufacturer. And that would also include the construction of data centers. But my point is, I'm sure there are lots of people trying to influence this outcome to their own benefit. And that would include foreign countries, maybe even China.
Or Kevin O'Leary and the bunch of billionaires who don't give a shit about our water.
But it doesn't change the facts about the project. So I just want to make sure I have these clear. Would you be paying market rate for the gas?
Yes, I don't have a choice on that.
Right.
I have to negotiate a gas deal.
He's going to negotiate a gas deal that the taxpayers need to fund part of so he can build his data center to track us and replace us with robots.
Paying market rate for everything. There's a competition between states for these jobs. I know there's a lot.
No, there's not. There is not. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't want a data center in your state. Put a 1 in the chat right now. Whether you love me or hate me, put a 1 if you do not want a fucking data center in your backyard.
Bad press.
There's not a competition.
To just finish with the list because I don't think, Tucker, you get the enormity of what's going on here.
Oh, no. And this is the best part, by the way. This is the best part that Tucker has right here. You don't get the enormity of this. No. Replacing us with robots and building data centers to track us is enormous. We're all watching, Kev.
I do get the enormity. Well, and no, I have no doubt that,
well, I want to mention two that are cells inside of Utah, which really stunned me.
No. And by the way, the two cells are two women who don't have any money that are selling hats now that matches his.
This I'd never seen before. Alliance for a Better Utah. Elevate Strategies.
Elevate Strategies is two women who have come out of the dark, or just a couple chicks who want a better state in Utah.
The content from the CPP, repurposing it, and jamming it down the throats of people in Utah.
Absolute lies. It's been debunked already.
On my social media feed and lots of other feeds.
Lies.
I have no doubt that's true, but I'm asking questions that I think are relevant
about the data
country.
center.
I'm not an agent of the Chinese. I'm not a socialist. So I just want to know, where's the water coming from?
Yes.
Because water, as you know, is one of the most contested resources in the West.
No, that's right. That's right.
Right.
When you buy land.
How's the water going to come from? Where's the water going to come from? Well, let me spin some lies.
And in Utah.
Scam.
There are water rights that were granted that land, sometimes over 100 years ago. You have to apply for a permit. a usage permit for that water.
So he's going to apply for a usage permit for your water in Utah or Mississippi or Texas or California or Rhode Island, wherever they're going to build them. He's going to take your water. Do you understand that?
So if it was once used for one purpose and you want to change the purpose to industrial, let's say.
Right. If it was used for drinking water, pay very close attention to this fucking video. He wants to take the drinking water and repurpose it for industrial.
In the case of a data center or power generation, you have to apply for the permit.
Right, and he's going to get
Usually what
it.
happens,
He's going to get it because we live in a representative form of government, Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Once those representatives, and in Utah, they can't be recalled. Did you know that? Utah is one of 11 states that you cannot recall the representatives if they don't represent the people.
It's grazing and it was 100%. You could use, they may change that and knock it down by 40% to 60%. But there's water already on that property, already being used right now. We're just repurposing that water for a different purpose. It's not like
we're taking your drinking water and we're repurposing it for our data center that you're going to pay for so we can track you.
Going to draw water from somewhere else. We couldn't use the land if it had no water. We couldn't even have a toilet in the men's room if we didn't have any water. So
would you be using more water than, say, a sugar beet farmer would?
No, actually, probably not. It depends. Here's Tucker. The way it works is, let's say you're prime.
Listen, he'll take you on a red herring adventure every time he can. Listen, it's about this.
Tenant is Google. They come.
What about the fucking water, Kevin, that we need to drink? You dirty fucking billionaire.
Farmer would?
No, actually, probably not. It depends. Here's Tucker. The way it works is, let's say your prime tenant is Google. They come along.
No, our prime tenant is not Google. That's his tenant. That's not your tenant. Google's to track you. Do you know that Google built the entire surveillance system in China? Did you know that? China is ran by Google, Google China. All of their surveillance and social credit score system is by Google. That's a fact, people. You can look it up. He's saying that his tenant for the data center is Google. What do? They build surveillance systems that track you and create a social credit score. For the love of Christ, listen and stop fighting left versus right.
And they say, okay, we want to be the tenant for the Utah site.
Of course they do.
Have a whole bunch of requirements because they're under pressure too to be a lot more efficient, productive, and more sustainable. They may say, well,
they don't give a shit about being sustainable.
Not use water to cool our turbines. Our spec is going to be air-cooled turbines. So you're going to build out. You're the owner. You're the master developer. Here's our spec. And so I expect whether it ends up being Amazon or Microsoft or Tesla,
whichever one's going to track you the best,
or Google, they're going to build in a whole bunch of things. And we can't deliver them water we don't have. So my guess is it's going to be contained cooling for the chips, which is like a radiator in your car. So you're not using a ton of water there. And then for the turbines themselves, it may be air cooled. We don't know yet. It depends what the tenant wants.
So
It depends what the tenant wants. The billionaire tenant, not you people. No, the tenant wants the data center to build the humanoid robots to replace all human beings, to replace you. That's what the data centers are. They are robot humanoid data centers to replace you. Wake up.
What's your, as you game this out, expected water use over the first 10 years?
Oh, well.
Well, not knowing what my tenant wants yet, probably less than we had originally anticipated in terms of
it's going to be less. He's lying.
Is given us on the water rights. We've applied for that.
They've applied for your water rights. Listen to what he's saying.
Anticipating we'll get, whatever we're going to get. I don't think we're going to use it all at all because.
Put a one in the chat if you don't want your water going to a humanoid replacement data center. Put a one in the chat if you do not want your drinking water going to data centers.
What people
do you expect water rates in the state of Utah will go up?
Yeah, not because of us. I just think they go up anyways over time.
But if they go up, if they go up at a quicker rate than they have been going up, if there's a spike in water price, would you compensate the state for the difference?
Wait, stop right there. Good question, Tucker, but let me explain something to you. There's only so much water. And we've seen in Virginia that when the data center comes in, the residents don't get water. They turn on the tap and it just drips out. It's not about the money. It's about there's not enough water.
No,
in other words, if your business causes water prices to rise, are you on the hook for any of that?
Yeah, I think we would be. I mean, we're negotiating
that. But there's not enough fucking water, bro.
But I don't think water is the constraint, because
Yes, it fucking is the constraint, you billionaire asshole.
Of the technology, which advances every 24 months, is reducing the requirement for water. So
right.
I mentioned the air-cooled turbines. Those just came on the scene 18 months ago. So they're the first to actually generate 5 megawatts at a time, like Lego blocks, put them together, and you're using air. But they're also, you have EPA regulation about air quality. So you've got to be very careful.
They own the EPA, people. Don't let him say the EPA or the Environmental Protection Agency is going to come in. They own it. Put a 1 in the chat if you know. The EPA is owned by him.
Well, when you're using air cooling, you're not breaching the air quality, because in Utah, and I studied this when I was back in college, it's a unique geography. They get
It's a unique geography.
Inversions there because of the mountains.
Yep.
So you really, as an old environmental study guy, that's the one they'd always show us, would be Salt Lake City. So I'm well aware of the problem, and I know what the new turbines can do.
I alone can solve this problem. Where have you heard that before? From a different reality TV star? How'd that work out for our America First people? I'm America First all day. How'd it work out when someone lied to us and said, I alone can solve the problem?
The amount of hype and hysteria and over all of this stuff, well, I've already pointed out, I think it's being generated by our adversaries, but it's
it's not. It's being generated from the people of Utah, you asshole.
Misinformation. Everything that's been said about that site is false.
Well, I'm grateful that you're able to...
What a liar.
...to present your side of this, and thank you for doing it. Things around the world are moving so fast.
Got to move forward here past this commercial real quick. Thanks for staying with me. So this is his promotion for whatever company is paying him.
So let me ask, because, I mean, this is just a huge new thing, and I think it's understandable that people would be anxious about it. I don't think they understand it. I don't fully understand it, that's for sure. Let me ask, though, about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business.
This is a great line of questioning.
Some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are?
You guys double tap on your screen on your phone or hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let's get 500 likes right now. Do that for me, please.
Subsidize this.
They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts.
We don't want any contracts, asshole. Whether it's California, Montana, Nevada, Mississippi, we don't want the data center in our backyard. We don't want to win your contracts.
It's a competition.
It is not.
But why are you getting tax breaks is my question.
Yeah, everybody, you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs? That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion.
Well,
that's just
okay, but anyone who starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't. But
well, of course they do. If you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
Okay, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
No, we don't want them. We don't want an AI tracking device, humanoid robot replacement center in our backyard that ruins our environment, that destroys our economy, destroys the price of housing, kills cattle.
Why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving taxpayers shares?
Listen.
No, the investors get the shares, but here's
the investors get the shares as you pay for it. The investors get the shares as you fund it so they can track you.
Why they would do it.
But why would the taxpayers have to? I mean, in other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I as a taxpayer forced to pay for your business? I don't get it.
Well, let's forget about data centers. Let's go any manufacturing. Let's say you're going to...
Let's forget about data centers that are AI tracking devices and humanoid robot replacement. And let's talk about a different industry that is not a humanoid data center and an AI tracking center.
Build an aluminum sheet manufacturing facility.
We're not building an aluminum sheet manufacturing facility. You're building an AI tracking center.
Mm-hmm. You go to the government there and say, look, this is going to huge capex huge capex expenditure. I'm going to hire 2,000 people. I'm going to build a community center. I'm going to pay a lot of tax on the profits in your state when I sell.
No, he's not. He's not.
The aluminum, and I'm going to hire all these people who they will also pay tax. And we will build a school because our workers need a school. And what can you give me to incentivize me versus the state right beside?
What can you give me? Perfect billionaire logic.
You, which is willing to give me an incentive package.
No, I understand. I understand that you're gaming a system in place. You didn't come up with this.
You're gaming a system.
I'm just trying to understand. So the trade typically is jobs, okay? But these projects don't actually.
Well, no, it's also jobs and taxes because you're going
and taxes.
Yeah.
But then you're getting a tax break, so that doesn't really make any sense.
But only up front. Tucker, welcome to America, buddy.
Welcome to America, where they've been fucking us for decades. Welcome to it. We have a Republican form of government, Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. In the state of Utah, they cannot be recalled. So once that representative is in there, he can vote however he wants when he's paid off by Google and Amazon and Musk and this piece of shit billionaire.
This is how it's gone on for 200 years.
Okay,
right. They've been screwing us for 200 years. You got it, Kev.
I don't know. Lots of bad things go on for a while. But I think at some point it's worth assessing, like, why are we doing this? So
you are
on the
fair
job
to do
question,
that. You're doing it because there's a competition.
Well, I run a couple businesses. And
he started to say people want these. Put a 1 in the chat if you do not want a data center, an AI tracking center in your backyard.
Getting any tax breaks. I think they're every bit as virtuous as data centers, but I'm not availing myself of that. And no one's offered. And I wouldn't take it anyway, because it's not the job of taxpayers to subsidize a private business.
It's a fair comment, but my job is to create data center, create 2,000 jobs for long term and 10,000 manufacturing at the beginning or construction. And I'm obviously looking at multiple sites, and this won't be the last one I build.
No, we're going to tear them the fuck down. You got to stop them wherever you live. You have to stop this from happening in your backyard.
May I ask, 2,000 jobs, okay, so relative to the physical size of the project, which, as you noted, is multiple times the size of Manhattan, and the power draw at peak, this data center, your projections, will consume about as much energy as New York City does. But New York City provides almost 5 million jobs. And this project, by your own description, would provide about 2,000 jobs. I don't see the trade here.
You definitely got that calculation wrong. Okay. By building a data center that trains AI, that provides productivity to the entire nation, we create millions of jobs. High-paying jobs.
So AI is going to create jobs?
Yes.
I thought it was going to eliminate jobs net.
Just think about the new technologies we don't even know yet that are going to be built off AI. Everybody thinks when television came, everybody would lose their job in radio. That was complete BS.
Nope. Everybody lost their job in radio. Radio used to be the thing you'd go to. It got wiped out by television. He's sitting here lying because I know the history.
And the same thing is going to happen here. Everybody's hysteria about losing jobs, making hamburgers or flipping them, being replaced by a robot. That's probably true. But
that's probably true. But extrapolate that. Someone flipping burgers is going to lose their job. That's 1 million jobs, asshole. That's 1 million jobs of people who work in fast food that's going to be replaced by robots. That you're trying to build a data center to replace people, you pig.
All kinds of new technology will become available over time, including in medical science. And
where robots replace surgeons. We've heard about it already from Elon Musk that you're not going to need a surgeon anymore. You're going to need a tech administrator for the humanoid robot to replace the surgeon because the humanoid robot can do it better.
and all kinds of things where the models can be used. I'm extremely optimistic. What I'm doing is creating a whole new opportunity for my children.
Yeah, for his children. Yes, he is creating a new opportunity for his children. That is correct. Put a 1 in the chat. If he's spot on, balls accurate, he's creating new opportunity for his kids. But wait, he's going to tell you he doesn't care about money next.
Kinds of jobs. Well, I mean, again, some of this, of course, is unknowable, and I want to be as fair as I can be because I'm
none of this
grateful
is
that
noble.
you're willing to talk about it so openly. But you just said this will create AI will create
noble.
millions of new jobs. You're
Yes,
part of the basis of AI. You can't have AI without data centers, at least right now. So what are those millions of jobs? Because we can go through the list.
Watch this. He
That the
doesn't have an answer.
creators, the people who actually are
doesn't
making
have an
AI
answer.
right now, developing it, we can go through a list of jobs they say it's going to eliminate, which would be like lawyers and financial planners and like the
doctors.
basis of upper middle class America. That's going away. They've said this. What will it be replaced by?
It'll be replaced by new science opportunities.
New science opportunities. Put a 1 in the chat. If you're not going to have a new AI opportunity in science, because I'm not, it's a 1 for me. Someone put a 1 for me in the chat, please.
Exploration into space.
New exploration into space. What percentage of people work into new exploration for space? This many people.
Manufacturing for robotics. For
New manufacturing for robotics that replace you.
defense as well. Wars in the future probably aren't going to be fought with people getting shot in the flesh. It'll be one set of robots against another. I think the drone technology will advance, the manufacturing of surveillance, all that stuff against our enemies, which notably is basically China. So if
China is not our enemy. I'll pull you up the statistics when this video is done. China does not randomly attack people, especially us. It's such a lie.
think about how, you debate the data center. I think it's fair to do that, what you're doing. But I would be very concerned if I were living in Taiwan that one day my electricity
This is not about Taiwan, people. Don't let him red herring you. He's lying.
just goes out and I get invaded by basically robotics.
You are not being invaded by robotics. You're being invaded by your own government.
High precision ordnance. And that's what China wants. And they want to get there
China has nothing to do with this.
first. Now, if we don't get there first, if we don't develop something better than their AI, and our ability to be predictive on where these conflicts are going to happen,
To be predictive.
I think we'll be in a bad place in 20 years. And so,
Okay, but
Oh, no, we are going to be in a bad place in a year if we allow these things to go up.
I think it's very revealing that I asked you about jobs in the United States and you went immediately to defending Taiwan. in the
China.
well, we
China.
manufacture the equipment here, Tucker. That's
Okay,
where it's made.
But I'm okay. Well, actually, a lot of this is made in China, as I know you know. So
But that's
no, we
my whole
don't
point. I don't
manufacture.
want to do that anymore. I
Okay,
want to
but-
start making it here. I want to do advanced
Amen.
robotics.
I
advanced
totally agree. But the promise of AI and robotics is that the robots will make the products of the future. So how exactly does that result in American
Well,
jobs?
if you're
And
in the
more
camp
specifically,
that
what are
says
those? What are
every
you
job
talking
is
about when you say?
replaced by a machine? I don't buy that. I'm just
Oh,
don't.
right. No, he does buy it. He's building the data centers for AI robots to replace you. Do you agree? Is that not what he's doing? And he's lying right to our face.
Agree with you because it's never.
Oh, I'm
happened
not
that
saying
way.
I don't want that to happen. Trust me. I'm really worried about it, almost panicked.
Yes.
But I'm
You shouldn't
trying
be.
to feel better. Okay, then please make me feel better. Where are these millions of new jobs? What specifically are you talking about?
Well, every time technology advances, it creates new opportunities that were not foreseen prior. Because
Unless, of course, the technology advancing is to power AI humanoid robots to replace us.
you don't know the direction of new tech. Think about if you and I, because we were actually around in the late 80s.
Thanks for the super chat, PBE86. $5 super chat. First one of the day. What's up, Playboy? What's up?
He's contemplating
Yep.
what new jobs would be created by the internet. And look at what's happened. It's created millions of jobs and advanced all kinds of technologies
The internet did not create AI robots to replace us.
and changed the way we live to the better. And I would say to you, the same angst we had, the same narrative that was going on in 1992 about how the internet is going to wipe out the economy and it's a bad thing and it's dangerous. Of course, people loathe change. That's the nature of
Do you
how
think
it is.
that the United States is a happier country than it was in 1992?
What define happy? What does that mean?
I graduated high school in 1992. We're a pretty happy group of people back then.
I don't know. How about the suicide rate or the addiction rate or the life expectancy? Those are all
Yes, I
upside
mean,
down.
look, there's lots of social issues, and there always has been. I would remind you, though,
But they've gotten worse at exactly the period in history that the internet was formed and then seemed to infuse every part of our lives. So if you were worried about the effect of the internet in 1992 on America, looking back from the vantage of 2026, you could say, yeah, I had good reason to be worried. Couldn't you? Or am I imagining this?
you could say that it would have some effect on society, but let me remind you something. And I'm probably the right guy to make this comment because I spend a lot of time all around the world.
I'm the guy. I know everything. There it is.
Investing all around the world.
He goes all around the world investing to make money. But wait, there's more.
I don't care where you go, and I feel this way, and and I've really learned this over the last 20 years. What is the number one export of America? It's not energy and it's not technology. It's actually the American dream.
Oh, now here it is. Now it's first we're against China. Now the American dream is at stake if you don't let him build his tracking centers.
All its faults that America has, everybody I meet in every country, pretty well every single one, would like to figure out how they can get to America, start a business, and be part of the American dream. And I go to some pretty gnarly places where people are willing to risk their lives to go under a river with barbed wire to get in here. So until that changes...
Because we bombed their country, asshole. Because we created the war on drugs that decimated Mexico. You lying fraud.
Which I don't see ever happening. My only concern is China.
There it is again. Talk about China. Talk about China. Who else did that and told you America first the whole time? And then China, China, China. America first, America first. How'd that work out with the last guy that did that was a reality TV star?
If you could just be more precise. I mean, born here, I love this country. I'm not leaving, so I'm vested in the idea of the American dream, but I'd love to just define it more precisely before we discuss it. What is it?
Okay. Let's make it really basic. Let's go to Shark Tank. Those people that trot out in front of me and have done it for almost 20 years with an idea to solve someone's problem that they'll get paid for. And 80% fail, but 20% make it. And it creates personal freedom for them because it was just an idea. I mean, I think of some of these things, wicked good cupcakes, set two women free for the rest of their lives. Base pause, cat DNA testing. Anaskaya, a researcher that came up with this idea, walked away with 105 million cash.
Right, because we're all going to make $105 million cash. You know, I make these plaques, right? I make these Fifth Amendment auto plaques for your car. I'm going to make $100 million, right? Wrong. Lies. Selling you snake oil.
6 months later. That's the American dream. And I'm an ambassador.
That we can all be rich. That everybody can be rich. That's the American dream. It's a lie. You're not going to be rich.
Right.
So it's freedom and opportunity, I think you just said. Is it fair to summarize?
It's not about the greed of money. What I've learned is...
No. Watch Shark Tank. Every deal he makes is like, how do I make money and when do I get my money back? And now look at him with his hands. How do I get the money?
Opportunity.
It's opportunity. And I see it over and over again, and I'm an ambassador for it all around the world because
you're an ambassador
of the fact that somehow magically this show, and you understand television better than anybody, this thing is
trying to kiss ass
in 54 countries around the world. I can go anywhere and call up the leadership of any place and have a meeting with them because I'm just an ambassador of the American dream.
No, because you're a billionaire, asshole, and there's only 1,000 of you.
That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's a great
thing.
No,
it's not interesting that you have $1 billion and the president of Mexico will take a meeting with you. That's not fascinating.
The American dream, if freedom and opportunity is what the American dream is, then, you know, those are things worth dying for.
Yes,
I think.
That's what people are doing.
So the question is AI going to bring us freedom and opportunity? Because AI is the big bet that the entire American economy is making right now. And I want it to be a good bet more than anything. But
No.
I wonder if
No.
it's going to bring us freedom and opportunity. So let's just start with
No.
opportunity. The concern that people have is that their jobs, and not just their jobs, but their purpose for being alive, will be replaced by machines. To which you say that's not true. Great things will happen. To which I said, okay, what are those great things? To which you talked about Shark Tank. So I just want to be a little more specific about what the upside of AI is, because then everyone will calm down and feel happy about your data center. What is the upside?
Well, let's start in medicine.
Okay, go ahead. Here it is. Just, he dwindles so badly here.
Let's use specific cases everybody can understand. I was in Miami 2 weeks ago.
It's never an answer.
And went for a full body scan, the price of which has dropped 80% in the last 3 years. So in an hour and a half, this machine went right through my body. 2 years.
So hold on a minute. Listen to what he's saying, and let me ask you a question.
Let's use specific cases everybody can understand.
Okay, ready? Specific cases everybody can understand. And here it is for you, okay? And I want to ask you this question. Ready?
I was in Miami 2 weeks ago and went for a full body scan, the price of which has dropped 80% in the last 3 years.
Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you've never had a full body scan medically. I've never had one. Put a 1 in the chat if a full body scam is completely and utterly irrelevant to you. You've never had a full body scam. Here's the deals in the chat, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you've never had a full body scan. If you've never even heard of it. Put a 2 in the chat if you get full body scans all the time.
So in an hour and a half, this machine went right through my body.
Right. It's never happened for me. I've never got a full body scam, you rich billionaire asshole. Liar.
2 years ago,
liar.
It would have taken 3 weeks to get the results, looking for cysts on your liver or whatever.
But now it only takes a day, and we don't need your AI tracking data center, humanoid robot replacement center. We don't need it because now you're getting the results the same day. So we don't need your AI tracking data center.
With AI, with the agent they had there right at the scan facility, 18 minutes later, it delivered me a report, told me I had an infection in my sinus, that I had a cyst on my kidney that hasn't grown since the last body scan 4 years ago.
No, it's not just an MRI. It's a very special kind of MRI that costs $7,000.
That was stunning and remarkable.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great. So that's one use case of something very, very important. And that's just medicine. And so if you think about all the things that this can do, including the arts and in music and film and everything, I think the use cases are going to be created by humans who find ways to use the tool. I view it, and maybe you don't agree, as simply a tool. Another example, because
no, it's not, people. I'm going to stop it and interrupt this 1,000 times. The data center is for the data for humanoid robots to replace you. The data center is for all the flock cameras and the AI tracking devices to follow you and track you and give you speeding tickets and stop sign tickets and drones that follow your car. They need more data for the drones to autonomously follow you. And they want to make those automated drones that shoot and kill people.
It's great to tell people just examples. I've been a photographer my whole life, including a period when I was a professional commercial photographer and a cinematographer of the networks. I've amassed 590,000 images during my career, half of which are on film, not shot with a phone, where you get all the data on it and it knows where it was shot, when it was shot, and everything else, which is easy to index and look for. So call it 250,000 negatives. How could I possibly catalog that as a human? I couldn't. I don't have enough time left before I'm dead. So I used AI last week with a tool to actually, after scanning all the images, to go look at them for 2 weeks. And now I'm able to just go to this computer and say, find a picture of my wife the day I met her in the gym. Boom. There
so
it is.
you can do that now, then we don't need an AI tracking center.
Now, it's amazing. No, you're kind of making my point, though, because the two examples you gave are examples of a machine replacing human labor and doing a better job than any person could do.
Oh, Tucker, that's horrible.
Which is great.
Well,
but hold on.
That's my point.
Well, I know it's your point. And I can see the marvel of it. But it raises the question, which won't go away, which is, okay, now that machines do what people do better than people did, what do people do?
Right.
Okay.
And what is the answer to that?
Let me
What's your
ask you,
purpose?
let me pose a question against that. Would you prefer? I'm giving you one of two options with the
Do
uncertainty
you want China to come in here?
of both, okay? But I want you to pick one. This will tell me a lot about how you think.
Oh, if you don't answer this right, this is a litmus test.
Would you prefer in the next 5 years that China have more compute?
There it is right there. That's not what he was asking. He's asking, aren't those jobs replaced now by humanoid robots? And he says, well, don't want China to come in here, do you?
Power than we do, even though the use and the outcome and jobs and everything else we're talking about is unknown? Or would you prefer the United States of America and their allies in North America had more compute power to develop AI?
It depends. Whichever makes the United States happier, freer, and more prosperous, I guess, is the answer.
Well, do you know what
to
the
every
answer to
question.
that is? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure that we know. I know that reducing this question to a competition between the United States and China is a very quick way to derail people from the core questions, which revolve around whether or not it's a good idea. So that's always kind of a red flag for me. China has more economic power now than the United States, probably has more military power. I didn't want either of those things to happen. I'm a little bitter at the American business community, which allowed them to happen, but they happened. So here we are. There's not much I can do about it. My focus remains, however, on, is it good for the United States? Is it good for us? Does it make people happy? And I don't understand what people are going to do for a living if machines are going to be able to do most things that people currently do better than people do them. Like, what is the...
You know, you may not like Tucker, and for years I hated him, but he is nailing it here. He's asking the questions that matter. If you build your data center and it replaces 90% of the people in this chat with a robot, what are you going to do then? Just sit around and wait for the government to give you some food?
The answer. And a lot of people are honest enough to say nothing. We're just the oligarchs are gonna send out checks to everybody, the bread and the bread and circuses, and everyone's just gonna kind of stay home and be obedient. But I don't know that is a good idea, and I don't know that it works.
I think you're raising a great point. It's a wonderful debate, and it's certainly going on, but it's analogous to the narrative that must have been happening back when the Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line and everybody...
No, bro. Cars didn't replace humans altogether.
Had a buggy, looked at it and said, oh, no, this is going to wipe me out and there'll be no work for me.
It's a scam.
The American economy is very resilient as it develops new sectors.
What happened after the Model T was rolled out? We had two big events in the, say, 40 years after that.
We actually had...
One was the First World War and one was the Second World War. The Industrial Revolution, like all technological change, caused dramatic political and social change, which resulted in the biggest bloodletting in human history. So I'm like, it's worth thinking this stuff through. Like, technological change forces social and political change.
Unfortunately, capitalism and the freedom it provides...
We are in late stage capitalism, folks. It won't be sustainable like this, where only a elite bit of billionaires and trillionaires get all of the money. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, before Amazon, we had malls. And now all those people who open stores in malls are gone, because Jeff Bezos built a great website that gets you your products fast. And that's what this guy's doing too. Same thing.
Is volatile. And it has lots of periods, including the Great Depression, where it taxes the people that support it. But it's still better than the alternative anywhere on earth, it seems, 200 years later.
It is not. It is a lie.
And so, you know, when you start looking at the American economy and the vol it's had, it's been unbelievable. But the system, with all its faults, and you're raising some good points, I agree with you.
No, some very good points.
I'm just trying to think what's the alternative. And regarding AI and the ultimate issue around your job issue, and I think it's fair, I'm looking at it differently. I'm looking at it as insurance. I would prefer, even though the future is uncertain and the outcome, you know, and the end is always near, to quote Jim Morrison. I love that line in his song,
Roadhouse Blues.
You know, the future is uncertain and the end is always near. Words I live by, but it's sort of, if you had to give me the two alternatives, let China do this first or us, I'll take
There it is again, folks. The red herring. It's about China, not about your drinking water, not about your job, not about you being tracked by AI data centers, not about you being replaced with a humanoid robot that's powered by the data center. It's about China.
And I'm part of that now. And in the
Yeah, you're part of it, Kevin.
Controversy of it, we started our conversation. I've never seen a controversy like this. I've never seen attacks like this. I know you have, but I haven't experienced it. And I'm hiring.
Well, I mean, if you take money from taxpayers, you should expect them to weigh in too and take their complaints seriously and not just dismiss them as agents of China.
And you're right, but this has been going on. Incentives, state by state, in every sector happen, even real estate.
Not incentives. It's a forced transfer of wealth from taxpayers to people who are richer than taxpayers.
Yes.
So, like,
no, they're not.
Of course, they have
you get a tax break to create 2,000 jobs, and the taxpayer wouldn't do it if it wasn't the long-term outcome.
The taxpayer has no choice. The taxpayer has no
choice. They can say no. That's not what happened.
Well, they tried to say no to this data center, and they got laughed at. And then the governor, Spencer Cox of Utah, who really is a kind of living symbol of our ruling class, said that the state has an obligation to do this, and basically, as you were doing, waved away concerns as like foreign propaganda, when I think they're probably non-crazy people who live in Utah are like, why is this good for me? Why should I pay for this?
It's fair. It's fair. All this is fair. How about we forget the data center and just talk about the power for a second? Because
No, do not forget the data center, okay? We do not forget the data center. That's an AI tracking center and a humanoid robot replacement center. He's going to give you a red herring all the time.
there aren't going to be any data centers in America unless we build power generation. Do you have the same visceral reaction to power generation as you do to data centers?
No, I don't, because I'll tell you why. They're not AI tracking centers and they're not humanoid replacement centers.
Inversely, I think we need more electricity in the United States. And I think
that's what I'm talking about.
Speaking of agents of China, in fact, if you're looking for agents of China, it's the people who told you that you could live without fossil fuels, that babies wouldn't die without fossil fuels. Babies will die without fossil fuel. Civilization will collapse without fossil fuel. And that right there is the foreign op telling us that, you know, people are causing global climate change. People are not causing global climate change substantially. We're having global climate change, as we always have. But to blame it on natural gas is just a flat out lie. And a lot of rich Americans fell for that. So no, I'm strongly for energy. I'm just very concerned about replacing people, their purpose for living, which is to create, with machines. That seems...
So that's what he's saying. It's not an AI data center. It's a humanoid robot replacement center. They need that gigantic, huge amount of data to be able to power the AI robots that are going to take your job. That's what he's saying right here. I'm just translating for you guys here.
It's like hell to me, literally hell.
My hat is made in New Jersey.
So I think it's fair to ask, like, how is this not hell? And no one has been able to answer it.
Yeah, I think trying to stop advancement of...
So he's saying, I don't want AI robots to replace us, and no one's been able to answer that. Listen to Kevin O'Leary's answer here.
Technology, with the uncertainty it brings, has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America. And it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems...
I think that's no different than building an apartment
socialism.
Building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate...
No, that's a scam, folks. Taxpayer money going for private businesses is a scam.
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius.
It is not built into the system. So just so you know, it's called the Lochner era from 1905 to 1938. Started with New York versus Lochner in 1905. Ended in the 1928 case of Caroline Products versus United States. That 30 years right there is where all the Supreme Court justices voted that corporations are like people and they have the right to contract. No matter if you have to work for 80 hours a week or not, you don't have to take the contract. And the government can't step in and regulate private affairs between businesses and people. That went away after those 30 years. And for years, judges voted what's called laissez-faire economics.
couldn't have even thought that far ahead was the idea of competition between states. Why is there an exodus out of New York City to Miami, where I live? Why are people leaving New Jersey and Massachusetts and moving into my building? Nobody in my building is from Florida. They're all from other states.
I understand.
And all of these people moving, why? Because they're reaching retirement age, and the environment in these other states is not conducive to their lifestyle when they're
But
being
I think
taxed.
you're making my point for me. You just listed states that
Listen to this.
use a higher percentage of taxpayer dollars for private industry, and people are leaving those states. Illinois,
Wait a second.
California, New York.
New York is an inefficiently run.
It may be inefficient, but the principle that politicians can take the public's money and hand it to their friends in business, that's a longstanding practice in New York, California, and Illinois, and relatively uncommon in Florida. So people are moving to the free market state, but you're now saying that actually the beauty of capitalism is that politicians hand other people's money to their friends? That doesn't,
No, I'm not
the
saying
opposite
that.
of capitalism.
I'm saying that is incorrect. I didn't say that. I said what makes capitalism work is competition. And it does work, and it has worked for hundreds of years. And so the concept, you may not like the policy of giving incentives for manufacturers and real estate. You may not like it, and I understand you don't, but you don't have to do it. A state can stop doing it, and then for a while, maybe they'll be less competitive in terms of getting new projects.
Bullshit, dude.
Didn't make those rules up. I'm a football player on the field of capitalism. I have to play by the rules.
I get it.
No. He's not a football player. The deck is stacked against him. He's an 8-foot tall, 400-pound quarterback. Don't let him lie to you.
No, I get it. And I'm not attacking you for it. I'm just wondering, again, occasionally it's worth pausing and asking, are we doing the right thing, even if we've been doing it the same way for a long time? I'll ask just one final question. I'll stop torturing you, but do you see how other people find it unfair that one of the richest people in America, you, in league with the biggest companies in America, Amazon, Microsoft, et cetera, the ones you listed, that the richest people in our society would be taking money from people much poorer than them?
Yes.
That seems very unfair.
You know, Tucker,
it seems very unfair that the taxpayers would have to fund your data AI tracking center, your humanoid robot replacement center. And when he says, what do you think of that?
I'll speak for myself on this. I'm not motivated by money anymore.
You lying fucking pig!
That is not why I get up and work.
Oh, really? You're not motivated by money?
18 hours a day. I want to build something incredible. I want my legacy for my children to be something.
No, he wants another $1 billion for his children. He's lying.
They're honored by.
Right.
I want to compete against the Chinese.
He's lying.
I don't like the Chinese government, in case anybody has noticed that over the last 5 years.
Remember, he just asked, the question was, why do taxpayers have to pay for your AI tracking center? And now he goes right back into China.
I don't like how they treat their people. I don't like how they treat me in business. I simply don't like them.
He's trying to get American true-blooded patriots to be like, we got to take on China.
What's motivating me now with all of this barrage, this firestorm, which I understand you've experienced in the past, is
trying to kiss up.
I want to beat them in AI. I don't want them controlling the most advanced models, wherever that's taking us, because you bring up great points about the unknown and jobs and everything else. But I want to be part of the team that makes sure our way of life in North America remains the same for my children. I don't give a shit about money anymore. I don't need any more money.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Put a 1 in the chat. If he's lying, he does care about money. He wants to make as much money as he can. Watch Shark Tank. On every deal, he's like, how do I get my money back? I'll make you a deal. I take 51% of your company. Oh, I have an idea. On every one you sell, I get $2 back. On a guy who's selling a gadget for $9. He's constantly trying to make more money. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the subscribe button right now. Everybody hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button for me. Thank you.
I've already been very successful. I'm very lucky, but I'm not finished. I'm very motivated to win.
No,
and
you're motivated to make money.
If people want to compete with me, I want that.
No, we don't want the AI tracking centers.
I don't think my motivation is to beat the Chinese. They're wrong. I am going to beat them. I am going to show them these data centers.
You got to shut down these data centers, folks. Take it into your own hands.
They're going to be this shining example of how you do this sustainably, because I'm the only guy.
I'm the only one that can fix it, and I'm a reality TV star, America First. Where have you heard that before?
Is graduated out of environmental studies and builds data centers. No one else on
Earth.
I
graduated from blah, 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 blah.
Has done that.
Do you think, I love the idea. I'm for America above all.
Me too.
Do you think that
for America.
Microsoft and Amazon and Google will do a good job preserving the American way of life? Are they substantially superior morally to the Chinese government? Do you think that? Those are your tenets?
Yes, I do. And in fact, I deal with
Tell me how. Tell me how is Google?
I'll tell you why. I was talking with the guy yesterday that does is doing the build outs all around the world for Google's data centers. They are on incredible sustainable mission. They are looking at every technology to reduce their need for traditional power sources. And we were talking about the campus in Utah. They have some very advanced thinking on the use of battery, wind, and solar,
so that they can have humanoid robots to replace you.
And so they want to do that. Why? Because their customers want that.
But wait a second.
China, such a lie.
Leads the United States in battery, wind, and solar in development of those technologies.
That's it's a great story, but not in data centers. They don't. They're powering.
But hold on. Jumping around a little bit.
No. Kevin O'Leary's trying to take you everywhere, but how does this help us?
Trying to ask, okay, so you say you want to preserve the American way of life. That's why you're building this.
How does this help the average American is what Tucker's trying to get out of this scumbag.
My question was, okay, well, your tenants are these big companies that are not really American companies, they're publicly traded companies that are owned by the sovereign wealth funds of tons of countries around the world.
State Street.
In what sense are they American companies? In what sense do they have American values?
Exactly.
Because they
operate. Because BlackRock owns Google. BlackRock owns Amazon. BlackRock owns State Street.
Under the laws and are headquartered in the United States of America under the regulations. The only reason
the regulations are a fucking scam, people.
Google can raise as much capital as it does from the sovereign wealth. Now you're coming into my space. I'm an indexer for sovereign wealth.
Now you're coming into my space. I know everything about this.
Wealth. The only reason 52 cents of every dollar comes to America is the transparency of our laws and the appellate system and our banking system and the regulator.
Right.
And so that's why you find the largest tech companies on earth housed in America, because the regulatory environment and the actual regulatory.
Because let me tell you something, because they can buy our politicians to get any regulatory environment that they want. Don't sit here and piss on me and tell me it's tropical rain. They come here because they can buy our politicians, because they can pour all the money they want into campaigns. You're lying.
Environment in the context of the globe is the most advanced on earth. So you may hate the SEC, you may not like, regulations, but in fact, it gives an infrastructure where most capital comes here. That's what happens. Because the outcomes, why does France have no Microsoft? Why does Germany not have one?
Because they can't buy off the politicians. The government actually cares about the people there, or at least some of them do.
Happened to the European countries, they and Britain, they don't have any of this tech because they regulated it out of their society. We don't want to change that. We want the innovation.
Right. We don't want to be tracked
here, not the regulation necessarily. But
I strongly agree, except to the extent the regulation protects the public.
It's a balance. That's why we trust the government.
Everything he does is performative. Watch him go to drink the water and, I'm not going to drink the water. I'm performing on camera.
not the regulation necessarily, but
I strongly agree, except to the extent the regulation protects.
If you're thirsty, you drink some water, right? Unless it's a prop.
The public.
It's a balance. That's why we trust the government. A lot of people don't
That's why we trust the government. He just said that. He just said that's why we trust the government. Listen.
The regulation necessarily, but
I strongly agree, except to the extent the regulation protects the public.
It's a balance. That's why we trust the government.
Right there. Put a 1 in the chat if you do not trust the government. Put a 1 in the chat if you do not trust the government. Put a 2 in the chat if you trust the government. What a fraud, dude.
A lot of people don't like them. We say, look, at the end of the day, the great example that we could use that you both know, I don't think crypto is going to work until they pass the bill about crypto. They got to finish this Infrastructure Act so that finally crypto can find its place inside of the 11 sectors of our economy. I'm not investing in crypto until they get that friggin' thing through the House.
May I ask, okay, so just to your second point about the American dream, there was opportunity, I think, the ability to be judged on your actions, on your behavior, on your character, to be treated equally. And there was also freedom. And so I think many people have deep concerns about AI's effect on freedom. And you said yourself, the purpose of AI is in part surveillance.
Yeah.
What is the point? Right. So what is that? What does that look like? I asked, what jobs does it create? Couldn't get an answer. Now I'm going to ask you a more specific question.
Well,
what surveillance?
You can't get an answer from me because nobody knows what jobs it's going to create yet.
Thank you for admitting that.
Well, of course, but I've always seen every technology that has been loathed as it's come in always creates new jobs, and I assume the same for this tool. It's just a tool. So the surveillance is a great point. We have laws regarding surveillance, and we have
how are those laws working out for us? Didn't they just have some private company put up thousands of flock cameras all over our country and then sell that data back to police departments that pay flock? I thought we had laws to protect us for privacy.
Laws that restrict the government, and they're built into the Constitution. We have free speech. All of these things remain the same.
We don't have free speech when there is a tracking device listening to everything you say on every poll in America.
Change with AI.
Well, they did until last week when the president led the charge to change the law and allow warrantless spying on Americans.
Yeah. Okay. Well, wait a second.
In direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. So obviously the Constitution doesn't matter to the people in charge.
No, it does. Every administration is kept in check by the Supreme Court, including this one.
What?
And so
my fucking God, the Supreme Court is a scam. A broken clock is right twice a day. Put a 1 in the chat if you followed this channel and you know the Supreme Court is a fucking scam, an outright scam. The Supreme Court, trust the government. He's such a shill.
Why the founding fathers created this structure. And I think it works, and I trust it for one, and I'm willing to, have my
kids. He controls it with his money.
Kids who are Americans grow up here, and I want to protect them.
Okay, so what kind of surveillance? I mean, it seems like AI will make it possible to know what every American is doing at all times. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would say that's not AI that's going to do that. I would say now with the amount of high-resolution video and surveillance that is built into every street corner, that's how they solve a lot of crimes. Now,
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God.
The amount of high-resolution video and surveillance that is built into every street corner, that's how they solve a lot of crimes. Now,
he's all for it. The AI tracking center he's building is to track you and survey you.
If you don't like
that. Do they solve a lot of crimes?
They do. They do.
Has the closure rate for murders in our big cities, like what percentage of murders are in New York City or Chicago or Detroit are solved?
I don't track the
pretty low, actually.
Oh, right.
It's lower in this country than
the point is surveillance is a great issue, but the enhancement of surveillance with AI tools is how you now walk through the Dubai airport. And you also walk through some airports here in the U.S. Facial recognition technology has finally got to the resolution using AI's tools.
It's going to run through your data center. There'll be pictures of all of us in your data center.
Every data center.
Right. So
in every data center is going to be a surveillance system. He just said it out loud.
You don't.
So, but how does that make it freer?
You don't have to opt into that program, by the way. I do it for convenience. I'm not hiding anything.
Well, it's on street corners, as you said. So it's anytime you're in public, your face is being surveilled by the U.S. government.
It is, but I'm not doing nefarious things. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not stealing any money from anybody. So.
Oh, so that's what it is. If you only don't want to be tracked by the government if you're a criminal, is that right? Tell me, is that correct? Let me know in the comments.
Definition of nefarious changes, as you know. I mean, hundreds of thousands of American citizens were sent to concentration camps by Franklin Roosevelt because they were Japanese.
Correct.
So in 1940, it was not a crime to be Japanese. In 1941, it was. So the definition does change, as you know.
It's true. So you could have those concerns, but I ask you again, Tucker.
I do.
I ask you again, Tucker, do you want China to win?
And I know you do, but I ask you again, and you haven't answered my question. Do you want the insurance policy or not? Would you?
No, I don't. I don't want to be tracked by the government. No, I don't.
Would you, with all of the nefarious concerns about AI, which outcome do you prefer as an American for your family? Would you prefer all of us that are developing these data centers put down our shovels?
Yes. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to. And he put down our shovels as if this billionaire prick ever dug a ditch ever in his life.
And stop while the Chinese accelerate.
There it is again. He shifted the conversation to being about China instead of how does this help Americans and are each one of these data centers surveillance systems. And he goes back to, well, would you rather have China get it?
Would you like that?
Well, I see it kind of
these data centers put down our shovels and stop while the Chinese accelerate.
There it is. It's about China, not you being tracked. It's about China.
Well, I see it kind of a different question. I see the question,
well, no, you're not answering.
I want to be, let me answer your question in the following way. Do I want to become like China in order that we can, quote, beat China? Not at all. The problem with China, from my perspective, is that it surveils its citizens and it limits their ability to say what they think and to oppose existing power. That's why China is bad, I thought.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of things about China that are great, but what I don't like about China is the totalitarian approach it has towards its own population.
I agree with you.
You're making it possible for our government to have the same approach, and our government already does. They're surveilling us at all times. Most Americans don't even know they're being watched. There are license plate readers, there are facial recognition cameras everywhere. And the question is why? So the crime rate can go down, and well, it hasn't gone down. So, of course, the real reason is to make you obedient, obviously.
No, I have a different vision of the future.
Why do we still have crime?
No, it's to ticket you and fee you and fine you. They're putting up speeding cameras, 160 here in California. I have a PDF coming out called The Governor's Handbook. It's going to be free.
But now hear me out. Here's what I think is going to happen, because I'm enjoying this conversation.
Oh, no, he's not. Look at his face. It's all red.
Yep.
As I know, we come to a close soon. But
no, he wants to get off the hot seat. Look at him. And there it is with the hands. There it is. More money. Need more money for me. More money.
Here's where I think we're going
to. And by the way, I want to point this out to you guys if you didn't notice. He's wearing 2 watches. Each watch is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Each one of his watches. Are you wearing 2 watches? Are you wearing 1 watch worth tens of thousands of dollars?
To be in 20 years, okay?
Yeah.
I believe in 20 years, and this is my vision of what's going to occur, and I think I'm a great guy to actually do this because I have a foot.
No, he's the best one. Remember, he alone can solve this.
Both economies. I think by the time the 20th year, I'm going to make it in 10 years. It may not be with this administration or the administration in Canada. The 2 economies are going to emerge.
Look at his 2 watches. Look at his 2 watches. So now he's doing what Trump did. Canada and the United States are one economy. He just said that. I'll rewind it because I was interrupting, showing you his 2 watches. But listen to what he says. He's saying the United States and Canada will be one economy, essentially one country.
I'm going
to make it in 10 years. It may not be with this administration or the administration in Canada. The 2 economies are going to emerge. For one reason.
The 2 economies are going to merge. No, they're not. Canada hates us. I'm from Alaska. My mom drove through Canada recently. And on the way driving through Canada, they stopped at a hotel at 8 o'clock at night because they were tired. They wanted to get a room. When they walked in the door to get a room, the lady behind the counter said, "Oh, you're American? I'm sorry, we don't have any vacancies." And my mom said, "But the sign outside says vacancies." She said, "You're American. We don't have any vacancies." Canada hates us now.
Which two economies?
Canada has all the raw resources, the largest consumer on Earth.
So Canada has all the raw resources, which is why we want to just take their country, like Trump was saying.
And it's crazy that we're fighting on this stuff. It's crazy.
I agree.
It makes no sense.
Totally agree.
And so
because Trump said he's going to take over their country and they're going to become the 51st state. That's why they hate us, asshole.
Merge these you don't have to merge the countries. You merge the economies, you get an EU-type situation.
They're not going to merge. Put a 1 in the chat if Canada and the United States are not merging economies. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that Canada now hates us because of Trump. Sorry, Trumpers, that's a fact.
Where you allow freedom of movement across the border and you allow no tariffs on all the stuff we need, the rare earth Canada has, the water, the paper, all that stuff.
Take their water, take their natural resources, take their paper, all that stuff is what he said. He just glossed over it. Just take all their natural resources.
The only reason we're going to do that is so we can take 5% of our GDP, which will be the largest on earth, by around 25%. No one will be close to us if you merge those two together and the benefits that accrue.
Yeah, this is some hypothetical, people. This is not real. He's saying Canada and the United States economies have merged. No, they're not going to. Canada hates us.
For one reason, to tell the Chinese, don't fuck with us.
Oh, there it is. Now, all of you low IQ knuckle draggers who voted for this monster Trump, now they're all, don't fuck with us, FAFO, FAFO, China. We're building data centers to track Americans, but this is about China.
That's basically what's going to happen because they want to fuck with us big time.
Oh, and now it's about fucking with us. Got to get FAFO in there. Shit, all you need is Pete Hegseth on this saying FAFO.
It's my belief. And I think I'm right. I think that's what's going to happen. And AI and compute and all this stuff.
Look at him wearing 2 fucking thousands of dollar watches.
Side story. We have to keep all of our tech ahead of theirs, including data centers and everything else.
No, they want to track us. Don't lie.
But ultimately, they are our adversary.
They are not our adversary. They're worried about China. They're not worried about us.
Of life.
Then can I ask, our way of life, right? So I would think, since you disagree with the Chinese way of life, which is pretty civilized in a lot of ways, but the one way in which it's barbaric is that it grants its citizens no real rights.
Exactly.
And so I would think that you would be very worried about aping their system, which we are now doing. Like they have total surveillance. It's a panopticon in China. We should create our own. Let's take 40,000 acres in Utah and make it possible for the government to know where you are at all times and what you're thinking, listening to you on your phone. Like we have that. But I think you'd be upset about that.
You have to choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese.
Now he's talking about himself in first person. You want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. You already succeeded. You're already a billionaire, you fucking fraud.
Choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese in compute power. And then use the laws of the United States to make sure that you keep that compute power in check whichever way you want. But to not have it available, to put down my shovel, I don't think...
Yeah, put down your shovel, a-hole.
People want me to do that. Even the people in Box Elder, the majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging.
No, we don't. We don't. Let's take a poll right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you want these data centers stopped, these AI tracking centers stopped. Put a 2 in the chat if you want data centers to track you. You want humanoid robots to replace you. 1 in the chat if you want this shit to stop. They don't want me to. I don't want Kevin O'Leary to put down my shovel. Yeah, you're an asshole. You don't have a shovel.
Basically, the debate we're having.
How do you know that the majority?
Because they voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys
There was a referendum?
No, let me answer the dumb fuck in the comments section, okay? This is not for AI, for ChatGPT. This is to power humanoid robots to replace you, you stupid, ignorant cuss. I'm not going to say the name or read what I read, but there's some dumb moron in the comment that is like, oh, this is for AI. It's for AI humanoid robots to replace us. It's for AI to track and surveil us so they have a center to hold all the data to track each and every one of us like we're rats in an experiment.
Like all this crap that's being spewed out.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, and I may have fallen for some of it, so you correct me. There was a referendum among citizens, or did some like county board vote?
We actually went through the whole process that you have to do by their laws and were granted 3-0. The commissioners of the county said, we want to be part of this.
3 people voted. The people of the county.
They're elected officials. That's how you do it.
How hard is it for
a representative form of government is a scam. If you guys didn't know that, it's a scam. And it's been a scam since the beginning.
Kevin O'Leary and Amazon and Microsoft and Google to subvert 3 county commissioners in rural Utah?
Tucker, they asked us to come. They asked us to bring $15 billion. They asked and they voted, and it was a 3-0 vote. That's how it got done. There's no other way to do it.
Google, and Kevin O'Leary got 3 county commissioners in rural Utah on their side. Good work. But can I just ask you really quick, like, why don't you have a referendum? Why don't you let all citizens, all taxpayers, the ones who are paying for your project, why don't they get to pay or vote?
Well, listen, the whole idea of expediting it was so the project didn't go to Jacksonville, Mississippi. That's the
They don't want it in Jacksonville, Mississippi, and it's Jackson, Mississippi, and they don't want it there either, douchebag. There's no Jacksonville. That's in Florida.
Petition. And so the government there said, okay, look, we've done, because we haven't lost, our, we have to go through EPA. We have to go through air and quality. We have to go through the water permitting. We have to go through the land construction permitting. Nothing's been lost. There's no circumventing the process. And that's what we're doing now. So if you want to block the water permit.
No, he went to Utah because Utah is one of 11 states that doesn't allow you to recall elected officials. And he went and paid off the county commissioners in one way or another. And once those elected representatives who represent those block of people approved it, there's no recall system in Utah. It's one of 11 states.
Permit or whatever, go ahead. I mean, if you think that's a good idea, if there's a path to do that, we're going to do it the way we've been told by the law. By the way, I gotta go soon, but I would love to keep.
The law was created for the billionaire class. They wrote the law, they gave it to the politicians passed it and said it's their policy.
Kevin O'Leary, I sure appreciate it, and I hope that when my personal data comes through your data center, you will filter it.
Tucker, I think I'm going to tell when people ask me what was it like, I'm going to say, he told me to get my shovel out and keep digging.
I very much did not say that. Not digging for a data center. I don't know. Build like an antibiotics factory. I'd be for that.
Pharmaceutical.
Thank you very much. Take care, my friend. You know I'm a huge fan, and I really am.
I appreciate.
I love the shit you take and the shit you give. I really do.
He's trying to kiss ass to the host.
Bother me at all. Thanks a million.
Thank you. Take care.
It's such a scam, people. It is such a scam. We are living in a scam world right now. Do not believe a single word this billionaire says to you. It's all a lie.
They process hundreds of thousands of traces every year, 856,000 last year alone, and are continuing to do great work.
Nobody in the history of time has made me more disgusted than this pig right here. Who, when they asked him, are we ever going to get the men that raped those women in the Epstein Island? And he goes, I don't even know what you're asking me. What are you asking me here? Well, are we going to get the guys who raped the women on the island? And Todd Blanche is like, the question doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does, Todd Blanche.
To sustain these historic
this guy's results, such a scum.
The fiscal year 2027 budget includes $22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 26. And these investments will build on our tremendous progress and continue and will ensure our continued momentum in violent crime reduction nationwide. We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts. The Executive Office for Immigration Review has completed well over 1 million immigration cases and reduced backlog by more than 447,000 cases since President Trump took office last year. This budget provides for $899 million for EOR. This is to continue rebuilding
$899 million.
Our workforce and modernizing our case processing systems. Across the department, nearly $4 billion supports immigration-related enforcement activities. Finally, the department launched the National
Billions of dollars for a domestic war in your neighborhood.
Fraud Enforcement Division earlier this year to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities to combat large-scale criminal fraud schemes.
Right, to track us all.
DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice Grants, providing
consolidating all COPS.
A unified and simplified approach to federal grant making, while obviously continuing to preserve the important missions of each office. The department faces serious budgetary constraints.
Right, just like Pete Hegseth spent $90 billion over a weekend because they had a surplus.
Year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase every year, but the budget remained flat. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025, and risks insolvency without additional support.
You can see the sheeple in the chat, the sheeple people who don't do any independent research at all. They're sheep in the chat. You can see them.
The president's request of $10.3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons is essential to restore staffing and
$10.3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons, because prisons are so efficient, right? We've been locking up people in the millions since the 70s, and how's it worked out? Is our country safer, better?
Maintaining safe and secure federal facilities. In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars.
Responsible stewardship of your money to go to prisons.
For combined continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you, and I look forward to your questions.
Attorney General, thank you. I recognize now the chairwoman of the full committee, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hope for God that Graham, what I can't remember his last name, that Graham replaces this witch.
Mr. Attorney General, yesterday the Justice Department announced the creation of a nearly
Put a 1 in the chat if you know what a horrible human being this woman is.
$1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals who were purportedly targeted by the Biden administration.
$1.8 billion for the J6ers.
In exchange for which President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for the completely inappropriate leak of the president and his organization's tax data. Amounts for this new fund will come from the Judgment Fund, a permanent law appropriation for paying claims and settlements brought against the United States government. Amounts in the Judgment Fund have traditionally been used for the payment of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the Judgment Fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration.
We have done this in the past. He was Trump's personal lawyer till about 3 months ago, and then he got advanced into government, and now he's the acting attorney general.
Something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case, there were allegations made by Native Americans that the Department of Agriculture had systematically treated them unfairly, and some had filed claims. There was a pending lawsuit, but many had not. A fund very similar to the one that was established yesterday was set up. It was funded by, in today's dollars, a little over $1 billion. And a single claims commissioner was appointed to review the claims and
one person in charge of billions of dollars
to distribute funds. In that case, at the end, there was around $300 million left over. And the Obama administration had set it up so that that money from the judgment fund was distributed to nonprofits and other NGOs. So what we've done with this fund, and by the way, it is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented. And it was done to address something that had never happened again either. So there is an unprecedented nature of what we did yesterday in response to years and years of weaponization. Just to correct a few things, Senator, it's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited to Biden.
You're right. It's us versus them. It's commoner versus elitist. He's an elitist. So's Susan Collins. Left versus right is a lie. Republican versus Democrat is a lie. If you're still buying that it's the Republicans, it's the Democrats, they're the same.
It was.
It's not limited. It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's
the
not
Biden weaponization, or the Trump, or the Obama, or the Bush. Or the Clinton?
To, in any way, scope or form to January 6th or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up in comparison to what was done previously, is we intend to appoint 5 commissioners. And also, at the end, the money goes back to
for $1.8 billion, and each one of those commissioners gets paid.
Any leftover funds go back.
So Trump's going to appoint 5 of his buddies to oversee the fund, and they're all going to be paid $250,000 a year, and they're going to work 2 hours a week.
The federal government, not to nonprofits.
So how would the commission?
I'm sorry, $250,000? I said $250,000? I meant $2.5 million a year for the 5 commissioners, which is only $12.5 billion of the $1,776 billion. There's $1,776 million in there.
That you've just referenced that oversees the fund determine whether future claims from the fund are eligible to be paid out of it, and how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
No, Trump's going to keep it. There's not going to be very many payouts. They're going to get a little $100,000 here, $50,000 there. Trump is going to keep that money. It's going to go to his cronies.
It's a scam. There's commissions that are established all the time where a commissioner is charged with determining the correct amount, if any, to repay a claimant who's asking for funds. So in this case, what we expect is the commissioners will take in information. It's entirely voluntary. If an individual wants to apply and assert that they were a victim of weaponization, and the commission can do anything according to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
Yes, those commissioners are appointed by the president.
No, they're appointed by 4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is appointed by the Attorney General.
And who's the Attorney General? It's Trump's personal lawyer.
in consultation with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist, so I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released, but of course, there's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report that has to come to the Attorney General, which will certainly be public. There's a process that you all will get information, and there's a FOIA process. So I very much anticipate that the claims that are awarded, the basis and the amount will for sure be made public along the way.
Oh, wait, let me read this to you, okay? Let me read this to you. Full-time commissioners, the kind seated for years to administer a fund, are typically executive schedule level. The Foreign Claims Settlement Commission, for example, has 3 paid $200,000 a year. Part-time get paid $1,000 a day. They get per diem and they get travel. They get compensation for appointments and meetings. Every single commissioner gets paid to be on it. Even a part-time commissioner for the fund gets paid $130,000 a year plus per diem, but it's not a scam.
Let me switch to a different issue which Chairman Moran brought up. Along with Chairman Moran and other members of this committee, I was one of the lead sponsors of the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization of 2022. These programs are critical to reducing violence against women, ensuring that justice is served, and strengthening services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. In Maine, the Rural Victims Program is especially critical.
Yeah, Maine, who you've completely screwed over, Susan Collins. She's going to be replaced by a guy named Graham. Graham Connor is his name, maybe?
Despite the importance and effectiveness of these programs, the department's budget request proposes reducing funding by about 25%. Why is the department proposing a reduction in funding to combat domestic violence and to support survivors?
Well, first of all,
a reduction in funding for victims of domestic violence, but pay the J6ers.
I completely agree with you that these are extraordinarily important programs. And
he doesn't give a shit. He's the one that said, "What do you mean the Epstein survivors need justice? What does that mean?" Grand Planter. Thank you, Sunbeams.
Funds are well used to support these programs. We have asked for $539 million, I believe, in money to support all these programs. And
$539 million.
And that,
for bureaucracy.
I mean, look, there's a lot of money that goes, $190 million for grants to combat, to stop the stop grants, which is extraordinarily important. And so it is a priority. Obviously, we have to make choices, and the president's budget has to make choices on where to spend that money, but it is extraordinarily important, and the $539 million that we've asked for will go to support all these programs. I mean, so yes, we are asking for less money than the budget had last year, but it's not because we don't view it as extraordinarily important.
Well, I would suggest that cutting the budget for these important programs by 25% is a huge cut. And I hope that's something the subcommittee will take a close look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That you set up. Simple question. Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain, anybody
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they're a victim of weaponization.
Mr. Attorney General, let me ask you this.
If they believe they're a victim of weaponization from the Biden Justice Department.
Are there going to be rules that say...
By the way, this is to divide you guys, to get you guys to pick a side, Republican or Democrat, left versus right.
If you've assaulted a Capitol Hill police officer or committed a violent crime, you will not be eligible? Why not make that a rule?
I expect that, because I'm not one of the commissioners setting up the rules, I expect that there will be rules.
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members, aren't you, Mr. Attorney General?
Pardon me?
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members.
I am appointing
You can
all 5
certainly
members.
set up the rules. I would hope you would make a rule that anyone convicted of assaulting a police officer or a violent crime is simply not eligible. They should not apply.
Well,
Let me ask you this, because you compared it to the Keepsiegel case. But I think you know full well that in that case, the settlement agreement was approved by a federal judge, including the payments to people who were not originally parties to the lawsuit. No federal judge has approved this fund, have they, Mr. Attorney General?
no federal judge did approve this.
So that's a big difference between this case and the case that you compared it to.
No, it's not.
Did a judge sign off on this case?
No, he cut the
The
judge
judge
out.
did sign off on the other one.
He
Yes,
cut the
but
judge
Your
out.
question was whether it's a big difference. It's not.
Of course it is, because that allows for an independent person to look at it rather
Yes.
than the
There was no
former
independence.
personal
There was no independence. There was a
attorney.
single commissioner.
That-
A judge signed off on it. A judge had nothing
Mr.
to do
Attorney
with
General,
deciding the money.
Right. He made sure the judge was cut out.
judge who looked at it and signed off on it. So to compare that case to this one is incredibly deceptive. Let me ask you this about the Epstein case, because as we speak, many Epstein survivors are in New York. They're reading portions of the Epstein
Maxim.
Files about the abuse that they suffered. Otherwise, they might have been here with us today. At a House hearing, your predecessor refused to acknowledge the pain experienced by some of those victims when the administration improperly released their names in identifying information. So I want to know where you stand. I spoke to the representatives of some of the
No. Todd Blanche stands on the side of the billionaire pedophiles.
Epstein survivors yesterday. They are extremely frustrated that you keep calling for people to come forward with more evidence, but you have not met with them to hear their stories. So simple question. If I connect you with these survivors, will you meet with them?
Absolutely. And what you just said is false. I have met with them. I've met with many of the lawyers for the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
But I would encourage them. I would encourage them to reach out to the Department of Justice, because like we do every single day, we absolutely care for victims, and we absolutely want to hear from them and their lawyers.
Why don't you prosecute the pedophiles whose names are listed right at the top of the Gmail and Google, and all of the Epstein files have their names and their email addresses right there? Why don't you prosecute those people?
I've been told directly from the representatives they've not had a chance, at least this group, to meet with you. So
Did they represent that they asked?
So I'm glad to hear that.
Did they represent they asked for a meeting?
Can I ask you to commit that the Justice Department will not recommend a pardon for anyone named in the Epstein files?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the Acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, quote, people named.
How about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can you commit that you will?
Yes, I can commit to that, of course.
Okay. Let me go back to this.
As if he didn't sit there with the reporter and say, what do you mean are we going to get the guys in the Epstein files? What do you mean by that question? I don't understand the question.
Slush fund, because there's also an individual who, after being pardoned by the president, went on to molest 2 children. And that person actually tried to buy the silence of these children by saying that he would pay them some of the funds that he was hoping to get from your slush fund. Can you commit to making the rules so that that person is not eligible for a payout under this fund?
Well, you're obviously lying in your question, because there's no way that this person committed to that. Because the slush fund, as you call it, which is not, didn't exist.
I'm certainly
but I
not
can
lying.
commit.
Mr. Attorney General, don't ever do that again. I am reporting
what again?
he said. He said on the expectation that he hoped to get some of the funds from a payout. He's been hearing
you said from the slush fund, Senator, and that didn't exist when he said that.
This is the fund that the president and all of you have been telegraphing all along that you're going to use to help the president's friends.
Can
Yes.
you point to a
Mr.
single
Attorney General,
telegraph
I have a
I
last
made?
question.
What telegraph did I
I
make?
have a last question for
Okay.
you. Do you know that it is a criminal offense to lie to Congress?
I am very well aware of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if the president is just going to come in and pardon you no matter what you do. If you can do whatever you want and you know there's going to be a presidential pardon at the end of it, just like Biden did for his people, just like Dump did for his people. It's two wings of the same bird. I keep telling you that. We're at 16 minutes and 23 seconds on this, but let me just show you who Todd Blanche is so we're acutely aware.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein Files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't.
That means, is the public going to find out the identities of the men who raped women on Epstein Island and in that New Mexico ranch and all kinds of black sites abroad? That's a pretty simple question, isn't it? Put a 1 in the chat if you understood the reporter's question. The reporter asked, are we going to get justice for the victims? Are we going to name the men listed?
You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein Files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
Is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls? Pretty fucking clear, bro. Pretty clear question. Put a 1 in the chat if that's a pretty motherfucking clear question. We have the names at the top of the emails that you blanked out, Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi.
You just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true.
He didn't.
Is the public going to learn about
the men who raped the women?
Abused these girls?
Yes.
Like, what does that mean? I don't understand what that means.
What do you mean you don't understand what that means? I'm so confused. I understand the English language. That wasn't even complicated.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them.
No,
right?
you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Put a 1 in the chat. No, they wouldn't. They won't. They won't prosecute the owner of Victoria's Secret. They won't prosecute the professors at Harvard. They won't prosecute Alan Dershowitz. They won't prosecute Bill Gates. They won't prosecute Elon Musk. They won't prosecute these people because once a prosecution begins, a deep investigation to the discovery of the evidence begins. And then you can seize their computers and their records. But first you have to file charges against them for conspiracy, like they do for every federal crime.
We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case.
That is the case. Put a 1 in the chat if that is the motherfucking case. We got the names on the top of the fucking emails, you asshole. You're the one that redacted them.
Know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But I don't think that the public or you all are going to uncover men.
What are you talking about? We've uncovered a lot of them. Liar. Our government is full of oligarchy pedophiles who are controlling us and want to surveil us.
In the Epstein Files that abuse women, unfortunately.
Okay, then just a follow.
He's such a fucking liar. He's such a fucking liar. It is so unbelievable to listen to this shit. It really is. We're going back up to the exact same timestamp
of the Epstein Files. Many reading excerpts from their own FBI.
Here it is.
Well, let me ask you this, because you compared it to the Keepsiegel case. But I think you know full well that in that case, the settlement agreement was approved by a federal judge, including the payments to people who were not originally forward with more evidence, but you have not met with them to hear their stories. So simple question. If I connect you with these survivors,
Senator, and that didn't exist when he said that.
this is the fun that the president and all of you have been telegraphing
We're just fast forwarding back up to where we were, so just bear with me here. This is Senator Kennedy who's going to go next.
Senator Kennedy.
Who this guy's a right-wing, all the way authoritarian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So just so you guys know, he's got some common sense, but this guy's a right-wing authoritarian, statist, government, big tech.
General, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Senator.
In America, unlike other countries, where they let you die in a ditch, in America, if you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. Isn't that right?
It is.
And one of the programs we do that through is Medicaid.
Correct.
Okay. And this money for Medicaid, it didn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it, but it came out of people's pockets, didn't it?
Every dime of it.
And some of that money is stolen, isn't it?
Yes.
And the states, not all of them, but many of them, allow it to be stolen, don't they?
Yes.
Let's take Medicaid in California, for example. I don't mean to just pick on California, but because this happens in other states. We saw it happen in Minnesota, for example. But in California, for every dollar that the California state government puts up for Medicaid, for the Obamacare portion of Medicaid, the federal taxpayer puts up $9, don't they? And so, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And so, as a result, California has allowed thousands and thousands of these social assistance and so-called health care providers pop up in California, haven't they?
Yes.
And some of those providers steal the money, don't they?
Yes, we know that to be true. Yes.
And the money never gets to the people they supposedly are trying to help. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the other
Like the taxes that we pay don't go to us?
California and others abuse the fact that they're putting up $1 and the American taxpayers putting up $9. Did I mention it was $9?
I think some say it's even more, but yes,
yeah.
9 work.
They expand the services, don't they?
Yes.
Because some states,
Lies.
like
Lies.
California, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. It's not everybody in California state government, but it's a lot of them. They see this as free money, don't
really?
they?
They're not paying for it, yes.
Isn't it a fact that, for example, Medicaid in California.
So this is a red herring. He's just trying to take you off the topic of what that $1.776 billion fund is going to go to.
Will pay a provider to provide tribal prayers. I looked all this up.
I mean, I'll accept that. I didn't know that, but yes.
That California will actually pay a health care provider, I didn't know this was a medical expertise, to pay for exorcisms. Is that right?
I'll accept that, Senator, but that's.
They pay, the California Medicaid program will pay for herbal medicines, meal deliveries. They'll pay for housing. I don't know what housing has to do with health care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Medicaid program using federal money, taxpayer money, will pay for an in-home chef?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a family member, yes.
Yeah, they'll even pay for gymnasium fees through Medicaid in California. They'll pay for bicycles.
Right. You should go to the gym. You should work out every day to stay healthy.
Scooters.
Yes.
Gym memberships. Did
Yes.
you know that?
Yes. We should be doing preventative health care, which includes the gym and changing your diet so you're not a great big fat pig.
Yes, several states do, but California does for sure.
They'll even repay your student loans. Were you aware of that?
You mean if you're medically unable to work, they'll pay your student loans? Yes.
I was not aware of the student loans repayment.
Yeah, they'll repay somebody's student loans to encourage
I live in California. California is not cooked at all. We got a shitty governor, but he's out.
them to become a health care provider. I mean, California, they're just setting all kind of records.
Right. But he started off by saying, I don't want to pick on California, but then he begins to just continue to pick on California and make up stupid shit and try to take you on a red herring adventure.
I do think it's worth recognizing the hard work of the men and women of the department and the progress you're making on combating fentanyl and violent crime. I've long been involved in criminal justice reform, talked with and worked
with. Because the war on drugs has been such a success, right? Put a 1 in the chat if it's a fucking failure, an outright failure.
The predecessor in this. I was pleased to see the president's message during Second Chance Month, where he said he wants to ensure those who take responsibility and seek to rebuild their lives have a chance to succeed. Senator Lee and I have a bill called the Safer Supervision Act. It's co-sponsored by Senators Tillis and Wicker, Kramer and Langford. It's got strong law enforcement and conservative support, and it fits squarely in that framework.
Right. More cops, more punishing of people who do drugs, because it's worked out so well arresting everybody, hasn't it? It's worked out so well arresting everybody for everything, putting people in dungeons for decades at a time. And it's done our country absolutely no good at all whatsoever. No good at all. That's what it's done. It's done absolutely no good. And we all know it. It's a scam.
I want to follow on a couple that have been asked with regards to the Department of Justice's state and local law enforcement programs. $1.2 billion in proposed cuts. We're looking at it very carefully because many of these grants and programs have significant impact on our state, small population, large area to deal with. The budget also calls for consolidation of the Office of Violence Against Women, the Community-Oriented Policing Services, and the OJP programs.
Wow, I'm so impressed with the chat. One person said that the prison industry's been great, and then someone said, yeah, great for the rich for slave labor, right? The person who said the prison industry's been great is being facetious. It's a total scam. Locking people up for drugs doesn't make them better. It makes our society worse. It's such a scam.
Is the Office of Tribal Justice one of the offices that are also intended to be consolidated?
No, we're just consolidating the grant component. So OJP, COPS, and then OVID. And by the way, we're not combining.
So they're just consolidating all the cops together. That's all.
Them. We're just making them more efficient. So they will still maintain their own independence and brand, for lack of a better word. But what we heard from the field is that there were inappropriate inconsistencies and inefficiencies in having three separate kind of bureaucracies running each of those programs. So that's what we're trying to fix.
Don't disagree with wanting to reduce bureaucracies. My interest is making sure that the fidelity of these grants and the availability to very rural and oftentimes just very high cost because of what we're dealing with out there, that they do not get overlooked, because when you have cuts to the level that you're proposing, one has to assume that, okay, you can talk about reducing the bureaucracy and just what the program itself might look like. But again, my interest is making sure that this much needed assistance is still pushed down to the very, very local levels.
Senator, I assure you that the rural communities, and I appreciate that they have the most challenges applying for grants because of just the way they're structured.
Lack of capacity.
Of course, and there's obviously, I forget the exact percentage, but a large percentage of our grants do go to rural communities, as they should, and rural police departments, as they should.
Right. It's blue states literally funding poor red states. And I'm not trying to be political, because I don't think it's left versus right, Republican versus Democrat. But it is a fact that the blue states are funding the poor states and funding rural police departments. That's a fact.
And we are going to continue to do that. I mean, the COPS office is required to distribute half of the grants to rural communities.
Right.
But just
half of the grants go to rural police departments, not to rural communities, to more cops and cages.
And I don't want to take up all your time, Senator, but that's one of the reasons why we're trying to make it more efficient, because the field said, especially rural communities, big cities don't have issues applying for grants. They have a bunch of people that can do it. And so
with $1.776 billion, we could put free grocery stores in a lot of these communities that don't have any money. We could feed the people with that money.
Yes, we are very focused on that in tribal justice space, but also in the grant space.
Well, know that we're watching this one very carefully. I understand that.
Oh, they're watching. They're going to write a strongly worded letter once they cheat us all.
Senator Collins, you acknowledged.
Oh, shut up. Shut your mouth. She's all window dressing.
At the end of the day, it is a funding and training issue that is our responsibility. And
the department of others and others to implement the recommendations. We don't want the work of this really important commission to just kind of sit and be ignored.
Yes, so I don't have an answer as to why it was taken down, but I will get back to you promptly. I will tell you.
I would appreciate that, yeah.
And your big picture question, we are on the same page when it comes to to tribal justice and the work that we have to do with our Native American community and making sure that we're giving them the resources, the law enforcement. I've visited 2 so far as the Deputy Attorney General. My staff has gone out to multiples, to northern New York, the Dakotas, Oklahoma, and we'll continue to do that. I think that at the end of the day, it is a funding and training issue that
more money for cops in rural America to arrest you.
That is our responsibility, and I recognize that, and it's a priority.
Well, and we've seen positive signals in the first Trump administration. That was when Operation Lady Justice was stood up. I think that is good. We need to continue on that. You've put good people tasked to this, but this is where it gets confusing, because when you have a public-facing website that helps people navigate through some of the reporting and the lack of data, that's where we could use a little help. So if you can get back with me on that, I would appreciate it.
I will.
Oh, really? Einstein in the chat, feeding people doesn't do any good. Do you know how many single mothers there are in the state of California alone? Do you know how many single mothers there are across the country who are trying to juggle a job and daycare and pay rent and pay for car, but giving people food doesn't help them? Okay, Lauren Boebert. Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. They lived on assistance growing up, but now no more assistance for anybody else because it only holds you back. It's so stupid.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Chairman.
plenty of money for Israel, the Iron Dome, and bombs. Got it. But feeding people's bad. Bad.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't you buy a Coke with your food stamps.
Attorney General, for being here. As you alluded to in your opening statement, there is an acute staffing shortage at the Bureau of Prisons. At FCI Berlin in New Hampshire, staffing levels have dropped to 58% of authorized levels. And that's at a time when correctional officers are being asked to take on
more money for cops, more money for prisons.
Added duties where they have detainees being sent to our federal prison.
They're not detainees. They're POWs in a concentration camp.
And the retention incentives have dropped significantly. So as you point out, the Bureau received an additional $3 billion in the reconciliation bill to address staffing issues. And you're asking for additional funding, which I appreciate. But how do you plan to use those supplemental funds to address recruitment and detention of staff at facilities like FCI Berlin?
Man, so many of you people in the chat don't get it. You're worried about food going for people in America, but you're not worried about the billions of dollars going to our greatest ally. You're not worried about all the billions and billions of dollars going to Russia, Ukraine. You're not worried about all the money, $40 billion given to Argentina, but you're more concerned that people here would be fed. Boy, you have got some fucked up morals, I'll tell you that. I'll bet you're Christian.
Thank you for that question. It is a crisis, and the crisis on staffing is twofold. One is
there's a crisis on staffing to lock people in dungeons that doesn't make our culture or our communities better. Got it.
Them enough and they can walk across the street to county jails and make more money. And two, because we're not paying them enough, there's shortages, so they're required to work overtime. They're required to actually.
Those poor dungeon masters, those poor pigs.
Understand the problem. Can you explain what you're going to do to address it?
We're doing both. I mean,
we're going to give more money to cops and cages and bombs and wars, but not for food.
We're addressing the compensation, and we've already worked with Director Marshall over the past several months to give some retention money to officers who are staying.
Officers, they went through some stupid bullshit training, and now all they have to do is be willing to chain people up and hurt them and follow orders.
But we have to pay them more, and we have to make it worthwhile for them to stay.
Oh, no, I know. I was raised a good Christian. I was raised a good Catholic altar boy. Bunch of good people where I live. And for some reason, some of these Christians have lost their way. And now they're for bombs and cops and cages and wars. Lock them up.
And the only way to do that is with money. The only way to do that is with more hiring.
I can tell you that FCI Berlin has not seen that money yet, and it's going to be critical to get it out. Let me
critical to get more money to the dungeons.
To another topic, because we have a new DEA drug lab in Londonderry, New Hampshire. I'm very pleased that we've got that New England Regional Drug Lab. I worked hard to try and support the effort to get it there. But I'm concerned now that DEA doesn't have the personnel that they need in order to fully operate it. And when we raised this at hearings, both in the House and Senate, with DEA, what they told us was that DOJ has routinely denied its request for greater allocations of personnel, meaning that they are going to have...
So did you know that the DEA is the biggest drug dealer in America? The DEA has their own private drug dealing apparatus inside of it. They deal drugs to Americans. They deal drugs to Canadians. They're buying and selling drugs more than any organization in the world. That the head of every single drug narcotics gang in this country and abroad is involved with the DEA. Don't let her sit there and lie to you.
Difficulties hiring the sufficient personnel they need to fully operate this new lab. So
right, they need a new lab that includes surveilling everybody and everything.
That you will ensure that the personnel that are needed to operate the lab are able to be hired.
Yes, and our budget asks for that funding, and I agree with you, Senator, that it's crucial to have that. And that there's shortages. You're right.
Oh, my God.
Let me weigh in on...
Oh, my God.
With Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski and their concerns about the Office of Violence Against Women and the grants. I don't support the cut of 25% for that budget. But we have a greater issue because my staff has heard from organizations in New Hampshire working on domestic violence concerns that the department is continuing to hold fiscal year 25 funding for the office. And for some of these organizations, they had their grants canceled early in 2025. This disruption has caused those organizations to scale back, to start laying off staff, which limits their ability to help survivors. So when is the department going to make available the fiscal year 25 and 26 grant funds that have already been approved by Congress?
So the NOFOs for 2 of the 3 agencies are all out and back. There's one NOFO that's pending from 25 that we expect to get out any day now, and then we'll start working on 26. And so it's done on a rolling basis, and we're working every day very hard to get that money out. As far as grants that were canceled, I believe 330 some were canceled, just about 5 or 6% of the overall grants awarded for various reasons. But grants that were more than that were initially canceled, and the grants.
But those are grants that had been approved by Congress that had already been sent out. Why is the department canceling funding that our organizations are depending on in order to help survivors?
Because we have to get all the money for the rich. We have to send all of our money over to the Middle East.
It's not that they were approved by Congress. The money was. And so for a very small portion of
she just said it's not the money was approved by Congress. Then he says, yeah, the money was approved.
For a very small portion of grants, they were canceled for various reasons. So
they were
canceled for various reasons.
Because DOJ came in and made significant cuts, and the administration has made cuts. I guess I'm not going to argue with you about why that happened. I think it was wrong. I'm going to acknowledge your commitment to ensure.
Listen, if you don't know that DOJ was a scam, I'm here to tell you that it was. It was to get all your data and give it to Palantir, and that's what they actually did. You didn't get a DOJ check. People lost money that got grants for violence for women, but you got nothing out of it. And then at the end of the day, most of those DOJ cuts were completely wiped away, but they got your data and put it into Palantir.
That those funds are going to go out to the organizations that are depending on them so that they can serve the people who need it.
I commit to that.
Thank you. Last fall, the U.S. trustee for Region 1 didn't name a new Chapter 13 standing trustee for New Hampshire. Instead, he assigned New Hampshire's duties to Maine's standing trustee over the objections of the New Hampshire Bankruptcy Bar. The transition from New Hampshire's standing trustee to the new Maine trustee, who's supposed to be serving both states, has not gone well. Debtors who had completed their payments were not being discharged from bankruptcy. Creditors and attorneys were not getting paid. In fact, a motion to remove the New Hampshire and Maine trustee was filed, and the New Hampshire bankruptcy judge admonished the trustee, but unfortunately didn't ultimately remove him. I am very concerned that we have granite staters who need to use the Chapter 13 bankruptcy and that they're being disadvantaged because of this decision for whatever reason. We have no idea because the U.S. government doesn't pay those standing trustees. There's no reason. That's not a benefit in terms of savings. So I don't know if it was a shot at New Hampshire or what the issue was, but will you commit to naming a New Hampshire-only Chapter 13 standing trustee and look into this? Because it's a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
So we have that.
And Mr. General, the time has expired, so if you can quickly wrap that up, I would appreciate
Okay,
it.
we have that in many districts, not just New Hampshire, and we're working very hard to rectify it for the reasons that you say, the challenges it presents.
So you will look into that and try and...
We've been looking into it, and we'll continue to do so, Senator, yes.
Thank you. Mr. General, appreciate you being here today. I wanted to start with an issue that I raised with you in your confirmation hearing.
Which, by the way, this chick is the dumbest fucking twit I've ever listened to. She's pretty, and that's how she got in, but she's a fucking moron. I've never heard someone more stupid than this woman. She literally has the IQ of a chipmunk. She is such a moron. Really. If you know nothing about her, you should research her. She's very dumb.
The Senate Judiciary Committee. We talked about the Executive Office for Immigration Reform. Some people call it EOIR, some people call it EOR, but ultimately it oversees our immigration courts. As you're aware, there was a significant backlog that was left by the Biden-Harris administration. Unfortunately, they created a culture of that, of dragging their feet and not actually completing these cases. I know they also rolled back a number of reforms that were put in place during the first Trump administration to ensure that our immigration courts functioned in an efficient manner. By contrast, obviously, under the current Trump administration, the courts in FY25 have completed the highest number of cases that we have seen in a single year in EOR's history. Finally achieved a reduction in the case backlog, and hopefully that's something that we can continue. I saw in your budget that you increased this by 12%. I wanted to talk, is that going to help you continue on eliminating this backlog, improve efficiencies and operations of these immigration courts? And then also on that, how does the budget request support efforts to actually modernize this process, making sure that we're not only using the current system, but we're looking at how can we be more efficient in the future?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The first answer in reverse order, we have asked for $37 million to modernize the IT programs that the immigration courts use. That in and of itself will create efficiencies that will help us in ways that should have happened years and years ago, and it didn't.
Oh, I'll answer that.
We're also asking for more money because we need more judges. And the big, beautiful bill gave us authority to hire a bunch of immigration judges, and we're hiring a ton. We have a graduation tomorrow, the largest graduation of immigration judges in many, many years, if not history. And we're continuing to try to find...
The question was, how did DOJ steal your data and give it to Palantir? That was the question someone just asked me. I'll be happy to answer that. Let him finish his bullshit, then I'll answer the question.
Good judges that will work hard. And the budget also, a judge...
What's wrong with his face, by the way?
Staff.
Has been significant. That's where I live. Yeah. We appreciate that effort. I know that communities across the country, lowest murder rate that we have seen, the significant actually getting back to the mission of getting the bad guys and putting criminals behind bars.
It is such a load of shit, folks. They're lying to you. Putting people in jails and prisons does not make our country safer. It is a fucking lie. It is a lie. It is a total lie.
To Director Patel about this last week, but there's great work being done by the FBI and DOJ in my home state. Operation Southern Star in Montgomery has been significant. That's where I live. Yeah. We appreciate that effort. I know
it's such a load of shit, people. They're lying.
Communities across the country appreciate the work that you're doing. Can you discuss how this request increase in resources that you have in this budget is going to allow us to build on the current successes and enhance cooperation with state and local partners across the country so that we can do more of what we've seen in Montgomery over the Operation Southern Star?
So more cops. How do we get more cops? That's right. Someone said your data is in the cloud. So if you want to know how Elon Musk stole all your data, let me explain it to you first. By Trump's executive order, he directed federal agencies to start sharing data with each other to eliminate information silos. This was framed as efficiency, but it deleted the legal walls between agency data sets that had been there for decades. Then DOJ physically embedded themselves inside of those agencies. Musk's Department of Government Efficiency then put themselves in the Social Security Administration, the IRS, the Treasury, the Department of Homeland Security, HHS, FDA, CDC, and the National Institute for Health and Selective Service. And then a guy named Anthony Gracias, a close friend of Musk's, ran the Social Security operation at DOJ, and they built a hackathon to build reports on your data. The vulnerable service transfer happened when the Social Security Administration reported in 2025 that DOJ had moved American Social Security data to a third-party Cloudflare server. The DOJ later admitted in court filings that the Social Security Administration officials didn't know that they had moved your data into a Cloudflare, where previously they told the courts that no private or commercial servers have been integrated to the Social Security Administration, but that was a lie. The filing acknowledged that the Social Security Administration cannot determine what data was even shared. Palantir gets the contract. Trump's executive order called for cross-agency data sharing. Palantir's Foundry software, already operating at the Department of Homeland Security, HHS, FDA, CDC, and the National Institute for Health, was selected to build a master database with all of your data, all your medical information, your Social Security information, your job history, your arrest record, anything that is public data on you was consolidated. And then Trump gave Palantir a $795 million contract that could go up to $1.3 billion to consolidate all of your data. That's why these people who follow Trump, he's the Pied Piper of fools. The information I'm reading to you is available widely on the internet. Your data was stolen in the promise that you were going to get a DOJ check and we were going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. It's a total fucking lie. So now here's the personal pipeline. Peter Thiel was the co-founder and is the co-founder of Palantir. Thiel mentored and bankrolled J.D. Vance into the vice presidency. Peter Thiel and Elon Musk have decades of business history together from PayPal. DOJ was then covered with former Palantir employees so that they could take the money directly from DOJ and steer it over to Palantir. That's how all of your data was stolen. All of it. All of this stuff is available. All of this is available online. You can read about what I'm saying. Fact check me. I'm telling you. It's Trump is the Pied Piper of people who don't have the internet. You can look up what I'm saying to you. It's just crazy. This isn't just government has your data. The government always had your data. What they did is they siloed your information across all agencies into a centralized hub called Palantir. The IRS couldn't just hand your tax returns to ICE. They needed a third party to do that, and that was DOJ and Musk, who gave all of your data to Palantir. The walls of the Privacy Act of 1974 were then broken because of an executive order that Trump wrote and put Elon Musk at the head of the Department of Energy Efficiency. It was such a scam, people, and I'm sorry that you don't know it.
Yes. So there is nothing more important than our state and local partnerships when it comes to combating violent crime. Nearly every violent criminal that's arrested by the feds are assisted by a cop or a detective or a trooper in that case. And so when we
it is such a lie. Listen to this guy's lies with this Katie Britt, who's just, by the way, she's the biggest twit ever. She's pretty. She's electable, but she's a fucking moron.
And wants these streets to be safer, particularly the ones, where all these families are trying to build their lives. We say thank you. Last question. I know that the budget also is going to stand up the National Fraud Enforcement Division. I know that there's been a lot of misnomers about
Jay,
that.
Listen to what I just taught you. Go back and rewind it.
Make sure that taxpayer dollars are used judiciously, and the people who do not do that are held accountable. Can you talk about some of the work that the division has been doing and how the funding will allow DOJ to continue protecting Americans and their hard-earned tax dollars?
More cops More cops.
Yes, so we asked for $30 million because we need lawyers to help build this new
lawyers.
division up. And what we've done already, and you've seen it in the news in Minnesota and other locations, really everywhere. Minnesota's been a focus, but in every state, the National Fraud Division has an AUSA assigned to that division now. And their goal is very simple, to find criminals who are stealing from the government. That's it. And so that comes in the area of...
How do I know you're a bottom dweller knuckle dragger? Because it's not left versus right, you moron. It's us versus them, but you're the sheep who's brainwashed because you're on the right. Or no, I'm on the left. No, I'm over here. I'm pitted against each other. In the meanwhile, the billionaires are taking everything.
Healthcare, but it comes in a lot of different places. And I expect that everybody in this body will be very satisfied with the work when I come back next time, because
Excellent.
It's doing great work.
Americans
What's wrong with this face?
are sick of people not being held accountable, so we hope that we see some people actually prosecuted for these crimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For what crimes? For the war on drugs that empowers the central government and the DEA? That's what it's for. We wouldn't have drug cartels in Mexico if there wasn't a war on drugs. It's all set up. It's all a scam.
Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Murray, do you want to jump in first? Okay. Thank you, Acting Attorney General. So the budget has a $500 million cut to the COPS grants. Those grants are certainly important to our local law enforcement, for staff, for equipment.
Boy, they all are cop suckers, every one of them.
Investigations.
We need more money for
cops. Is there any
cops.
particular reason that you think the police departments need less money now than they did before? And would you be supportive if we advocate for more funding rather than less?
So,
more money for cops.
Local law enforcement needs all the money we can get them. I agree with that very much. And whether I would be supportive of more money that you all come together for local law enforcement. Yes, I will. I mean, look,
more money.
Thank you. I appreciate
more money for cops.
That.
Sure.
There is a bill called the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act that senators on both sides of the aisle supported, including Senators Tuberville and Cornyn. And this is about the troubled teen industry, where there are basically all kinds of fairly unregulated, without oversight, companies that say, hey, you send your teen to us and we'll get them on the right path. This institutional care often results in institutional abuse.
Yes. Finally, someone said the truth.
What we did when we passed and funded that bill, because we had both authorized it and then we funded it, was to have the National Academies of Science study. Because there's 50,000 kids that are in these institutional settings each year. They're often taken away in the middle of the night under arrangements with the parents. The parents think they're sending their kids to get help, but often they're sending their kids into abuse. Will you take a look at this issue and just kind of track the national academies as they proceed to study this? And if there are ways that we can reduce abuse, help us find that path.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. To follow up, you noted that it would be up to the 5 commissioners that you appoint to determine whether there are any guidelines. Will you encourage the folks that you select to ensure that folks who were convicted of violent acts against police officers do not get compensation from this fund?
Well, I expect they will. They don't have the option of establishing guidelines. The commissioners will establish guidelines. And so,
right, but he's in charge of establishing the guidelines for the commissioners. He sets the rules.
Will you encourage them to have a guideline that says those who have been convicted of violent acts against police officers are not eligible?
I will definitely encourage the commissioner.
I'll definitely encourage, but he would never set a rule. So they're not really cop suckers. They're money suckers.
To take everything into account when determining who should get compensation.
But why not this specific issue of violent acts, convicted of violent acts against police officers? Do you feel they should get compensation after being convicted
and this is a Democrat, by the way. Merkley from Oregon, he's a Democrat.
Violent acts?
My feelings don't matter, Senator, in my mind. My mind is not limited.
My feelings don't matter. I set the commission and I set the commissioners, but my feelings don't matter on this.
To say this, yes, I will commit to this or that. What I will commit to is making sure that the commissioners are effectively doing their jobs, and that includes setting guidelines like you're describing.
Okay, I'm disappointed that you feel it's acceptable that those who are convicted of violently assaulting.
Definitely did not say that. I didn't say I found it acceptable, Senator.
Will you agree to encourage those commissioners to set a guideline that compensation will not go to individuals who are convicted of assaulting police officers?
Who were convicted.
A yes would answer my question.
Who were convicted.
Or no.
A yes will not answer that question. I mean, you're asking whether I will encourage. I don't think that's a fair word. I don't think it's the Attorney General's job to encourage commissioners to do or not do anything.
Okay. Well, we'll move on, but I will say that you have complete power over who you appoint, so you have
no violence to cops. Nobody hates cops more than I do. And I don't hate the cops. I hate the policies, procedure, and protocols. Both things can be true at the same time. You ready for this? There are no good cops. And not all cops are bad people. Both can be true at the same time. There are no good cops. But there are some cops who are not bad people. Right? Because with these policies, procedures, and protocols, if you follow them, then you can't be good. You're brutal, inhumane, and barbaric.
Have huge influence. You are going to be evaluating the inclinations and attitudes of those who will serve. And certainly this looks extraordinary. You described it as parallel to a fund set up to compensate Native Americans who were discriminated against in the agricultural world. It's not parallel at all. President Obama did not sue his own Department of Justice. He did not have a judge saying that Williams had, how did she put it? Kathleen Williams, the judge handling the lawsuit, dismissed the case and in her filing admonished the government agency, notably the Justice Department, for not being transparent about the settlement deal. Williams previously assigned a group of attorneys to determine whether there was a conflict of case, since as sitting President, Trump was suing entities, quote, entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. This type of conflict of interest is not at all involved in the fund set up to compensate those who are discriminated against in the agricultural realm. I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI
what is he talking about? Can anybody tell me? What's the Epstein investigation about? Put it in the chat real quick. I'll wait a second. Isn't the Epstein investigation about investigating the names at the top of those emails that this Justice Department blanked out? Didn't Trump run on and say out loud in multiple podcasts that he was going to release the Epstein Files? But now he doesn't understand the question. Let me see if you can understand the question here.
In the agricultural realm. I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
Is the Epstein investigation closed or open? Are you openly investigating the names at the top of the fucking emails that raped children on an island? Yes or no?
You say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI said
he doesn't know.
in last year in July that it had closed the Epstein investigation. So I'm just using their words. Is it open or closed?
I don't believe the FBI said that.
Well, I mean, if you're referring, you're head of the Department of Justice. Is the Epstein investigation open or closed?
But I guess I don't understand what Epstein investigation means. The investigation
well, let me put it
Jeffrey Epstein himself? Yes, he's dead. Any investigation into potential other bad guys will all...
I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry. I've got this ridiculously stupid shit in front of me that we have to point out here. What investigation? That's a good question.
I guess I don't understand what Epstein investigation means.
Well, is there an investigation into the fucking pedophiles that raped kids on an island that we have their emails and you got the videos? Is there an investigation into the rapists? Yes or no?
Let me put it
Jeffrey Epstein himself? Yes, he's dead. Any investigation into potential other bad guys will always be open if we have evidence that supports in any way, shape, or form that we can make a case.
Okay, so Trump said...
So you can't make a case with the emails with their names on them? Did you like the torture video? Don't you think that one could be investigated? Just wondering.
November. This was after the FBI. And it was the FBI words when they said the investigation was closed. But what Trump wrote in November of last year, I'll be asking the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots, the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationships with, and he gave a specific list, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, people at J.P. Morgan, and many other people to determine what was going on.
I want all those people fried. I want Bill Clinton charged with crimes. I want Larry Summers Alan Dershowitz, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. Can I please come to your island for a wild party? I want an investigation done on that man. I want his files seized out of his computer during that time period. All of his emails pulled. I want to know why he was emailing Epstein saying, can I please come to your island? I want to have a party.
Is there a list particularly targeted at Democrats as opposed to being, if you will, blind to party affiliation?
Yes.
Investigations that are being pursued under your direction?
Yes.
Any investigation, no matter...
No. That was a very fucking direct question here, Todd Blanche.
Blind to party affiliation, investigations that are being pursued under your direction.
Are there investigations being pursued under your supervision? Very simple question.
Any investigation, no matter Republican, Democrat, man, woman, old, young, any investigation will be open if the Department of Justice and the FBI have evidence that a crime's been committed. And that doesn't...
What about the names at the top of the emails, dude?
I mean, you're talking about Epstein.
You commit to pursue regardless of political affiliation?
Excuse me, Senator?
Do you commit to pursuing...
Excuse me, do you agree to pursue regardless if it's a Republican or a Democrat? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't give a flying fuck if it's a Republican or a Democrat. You want an investigation, which would then include subpoenaing and seizing records off their computers. If they emailed Epstein, we want to seize their documents. And I don't care if you're the founder of Victoria's Secret or not.
Investigations free.
I don't care if you're Clinton.
Prejudice about
I don't care if you're Bush.
Of course, yes.
Well, you say of course, but this enemy has repeatedly, this president has repeatedly spoken of an enemies list that he wants to go after. And I must say it's one of the symbols of the breakdown of a democratic republic when a president uses his Department of Justice, which you now head, to go after his perceived political enemies. I hope you won't be party to that. Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why what happened during the Biden administration was so disgusting.
Hold on a minute. Biden hid the Epstein files because Bill Clinton's on them. Shocker, right? The Democrats hid the Epstein files for 4 or 5 administrations because Democrats are in them. Trumpster ran on the platform on multiple podcasts that he was going to release the Epstein files. And now he says it's disgusting what the Biden administration did? We're living in today, Jack.
That is completely inappropriate and wrong. There's no comparison to the absolute fair-minded pursuit of justice under the previous administration and this administration's pursuit of an enemies list. Thank you.
Senator Murray.
I believe Senator Fisher was next. Yeah.
It's a dog and pony show, people.
Senator Fisher, so glad of you to join us.
Thank you.
Trying to ingratiate myself with the ranking member of the committee.
No, you didn't see me at the kiddie table. It's fine. So, Mr. Attorney General, welcome. Senator Murkowski brought up to you about the consolidation of the grant programs and also that the budget request is $1.2 billion, a cut to the state and local grants. All right, thank you for clarifying that this consolidation, what its intent is. But I'm still concerned about the impact of funding reductions and what that would have on our state and local law enforcement agencies. So I hope that you will be very cognizant of that as you...
This is Senator Fisher. She's a senator from Nebraska. She's a Republican. Guess how old she is. Put her age in the chat. Don't look it up. Just guess how old this woman is, okay?
Look at the rural and really the under-resourced agencies that are
I will,
there.
Senator. Yes.
Thank you. In 2024, I passed legislation, the Recruit and Retain Act, and that was signed into law. And this authorized law enforcement agencies to use those COPS grants for recruitment and retention activities. It required a study. The study came out, not surprisingly, it identified a relationship between local law enforcement staffing levels and crime rates. More staff leads to lower crime. And the study also found that from 2019 through 2024, resignations and retirements have increased, and that's obviously then a decrease.
If we could only get 700,000 more resignations, that would be great.
Officer staffing. So, Mr. Attorney General, how do you anticipate that DOJ's proposal to consolidate its grant-making components, reducing that funding for that account, how's that going to impact recruitment and retention by those local agencies, and how do you plan to address that?
So we will spend...
They want more cops, people. This woman is 75 years old because you don't vote. Because you're taught by so many of my YouTube brothers and sisters that you shouldn't vote because if voting mattered, they wouldn't let you do it. Let me tell you something. There is a community in New Jersey called Lakewood, New Jersey. It is a completely Zionist, Jewish-run county because they voted all of their Zionist leaders into the school board, into the government. They all voted. But voting is stupid. Got it. Got it.
Tons and tons of grant money on that issue, and not only giving money to
tons and tons of grant money for cops, but none for food.
Locals to get them new bodies.
You can't get your chocolate. Don't get chocolate with your food stamps.
But also overtime and equipment, which all goes to keeping people on the job. More meaningfully, and beyond the grant program itself, we are making law enforcement a very good thing to be part of now. And that was one of the reasons.
We're making law enforcement, we'll pay them enough that they'll be the brown shirts for the elite class as we move into a total police surveillance state with AI. That's what the data centers are for.
That there was a steep decline in a lot of retirements during the time 2019 to 2024 because there was this inappropriate stigma that law enforcement or cops were bad. That's not the case anymore. And so
it's not the case anymore. Put a 1 in the chat if cops suck. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't trust cops. Put a 1 in the chat if you fucking hate cops. There's a stigma that cops are bad, but that's not anymore. Bullshit. We still fucking hate cops. What are you talking about? Because you don't want it to be? 50% of this country no longer hates cops? Are you sure about that?
And beyond the grant program itself, we are making law enforcement a very good thing to be part of now.
No, you're making it lucrative, so they'll do the bidding of the elite class.
That was one of the reasons that there was a steep decline in a lot of retirements during the time 2019 to 2024.
Because why? Because people hate cops, dickhead. It's because of the policies, procedures, and protocols. I don't think all cops are bad people. I think all cops are bad.
Because there was this inappropriate stigma that law enforcement or cops were bad. That's not the case anymore.
Oh, and really? So is that not the case anymore?
Every day we have our Homeland Security Task Forces set up, which is a partnership with state and local law enforcement and sheriffs. They're getting money. They're getting overtime pay. We're thanking them. We're giving them cars. We're giving them vehicles. And so that's what we're going to continue to do.
We're going to continue to pour the money into the cops and cages and bombs and wars, but none for your kids. If your kid wants to go to college, you can sign up to the military where you can go serve Israel.
Reached out to local agencies to see if their recruitment has improved, because I can attest to disappointment by many police departments. OPPD Omaha, for example, did see their numbers really decrease. Have you reached out and have any numbers on what it is now?
Regularly, including last week during Police Week, I met with a lot. It's still a problem. We have not fixed it yet. I mean, look at what happened over the past year with law enforcement officers getting doxxed and having rocks thrown at them, having local leaders.
It is such a lie. It is such a fucking lie. Nobody is targeting cops to hurt and kill them. Does the sun shine on a dog's ass? Once in a great while, it might. But the truth is, nobody wants to fight police and shoot them and kill them. A millionth of a percentage of people actually want to do that. The rest are drunk or on drugs and flailing around as they're getting arrested.
Say to good, hardworking cops, you can't help. So
good, hardworking cops doesn't really fit into my description of them.
Isn't something that we've won yet, but it's a priority to win that fight. And I'll keep on talking to state and local sheriffs and cops and detectives and letting them know that we appreciate them, and not only with our mouth, but with our pocketbooks as well.
Right. Give you more money so you do the bidding of the elite class. Well, let me tell you something. Most of you cops are fucking scum, and that's a fact. Most of you are scumbags, parasites. Are there some good ones? Sure, there's some good ones. But most of you are scumbags who will do any policy, procedure, or protocol that's given to you as long as you get your paycheck. And now they're going to give you more money. It's all about giving cops more money.
Thank you. Last year, the FBI and Homeland Security Investigations announced a new Homeland Security task force based out of Kansas City, Missouri.
A new task force.
And that
a new task force.
A location in Omaha.
Yes.
And focus is obviously combating trafficking of humans and drugs and weapons, money laundering, alien smuggling, homicide, extortion, on and on. We did see members of this task force, they arrested a MS-13 gang leader in Grand Island, Nebraska, in the middle eastern part of the state. The 27 budget request cites the elimination of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force's component and instead requests...
arrest more people for drugs instead of decriminalizing them all, creating space stations for people to use drugs, packing it full of rehabilitation experts, making sure that there's a place they can go and do those drugs. We dispose of their needles. You not just like Portland, Oregon, where drugs are decriminalized, you can do them wherever you want. You'll still get picked up if you're on the street doing drugs, but decriminalize all of them, regulate it, so we no longer have a war with Mexico. It would completely end all of the Mexican cartel gangs that are really DEA-led. If you didn't know that, the DEA is the head of every single drug gang in America and abroad. And they're the biggest drug dealer in the world.
Appropriate.
If you don't believe me, let me ask you a question. Who investigates the DEA?
Be made directly to agencies like DEA and FBI. Can you share how this proposed...
Who investigates the DEA?
Reorganization is still going to ensure strong interagency coordination so that we can see a continued focus on transnational crime threats, and specifically with those local law enforcement agencies. It's very important.
I agree. So look, we dissolved the OCDETF executive office. That is true. But the money that we're asking for, the money that we're going to spend, is exactly like we've been spending for a long time, except for more efficiently. So the HSTF model is built off of the OCDETF model, but with a lot of improvement. Like there was a lot of overlap in OCDETF money that we are now we're being more efficient with. So
what are you talking about, genius? My drug utopia? I don't do drugs, dude. I don't even drink alcohol. What are you talking about, you moron? It's not working locking people up in dungeons and then creating a overall supervision system where they're going to be on probation or parole, more government jobs, more people sitting around guarding people's skin when the people in the dungeon are smarter than the guards. I don't want a drug utopia, you moron. But you don't fix people by arresting them and putting them in cages. Moron, bro.
There is no doubt, as a matter of fact, the opposite is true, that we're spending that same OCDETF type money, we're spending more of it, and we're getting more of it out to the field through the Homeland Security Task Force. And so that's what we're...
The Homeland Security Task Force for more money to arrest people for drugs that doesn't have a single dent on the drug epidemic in America. None. Study the Portugal study. It's 26 years old now. They decriminalized all drugs, created space stations where hard heroin users could do drugs. Then they had people in there for rehabilitation. They now have a 5% drug problem with a recidivation rate that is in the single digits. Ours is 50% or more.
That's the goal.
So is that a line item within your agency, or does it need to be a line item and on appropriations?
So
to make sure that it's covered.
So it's a line item through the appropriations, I believe, although I'll double check that and get back to you if I'm wrong. I will, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fisher, thank you. Now I would like to recognize the Vice Chair of the full committee, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Attorney General, right now, families are paying $4, $5, even $6 or $7 for gas. Inflation is at its highest level in years because of the president's policies. But instead of helping Americans get by, President Trump is literally using their tax dollars to set up a slush fund to enrich his own friends. On Monday, your department settled the president's lawsuit by setting up a fund with $1.8 billion, and you and the president will pick the handful of people who decide how that money gets doled out. So let's be clear. What we're talking about is nothing short of the sitting President of the United States looting from the Treasury for his own gain. Do you seriously think this arrangement is appropriate? The President telling the federal government to settle a case and let him pay billions to the people that he chooses?
What you just described wouldn't be appropriate, and that's absolutely not what happened. And that's not.
No, that's absolutely what is happening. You're creating a slush fund. That's a fact, dude. Don't sit here and piss on me and tell me it's tropical rain. You're lying.
Happening now. So you just set up a series of facts, most of which were not true.
No,
No, it's not. I mean,
the president has set up a slush fund, however you want to
Yes,
say
he
that it got
has.
set up.
Yes.
And he literally will get to choose through his hand-picked appointees who gets paid that fund. That is absurd.
The president did not set up this fund. It's not a slush fund.
Yes, it is.
It's been done many times. We have
Yes,
lots
it is.
of funds.
If it was Biden, it would be a slush fund. If it was Bush, it'd be a slush fund. If it was Obama, it'd be a slush fund. A slush fund is a slush fund is a slush fund. $1.8 billion that you set up the 5 commissioners for as Trump's personal attorney, and then you set the rules of the commission. That's bullshit. And I don't care who the Democrat or Republican is that so many of you are just, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. It's two cheeks on the same asshole, and you're the hole in the middle.
Earlier to Senator Van Hollen, this is not comparable to the case that you cited. A judge was not involved. This is the president versus himself.
They cut the judge out.
Up a fund.
The judge wasn't involved in the distribution in the Keep Siegel case at all. It just wasn't. There was a single commissioner that was set up, not 5. And so when
the judge signed off on that case.
Yes, it was at a much later point in the litigation.
That's
right.
my point. That is all of our point. And I just have to tell you, this is corruption that has never been more blatant or more widespread. What is happening is you write the check, Trump and his cronies cash it, American taxpayers
fund it,
who are already being whacked with high prices, are going to foot the bill. That's what
right.
we are seeing today, and that is what many of us are really, really angry about. So let me move to another topic. This Department of Justice is sending the message that if you're wealthy, if you're powerful, if you are well connected, you won't be held accountable even if you abuse children. You know, it's after Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act and DOJ finally began to release the files, your department exposed survivors' names, their sensitive personal information, and even nude photos, while redacting names of alleged perpetrators of those crimes.
And that's what's happening. Whether you like it or not, put a 1 in the chat if that's what's happening. They released the names of the victims to get them to go into hiding. And meanwhile, they redacted the names of the PDF files. Am I wrong? Put a 1 in the chat if that's correct. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm just delusional over here.
The message that sends is this Department of Justice worked harder to protect the privacy of potential child abusers than the survivors.
Not potential child abusers. It's in the files. They all know what they were doing. There's a picture of 10 of them all gathered around a little girl. Her legs are spread open. She's bleeding. There's a guy with his hand up inside of her with a bunch of arms holding her legs. It's disgusting. I don't give a shit if you're a Republican or a Democrat. I want to see you fucking hung.
Predecessor refused to apologize to those victims, but I want to give you the same opportunity to apologize for the way the department handled the release of these documents. Will you apologize to...
I don't want an apology. I want the fucking documents unredacted. I want to know their fucking names. That's what I want to know.
The survivors.
When the president passed the Epstein Transparency Act, that was the only time, when the president signed the Transparency Act, that was when we were legally allowed to release the files. Prior to the passage of the act, which you all passed, I agree.
That is not the question I'm asking.
It was the question you asked. You asked 5 or 6 questions. I'm answering them in order.
No,
that was one of the questions you asked.
The question I want you to answer is, will you apologize to the victims?
I don't give a shit about an apology.
Whose names,
I don't care.
sensitive personal information, and even nude photos were not...
I don't care about an apology. I want the names redacted. I want them actually investigated with subpoenas and prosecutions. They prosecute everybody federally for conspiracy. Why aren't they trying these guys?
not redacted by your department. Will you apologize
Of course,
to them?
that was, we
Can I
never want to
hear it
release
today?
a single
That
victim's
is what they
name.
are hearing
But can I answer the question, please? Is
I'm
it fair?
asking if you'll apologize.
So I just said yes, but I would like an explanation to be given to that. What this act did is it required us to review over 6 million pieces of paper in a very short period of time. And so 0.001%, we made mistakes, and we owned up to them. And the second that a victim or their lawyer told us that we made a mistake, we pulled that document down, and we put lawyers 24/7 in being responsive to victims and their lawyers to make sure that we fixed every single problem. And so, yes,
I hear
mistakes-
your anger.
I'm not
and
angry. No, I'm not
say-
angry.
I hear
I'm
your
just
anger.
making
What a liar. Put a 1 in the chat if he's lying. You put a lawyer on every one of them. How about investigating the men's names who are on the fucking emails? How about that? Seizing the records for that entire time period, getting their computers. If it was me and I was involved in a pedophile ring, which I'm not, they would take my computer, my phones. They would subpoena my Google. They would go after Proton Mail for anything I had there. They'd go, I mean, put a 1 in the chat if they would go after every single bit of data if I was emailing someone saying, hey, did you like that torture video?
I will
It's
tell you
understood
who's really
that
angry is
we
people who
matter,
have their
that-
nude photos released. I just want to hear you.
problem. And so, yes,
I
mistakes
hear
were-
your anger.
I'm not
and I
angry.
will
No, I'm not
tell-
angry.
I hear
I'm
your
just
anger,
making sure
and I
it's
will tell you
understood
who's really
that
angry is
we
people who have
matter.
their
that
nude photos
We matter? What about the victims, you asshole?
released.
Russell
I
Scarborough.
just want to hear you say I apologize to those victims.
So, as I just said,
No, just say you're sorry.
Of course, any time we release a victim's name that shouldn't be released, we have
Just say you're sorry then.
failed as a Department of Justice. And so we have to do everything that we can to
That's not what she said. She said, would you say you're sorry?
not fail.
Well,
And so
I haven't heard the words I
I'm
apologize.
trying to
sorry.
give you an explanation of what happened. I
I don't want an explanation. I want to hear you apologize to the victims that you screwed over.
really interested in that because you keep
Well,
on cutting
I am,
me
but
off.
I have a few more questions here, and I want to know, and I know that Senator Van Hollen raised
He's not
this,
gonna
but I
apologize.
want to ask, will you personally commit to meeting with the survivors? I have heard from them personally that DOJ refused to meet them, and I'm asking about you. I'm asking about the Justice Department reaching out to them to be heard, not waiting for them to navigate a legal system that has obviously repeatedly failed them so far.
Can I answer?
Yeah, will you reach out to them?
So, as we have said repeatedly, of course, any lawyer, now if a victim has a lawyer, I'm not allowed to reach out to the victim directly, you know that. But any lawyer can reach out to the Department of Justice. They have, and I've met with many victims and their lawyers, as has the FBI, as has the SDNY. We will always meet with victims' counsel. Any victim or their lawyer can come forward to the FBI
with these
at
women,
any time.
and I've met with them, and I know Senator Van Hollen has, and so many other. They are personally so feeling abused again and again by what happened to them originally, and now but what's happening by them. I am saying to you, as a human being, who don't make them navigate a system that is impossible to navigate, that's already abused them. Reach out and ask to meet with them.
You're
That is
asking me
all I'm
to
asking.
call, you want me to personally call the victims? Is that
I
what
can
you're asking
help
me to
you
do?
reach them.
Oh, that would be great. Yes, because we have said
And
from
you
day
will meet
one,
with them if
of
I reach
course,
out to you.
there have been members that have done that. And we immediately reach out to the victims or their lawyers when the lawyers want and make
Why don't you prosecute the men whose name are on the top of the fucking emails, dick face?
They want to do it.
We will follow up on that. Thank you very much.
Let me ask a few questions, and then we'll get to Senator Reid and Senator Peters, and then we'll have a conclusion of the hearing. I want to, oh, yes, and Senator Gillibrand, excuse me for my lack of peripheral vision. We'll make certain, Senator Gillibrand, that you are called on. General, worried about staffing and operational strains at the Bureau of Prisons. This committee, this subcommittee, and our full committee has tried to help in the last...
Did you hear what he's worried about? Did you hear it? Okay, listen. This is a senator from Kansas. Listen.
Worried about staffing and operational strains at the Bureau of Prisons.
Worried about operational and personnel strains at the Bureau of Prisons to lock us up for millions of laws that they've created, for a war on drugs that arrests your brother, your cousin, your lover, your best friend, your mother. And he's concerned about making sure that Core Civic and Geo Group have good morale for the prison guards to put you in a box?
This subcommittee, and our full committee has tried to help in the last several years. And there was money in the reconciliation bill, $5 billion to support recruitment and retention efforts to address the BOP's maintenance backlog. In correctional facilities in Kansas, and we have certainly a major federal and lots of state correctional facilities, but officers, wardens, stakeholders continue to hear concerns about
officers, wardens, and stakeholders. You know how they say they abolished private prisons? Let me inform you guys of something. Every one of them is a private prison. Every jail, every dungeon, every prison, every dungeon in this country is owned by somebody or a corporation. Every one of them is a for-profit center that they have mandatory minimums of people who have to be in beds. And what he just say? Don't mistake what he just said.
In Kansas, and we have certainly a major federal and lots of state correctional facilities, but officers, wardens, stakeholders continue.
Officers, wardens, and stakeholders. Those are people getting paid off you going to a dungeon.
To hear concerns about staffing shortages, aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, officer retention, long-term strain placed on both personnel and inmates. What
long-term strain on inmates? Locking somebody in a concrete box ruins people, and they can't get better. Often they can't recover.
What can you tell me about this budget request, and can you help me understand the circumstances you see at the Bureau of Prisons in this regard?
So thank you, Senator. We were given a broken agency when we took over. Not enough money, morale was very low, and many of the prisons needed serious repairs. And so the president's budget this year tries to rectify a lot of that, as did the big, beautiful bill. The vacancy rate is still 20% for corrections officers. I talked about this earlier. That has to do with retention. It has to do with how much.
Senator Moran from Kansas, his background is that he has a Juris Doctorate from Kansas School of Law in 1982. He worked as a bank attorney and partner at a private law firm. He served in the Kansas Senate from 1989 to 1997.
We're paying them and creating an environment at the BOP that they want to work at. And so that's something we have to work on. We have some of the investments we want to make, $450 million to attack the vacancy rate and start paying some.
$450 million to attack the vacancy rate. Because the private prisons, all of them are, they have to have a mandatory minimum human beings in dungeons. And so they need $450 million to pay off Core Civic and Geo Group. But wait, there's more.
Correction officers more. And then also a lot of money to make repairs. And so these are just safety repairs, but also structural repairs at prisons so that, again, it makes sure our inmates are protected and are safe. And that we're safe from them, and also creates an environment that's safe for the staff and the corrections officers that are working there. And so it's a big number, but it's extraordinarily important.
As recently as yesterday, General, I continued to hear from state and local law enforcement agencies about their desire and therefore the demand for training.
More money for training. But let me give you a little bit of statistics here, okay? This pig right here, he's funded by Geo Group. He's funded by Core Civic. He got at least $18,000 in his last election. Pretty cheap considering how much millions of dollars are going to Core Civic and Geo Group. He was funded to $18,000 by Geo Group and Core Civic. These funds generally flow through the corporation's Political Action Committee. Leavenworth Ice Facility in Kansas. Core Civic has been pushing to reopen a dormant federal detention center in Leavenworth to hold up to 1,000 illegal immigrants. Those are for you and me, people. As soon as the AI kicks in and really starts to ticket us for everything. This guy's bought and paid for by Core Civic and Geo Group.
Drones and counter UAS systems. Kansas City is a FIFA site. Yep. But that demand is significant. And can you tell me how the department is working with the FBI to address this issue. And I think FIFA is a significant component of it. But with the prevalence of UAVs, I think it's just a broadly an issue that needs to be broadly addressed.
Yes, so we're training, the FBI is training a ton of state and locals every day, and we're on the clock because of FIFA, but we're also doing it beyond FIFA because the UASs, the drones are a big problem in every single state in this country. And so we have ATF also, that a certain portion of ATF also helps with the training as well at the FBI facility.
Remember, more money for training means more money for cops.
And we're going to continue to do that, meaning we're going to continue to offer and provide training to state and locals. We're also asking for money in our budget to help shore that up a little bit so that...
More money for cops.
So that we can continue to not only offer training, but have a defense to the UAS.
I would suggest that the FBI training center is over capacity, needs more officers and capabilities. And if the Department of Justice is interested in pursuing that, I'd be interested in trying to be helpful.
I'm interested in working with you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Grant
Of course, more money for cops.
I think things are getting better, but the Department of Justice, particularly in its grants to local law enforcement, it's been a really slow process this year in getting the money out the door. Congress shut down. The list is long for reasons that could be the case, but I want to give you the opportunity to tell me that you are now positioned to see that local law enforcement in particular, but grants in general, and those grants exceed just local law enforcement. It's other community grants, mentoring grants. I want to make sure that you believe you're now positioned in terms of staffing and administrative abilities to make that process work better.
We are working on that, and you're right. It's been slow. We now have all the 25s out except
Makes
for maybe
me wanna
one.
vomit.
We're starting on 26 now.
One program or one grant?
One grant.
One grant.
I could be off a couple of grants, but
Makes me
we're
wanna puke.
mostly finished with that process. You're right. It didn't. We didn't get the number from you guys till January, late January, so we had a late start. And
one of them was Donald Trump, IRS contractor in the 2020 by the IRS contractor in the
get money out. Bid it on.
Thank you, Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, how many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach?
How many taxpayers? Excuse me.
How many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach?
So I don't know. The 2020 breach was Doge.
The exact amount, but a lot.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 2020 was not Doge. I apologize.
405,427. One of them was Donald Trump. Correct? One of them was Donald Trump, correct?
One of them was Donald Trump and his family or others, correct.
Right.
So just to give you a little bit of background, this is Senator Reid from Providence, Rhode Island. He graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point in 1971. He has earned a master's degree in public policy from Harvard Kennedy School and a Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School. He entered into Rhode Island State Senate in 1985. He's been in government now for 40 years. 30? 26? Yeah, 40 years. He's been in government for 40 years. He's the Armed Services Leader, serves as the ranking member of the Service Armed Committee, of the Senate Armed Committee. He holds senior assignments on the Senate Committee for Appropriations and Banking, Housing and Urban Affairs. He's up for re-election in 2026. I'm not sure how old he is. I'll tell you in a second.
And Donald Trump was president at the time.
Correct.
So it was his IRS department that allowed this breach of privacy, correct?
Well, it was a criminal who worked in the IRS, yes.
It was a criminal because he leaked Donald Trump's tax records. That makes him a criminal. Are you sure about that? I don't know about that.
He was hired under Trump's administration. This is one of the Trump.
Well, there was a criminal breach that led to this, yes.
Very good. How many of these 400,000 people have received monetary reimbursement for the breach?
I don't think any have, including the president.
No, they haven't. But you've authorized the president. Do you agree the president should have reimbursement, correct?
No, we settled the case. No, there's no reimbursement to President Trump.
Well,
okay.
He
that's
filed
interesting.
a Senator, but
So President Trump, you're going to assure us President Trump and his family will get no proceeds from this?
Correct. He will not.
He will not get. His family will not get.
Correct.
And who will direct the distribution of these? Who gets the money?
From the victims fund?
Yeah.
Well, there'll be a commission of 5 individuals that will be set up, and they will take in requests and claims and decide whether to do anything from mission of policy.
Who will name the commissioners?
I will. Or the Attorney General, whoever the Attorney General is.
The Attorney General. Okay.
Sorry, just to correct. And one of them will be done in consultation with leadership of this body.
Consultation. Well, that's good. But when he first announced this suit on January 30th, he said, I think what we'll do is something for charity, where I'll give the money to charity. I'm talking about the American Cancer Society. I would say established and respected charities. Will you fulfill the president's wish that it goes to respected charities?
I'm aware that he put that in or said that, but that's not ultimately what the settlement calls for.
Well, the settlement was negotiated between his lawyers and the Department of Justice, correct?
Correct.
So his lawyers did not urge that they adopt the president's vision of giving it to a respectable charity?
I am confident his lawyers urged the president's desires. Obviously,
so just so you know, every charity has a board of directors. All the board of directors get paid. Look at Oprah's charity, multi-million-dollar member of boards that are all her friends.
A charity.
A lot of charities are scams. You want to help somebody? Feed a guy on the streets. That helps somebody.
The order that you signed...
And I despise homelessness, but I still have bottles of water to give out to people who are thirsty on the street.
Yesterday states that the government pay this settlement if the Secretary of Treasury has certified the payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a coincidence that the General Counsel of the Department of Treasury resigned yesterday?
I don't know if it's a coincidence.
No. Have you looked or checked?
Have I checked?
Yeah.
I have not. As to why he resigned?
It just seems to be very coincidental that a high-ranking member of the Department of Treasury, Senate confirmed, would resign the day that the Treasury Department was required essentially to certify these payments.
Well, I believe the IRS signed the settlement agreement as well. But yes, but I can't speak to why he resigned, Senator.
Well, this all seems to be an obvious abuse of power by the Department of Justice, by the president. He negotiated essentially with himself. You're his appointee.
Yep.
The IRS are his appointees.
Yep.
He's the plaintiff.
Yes.
And the American people, I don't think, are surprised that suddenly all this money is going to his friends or people that he, in his orbit. Will you ensure that none of this money goes to anyone convicted on the January 6th attack on the Congress?
Well, the commissioners will determine who is eligible to receive the money.
And who are the commissioners?
They're not named yet.
Who will name them?
He will.
I will. Or the Attorney General will. It's not me.
So, with the suggestion of the President of the United States?
Excuse me?
With the suggestion of the President of the United States, your boss.
I do not make suggestions. I will.
No.
He said that Trump is going to suggest
suggestions to you.
I have no idea if we will or not.
All the commissioners get $200,000 a year minimum. Yeah.
I really don't. I have no idea if he will or not.
Yes, he will.
I would be shocked if he didn't tell you exactly who to put on. And
Yes.
I'd be more shocked if
Yes.
you did not put them
Put
on.
a one in the chat, even if you're a Trumper. Put a one in the chat if Trump is going to pick the commissioners and tell this fucking stool pigeon what to do. Because this guy's a total puppet. He's a total fraud.
This is a travesty of the law in the United States, of
Yes.
the Constitution.
Yes,
you
is.
had an opportunity to go down and talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a few days later, she was transferred from a high-security prison to a very comfortable...
I mean, that's
very comfortable.
It's just not true. She was not in a high-security prison. She was transferred from a low-security prison to a low-security prison. I mean, you're looking at me like that's verifiable.
Well,
I'd sneeze.
I don't think at the other prison she had her own room. She had access to a private shower.
And a dog.
She could have pet therapy.
Pet therapy, the dog.
I don't know if any of that is true. I'm not disagreeing with you.
It is true, and you should know it, Mr. Attorney.
I should know that?
You
whether,
should. Yes.
Whether an inmate has access to her own shower?
I don't know.
Yes, you should. You're the acting attorney general over the most heinous crime in American history that the Epstein Files loop into 9/11. They loop into JFK. They loop into, what are you talking about? They loop into a pedophile ring, a global pedophile ring. You should know if one of the ringleaders of that has a private fucking shower, dude.
This is a person of extra special interest to the President of the United States. He's known her.
To remain silent.
Why did he send you down to talk to her?
He didn't send me. I went. What do you mean? You think President Trump called and asked me to go interview a witness in federal prison?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do think that happened.
Down to talk to her.
He didn't send me. I went. What do you mean? You think President Trump called and asked me to go interview a witness in federal prison? Honestly?
Yes, I do, frankly.
Yes.
Well,
because you know why?
I didn't.
Put a one in the chat if you think that Trump called his personal lawyer and said, go down there and make sure that a client confidential privilege, and you tell her not to say my fucking name. Or you say what she said out loud, even if she didn't say it. Put a one in the chat if you think that's exactly what happened.
The deal was in. He needed
Clinton would have done the same thing.
He needed somebody to rely upon to talk to her and say, what would she say if she was asked about Jeffrey Epstein? And you were the perfect choice. And you went down there, and suddenly, shazam, she's out of what is a more confining situation into a much more relaxed federal prison.
Every word that I asked her is recorded and available to you to review. If there's criticisms of the question that I asked her, go ahead and make them. But
you want to put a one in the chat, right? You want to put a one in the chat. You want to hit the like button, don't you? You want to hit the subscribe button, right? Because the question can be worded any way you want. You want to hit that subscribe button, don't you? Don't you want to hit that subscribe button, don't you?
President did not have anything to do with my choice to go interview Ms. Maxwell. If I wouldn't have went and a career would have went, you would have said, why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know whether she has access to her own shower.
Yes.
So I did go.
Everyone in the United States who reads the newspapers know that. I guess you don't, read things like that. This whole hearing, I think, is exposing something, which is, to me, very frightening. You're a very gifted lawyer. But from my perspective, you're a scumbag. Very little faith.
You're a scumbag.
To the Constitution and the people of America, and you're the president's consigliere.
Your perspective is completely wrong, Senator. Respectfully.
I think the facts will prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, last May, my staff at Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee released a report documenting that the inspectors general that President Trump fired had collectively uncovered billions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse.
Oh, there it is. Fraud, waste, and abuse. And all of us are supposed to be mad. But forget about the multiple billions we send to Israel. Forget about the multiple billions we spend on Ukraine. Forget about the 40 billion that we sent to Argentina. Forget about Doge coming in and being totally fake. Waste, fraud, and abuse. And it's supposed to make you mad. We can't give people food stamps who need food. We need to spend that on cops, cages, bombs, and wars. It's a scam, folks.
See IGs and believe that they're incredibly important to hold government accountable,
It's a
which
scam.
needs to be done so that American people have trust and confidence in the work that we do here.
We don't have trust and
confidence.
confidence.
Quite, I thought, striking. The study showed that for every dollar that we spend on IGs, it's been estimated the return on that investment is roughly 18 times what we put into the IGs. But despite the administration's purported focus on fraud, your department, FY27 request, would actually cut these IGs, their budget, by nearly a third. These are folks that have an 18-to-1 return on investment. Prior to being in public service, I spent 20 plus years in the investment business. If I told investors, this is an investment I'd like you to make and you're going to have an 18-to-1 return, they would jump out of their chair in excitement and say, absolutely. How much money can I put in to get an 18-to-1 return? So while the request, and this happens while you're requesting an increase for your overall agency through the reconciliation. So you're going to be gaining additional funding, which I would argue requires oversight as you get additional funding. That happens every government agency, not just yours. And to have a massive cut of IGs with an 18-to-1 ROI, why was that decision made, and how do you intend to have robust oversight of the department when you're cutting the folks who are responsible for that and have a brilliant track record of doing that with every administration, Democratic or Republican, before you?
So I agree the IGs are extraordinarily important. The budget that was proposed, it was developed consulting with the IGs. And so this is a budget that OMB and DOJ worked with the IG's office to come up with, and this was an agreed upon budget from them. So while not, just because you're not giving more money and you're even taking away money doesn't mean the conclusion you reach is accurate, which is that it's going to result in less work or...
Stay in my lane. I'm running for office. What are you talking about? This is my lane.
Less return on our investment. I just don't think that's true.
Well, that makes no sense, of course. If you have 1/3 fewer folks working, granted, maybe they're incredibly more productive, but it's really clear with an 18-to-1 return, investing as your budget is growing, you're going to have that kind of return, and it makes no sense to do that. Why? There's no financial sense to do it. So is there another reason you just don't want IGs on the job?
As I just said, the IGs themselves work with OMB and DOJ to develop this budget in a way that made them feel that they could get their job done.
So it wasn't like, we've got a budget for it, you can either take this or you're going to get a lot less.
I wasn't part of the conversation, but I assure you it was
I can't imagine IGs are going to say, okay, we want fewer of us even though we have an 18-to-1 return, and we're the guardian to make sure that people can trust what happens in federal government. And it makes no sense to me to have that cut. And I think it speaks volumes of what this administration is really focused on, and it's not about reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. You don't do that by decimating the IG Corps. You certainly saw him fire a number of IGs earlier and have serious concerns. Mr. Blanche, the president also signed an...
So just so you guys know, this is Senator Gary Peters from Michigan. He graduated from Alma College in 1980. He was a Navy reservist at age 34 and spent a decade in the U.S. Navy. He worked 22 years in the financial sector as an investment advisor and financial manager. He climbed to the ranks of vice president at Merrill Lynch, started his political career at Rochester City Council in 1991, 2 terms in the Michigan State Senate before he became a U.S. Senator. Now he's been a 3-term senator from Michigan, and he was elected to the Senate in 2014, and he's a Democrat. A little bit of background on him.
Executive order on March 31 directing the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Postal Service to take a series of actions related to federal elections, including the creation of a federal citizenship list and new rules on mail ballot distribution. That order is rightly being challenged in federal court, as these are state functions. But recent reporting indicated that the implementation of that order is being coordinated through the White House meetings involving senior Department of Justice leadership, including Assistant Attorney General Harmet Dillon. So my question for you, sir, is what is the department's role in implementing the March 31st executive order?
Well, I want to be careful because it is under litigation, but it's as you just described. It's working with other agencies within the administration to implement the goals, which I think are appropriate goals, to make sure that we have free and fair elections, to make sure that those are implemented, whether it's DOJ that needs to implement them or some other federal agency.
Well, you have other agencies. The same reporting identified the official leading the Department of Homeland Security's work, as you said, you're all working together on this, who now serves as the DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity. Her name is Heather Honey, who is in that position. Ms. Honey's prior claims were central to the effect to challenge the 2020 election results. Claims, as you know, have been widely disproven. It's not true, none of this stuff. She's a key player there. So my question for you, sir, is the department taking policy direction, either formally or informally? You say they are from your previous answer. but from an official whose prior work was built on disproven claims about a prior federal election?
Our policy direction comes from President Trump and his leadership team. So I know the person you're speaking about. She's part of DHS and certainly in meetings that we have about election integrity. But as far as whether myself or Harmeet Dillon take policy directions, we take them from the president.
So, interesting. A person who was part of these widely disproven false allegations, and a president who, of course, subscribes to that as well. So that's what you're telling me. That's what's driving this effort by the federal government to basically take powers that the Constitution reserves for our states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, General Blanche.
Thank you.
General Blanche, last week I took this topic up with Director Patel. I'd like to revisit it with you. That has to do with the work that's taking place in various jurisdictions across the country to make them more safe. And I want to commend the department for the work on Memphis Safe.
The work that's taking place that's making the country more safe and more of a police state.
The task force there has resulted in a 43% decrease in violent crime since the operation commenced. I think it's a shining example of what happens when you have state and local governments cooperating with the federal government and the dramatic improvements that we've seen in violence.
Well, take a look at him. His last name is Haggerty. He's a hag because young people refuse to vote and boomers are voting and Jews are voting, but you're not voting. And then you're mad about the outcome.
Violent crime.
Yeah, it's not live vision.
It's all
fake. It's all AI.
Are really very much appreciated.
I'm not even real. I'm AI. That's why actually my fingers should be coming in and out of existence.
I just wanted to ask you to take a few minutes and walk us through the whole of government approach that you've taken and how that's been.
Gio, it does matter if you vote. I know that a lot of my friends online say don't vote. It's wrong. Vote. It does matter. The Jews are voting their people in.
And from that, what lessons we might learn that could be applied to other jurisdictions.
Thank you, Senator. Yes. In your state, the Memphis Task Force is one of the shining stars of law enforcement over the past year, also D.C. as well. And the way that it works is that we no longer care about stats within an agency, the FBI, DEA, Marshals, HSI, state and local. It's just one government, and it's a one government approach. So what happened?
Wow. A national police force, what they've always wanted.
In Memphis, and what should happen in every city in this country, is every day law enforcement gets together in a room and they decide who they're going to go out and get that day, whether it's someone wanted for murder, rape, any other burglary, whether it's just somebody who has a warrant out for their arrest. And then they focus on doing it, and they do it if they need a
right, but if only 2.4% of Jews are voting and 0.1% of Americans are voting, then it's going to be set up. Look at Lakewood, New Jersey, where the Jews run everything. And I have tons of Jewish friends. I am Sephardic Jew 7 generations ago. I have nothing against Jewish people. I'm against Zionism. I'm against our government working for Israel. My best friends in LA are still Jews. It hasn't changed at all. Not all Jews are bad people. A lot of good Jews. But they're voting. 1/3 of our government is Jewish. Why?
Prosecutor to write a warrant, they go to get the prosecutor to write a warrant. If they need a state DA to help because it's a state charge, they get the state DA's office. And what you saw, you just described the reduction in crime. But you have streets in Memphis now that were unwalkable 6 months ago, and that now there was a few new restaurants opening, I heard last week. And that's complete success. I wish we could do what we were able to do in Memphis in every city in this country.
Could we stay on that for just a moment? Because
yes.
I understand that there are other jurisdictions in the United States that are refusing to cooperate. Is there anything that we could do, any tool that we could provide to help you with this, with these non-compliant jurisdictions?
Look, I think one thing we can do is just keep on showing the American people what it looks like when you do it right, and hopefully these local politicians that are doing it wrong will be shamed into doing it right. We also are in many cases filing lawsuits against some of these cities where they're actually violating the Constitution and violating federal law in the way that they're treating federal law enforcement and the work that federal law enforcement is.
No, that's Gestapo. That's masked secret police that we don't want.
But all I can do as the acting attorney general is offer everybody that we will work as hard as we can with our law enforcement to work with the state and locals to combat crime.
Thank you.
And that's what President Trump ordered me to do, and that's what I will continue to do.
Well, thank you for that.
Well, let me tell you about Haggerty here. So he's the first-term senator from Tennessee. He was born in 1959. He went to Vanderbilt University, got a degree in economics in 1981. He spent 7 years at the Boston Consulting Group, including a 3-year stint in Tokyo. He later worked as a venture capitalist and private equity investor. So he's all for the hedge funds and the big business to have all the benefits. Took leave from his business to serve as the commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Economics in 2011 to 2014. He was appointed by Donald Trump to serve to ambassador of Japan from 2017 or 2019. He resigned his post to launch his successful bid for the Senate in 2020. He's up for re-election in 2026, and he's going to try to be a 2-term senator here.
Then I would just like to show my colleagues I get a daily report on the results of what's happening in Memphis from your team and many others, and it's quite impressive. The accountability makes a real difference. I'd like to turn to another issue, though, one that's deeply concerning. I think it is concerning to me. It should be concerning to every American, and that's bringing to light what happened under the previous administration, the Biden Department of Justice.
Right, it's Biden's fault that we're living in a pedophile oligarchy, warmongering, fighting for Israel government. Got it.
When they weaponized the extraordinary powers of your department with Arctic frost. If you think about it, they used this Arctic frost to persecute the president and also go after his closest allies, including me. And you know, I was shocked to find out last year that under President Biden, the DOJ had secretly obtained my phone records from Verizon. And even though Verizon was obligated to let me know that, they chose not to.
Right. Like the FISA warrants that Trump just pushed through so they could spy on all of us without a warrant. He didn't like it. He didn't like that he wasn't informed, but he voted that FISA warrants could be expanded to every citizen in America. He didn't like it at all, but for you, it's fine.
And when I brought the problem to Verizon's attention, all they've done is tried to stonewall me. And we've brought it before the FCC in the form of a complaint. Again, Verizon simply continues to stonewall. And if I think about what Verizon with the Biden DOJ did, they specifically chose to ignore the fact that nothing can or should stop a phone provider from notifying a member of Congress when their constitutional rights are being violated, as mine were violated.
Wait, but what about us? What about our phone records? What about a Pfizer against us? What about that? I'm just not sure here. And just so you know, Haggerty is one of the main recipients of the super PAC that's funded by Core Civic and Geo Group. This guy right here. He serves as a prominent member of the powerful Senate Appropriations Committee, which writes the federal budget. He funds detention centers or dungeons on the Appropriations Committee. Private prison contractors and lobbies received a multi-billion-dollar infusement of cash, and Haggerty was the leading Republican voice on it. Local incarceration infrastructure. Core Civic operates a number of private prisons throughout Tennessee, and the state senator Haggerty is positioned as a key defender of Core Civic and Geo Group building private prisons all through Tennessee.
Violated. It turns out that Verizon's chief legal officer, Vandana Venkatesh, used to work for Henry Waxman, one of the most partisan players up here.
Oh, like you?
And she is
Wait, like you? Aren't you one of the most partisan? Aren't you the guy that divides us? Because there's a bunch of people in the chat right now who are like, oh, the Democrats, oh, the Republicans. Bro, it's the same bird. Two wings of the same bird.
Counsel. Yeah, I'm seriously concerned, at least, that Ms. Venkatesh and Verizon may have collaborated with their friends at the Biden DOJ. They never told me or my colleagues about it because they might have been worried that the truth would come out. They might have been worried that that would endanger their plans to make a $20 billion acquisition of Frontier Communications. It's contemptible, it's damning, but I think there may have been a real reason there. I want justice to be done here, and I really would appreciate your help getting to the bottom of it. So here's
You do not. You only care that your records were taken. You voted for the FISA warrantless searches of us, you piece of shit fraud.
question. Can I get your commitment that the DOJ will work with me and my colleagues, Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson, in bringing full accountability to this abuse of power?
Right, like the FISA warrantless searches on citizens?
Absolutely.
Blue kitty
and
litter.
obviously, Senator, one way we do that is by the work we're doing to make sure you all get your oversight responsibilities as much as you deserve, to get the materials that
I mean, put a one in the chat if this guy looks like shit.
Reviewing and collecting.
I mean, take a look at him. His face is all effed up. His eyes are black. He's got something wrong with his nose. His face is multicolored. What's wrong with him?
But then also in proactively the work that we're doing.
Look at his, what happened to him? What's wrong with him? He looks like a monster.
Make sure that what happened never happened again. I mean, understand that there are times when we subpoena phone records, we do not want the bad guys to know that we did.
The bad guys are you and me. We're the bad guys according to this piece of shit statist.
Because we're still investigating. But the idea that could be done to a United States senator and that it would be okay.
Oh, but the idea that it would happen to one of the elitists, they can search your records and do private secret investigations on you. But if it would happen to a senator, oh no, pull out all the stops.
For a prosecutor to just do it, not even a scintilla of evidence anybody did anything wrong, and then not provide notice.
Right, senators don't lie, cheat, and steal.
Is in some ways the worst form of abuse by the Department of Justice.
Well, in fact, there's a constitutional ban, and I think a first-year law student should know that. You know, when AT&T was requested to provide the same records.
He's only worried about himself. What about the FISA warrants that he just voted for?
They saw the constitutional problem. They stopped. Verizon.
So all my Republican friends in the crowd, do you hear this? They can do private investigations into you, but if he gets it done to him, I can't believe my phone company didn't even tell me.
Handing over my records and those of other my colleagues. And I just asked myself, what was the purpose? What was the motivation for them to violate my constitutional rights?
What's the purpose of them surveilling and monitoring all my text messages on Instagram or Signal or WhatsApp or reading everything on my emails? What the fuck is that about? But if it happened to you, then oh my God, do I have your commitment to investigate this?
Was it because they wanted to make friends with the FCC, maybe Ms. Venkatesh, to get an appointment sometime later? I don't know. Was it because of this frontier acquisition that they had in mind? I don't know. But we need to get to the bottom of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We need to get to the bottom of warrantless surveillance as long as it's just not done to senators. You can do warrantless surveillance all you want as long as it's not done to senators.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, Acting Attorney General, for being here.
Thank you.
I've listened to your testimony today, and I have a concern about your focus. New York City was the site of the last major terrorist attack against the United States at 9/11. We benefit greatly from what you've mentioned, this whole of government approach, where we integrate CIA, NSA, DOD, FBI, DOJ.
That comes from the 1994 crime bill written by Joe Biden and signed into law by Bill Clinton, and that's called Operation Relentless Pursuit. I can't remember the section of the 1994 crime bill that it is. I want to say 1060, but don't quote me on that. But you can look up Operation Relentless Pursuit when they use that 1994 crime bill to combine all three-letter agencies. And that's what she just said. Oh, this is a great thing. No, it's not. We don't want a national police force.
All mentioned this whole of government approach.
Whole of government approach to investigate you without a warrant.
Where we integrate CIA, NSA, DOD, FBI, DOJ, all integrated seamlessly, NYPD, to keep our city safe.
Oh, is that right? Are we being kept safer now? I don't think so.
It's one of the biggest cities in the country. It's one of the most dynamic cities in the country, and our public safety is paramount. But I've looked at your record, and I am deeply concerned.
Public safety is paramount. We need more cops. We need more cages.
that you are not using this whole of government approach, because I see you slashing programs left and right that we know work for all sorts of things, from drugs to gun trafficking to community policing to cops program, slashing so many programs that I know work. So I want to take you through them and hear from you why.
Programs that she knows work because they're not investigating her. Because her brother's not under the gun, your brother is.
Your focus isn't where New York City and the state and the country need you to be, which is our public safety. So first of all, do you think that China, Iran, Russia
You're more likely to go to jail here than you are in China, Russia, and Iran combined. More likely to be kidnapped off the streets in Tennessee than you are in Kuwait, in Dubai, in Afghanistan. You're more likely to be arrested here.
not to do us harm and would undermine our elections?
Yes.
Why did you delete the whole department then that is supposed to protect against the undermining of our elections?
We spend a ton of time, a ton of money, a ton of man hours, a ton of resources on that very issue.
Yeah, but you canceled the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force.
That's a task force. That's literally just a...
The Foreign Influence Task Force would then have to investigate Israel.
It was
the task force.
No.
He canceled the foreign... Listen.
Resources on...
It's supposed to protect against the undermining of our elections.
We spend a ton of time, a ton of money, a ton of man hours, a ton of resources on that very issue.
Yeah, but you canceled the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force.
The Foreign Influence Task Force. You know, $250 million came from Miriam Adelson, who is a Jew, and she wants the Jewish country represented of Israel. That's what she wants. And they canceled that task force to investigate foreign interference into our elections.
That's a task force. That's literally just a group.
It was
what a task force is. That's not getting rid of anything.
I was here in 2016. I know what happened. And after that, we did a whole of government...
So maybe she's been there too long?
Approach.
Yes.
We put experts in at CISA. We put experts in at the FBI, and we put experts in at the Department of Defense. Together, whole of government approach, they went state by state by state to make sure that our electoral infrastructure was sound. However, your department and this administration has aggressively fired all the people that were put in charge of this. So they were the people at the FBI in charge of it. So why have you dismissed those operations?
Where that failed, there were no state and local involved. It was all just a bunch of federal people, mostly out of Washington, D.C., okay? And the FBI agents were...
Right, they're evil. Everybody in D.C. is evil.
Washington, D.C., the way they were agents, not around the country where we needed them. So the way that we're addressing it by closing down that task force is by having HSTF set up in every single, including in New York City. Every single agency, every single state now has a HSTF, and that is one of their main focuses. And it does work with state and local.
I want a complete report on this because I don't have confidence that you are doing what needs to be done, because if all
but put a 1 in the chat if they could never lie on their report. They could never submit a report to Congress that's full of lies, could they?
300, 400 expert people that were in our previous administrations, multiple administrations, Democrat and Republican administrations, if none of them are good and you're starting over from scratch, that doesn't sound like the recipe for success.
I didn't say none of them were good. That's not what I said.
Well, they've all been dismissed, and they've all been fired in all 3 areas.
That's not true. They have not all been dismissed.
We fired the people from DOD. We fired the people from CISA. We fired the people at the FBI. They were all dismissed.
They were not all dismissed. Many of them are still here.
Ask for a briefing, look into it, and give a report to this committee. Because I'm telling you, if you agree that our adversaries do not have our goodness in mind, they don't have our protected elections in mind.
Yes.
I need laser-like focus on solving this
You're getting
problem.
laser-like focus.
All right, I'd like a report on that. Second issue, gun trafficking.
What are his qualifications to be the Attorney General? That he's a lawyer and he was Trump's personal lawyer?
We have been working so hard as a federal government to stop the flow of illicit guns into our communities, where someone can sell guns out of the backs of their trucks from some criminal gun dealer who's trying to get these guns into the hands of criminals. And we're supposed to get data every year so we can show that our gun trafficking laws are working. These new enhanced laws where police...
All right, you're going to lose. This is where the Democrats lose me, man. You guys know I'm a fierce centrist. I don't want you regulating my fucking gun at all whatsoever. Don't want it. Don't want it. Two words that don't go together, gun and law. They just don't go together. And it doesn't make us safe either. It creates criminals out of people who want firearms.
Police officers can now go cross state lines to do their investigation. Why are you not giving me the data about gun trafficking? I need to know if it's working. I need to know if these cases are being prosecuted, and I can't even get data out of your department.
Well, the cases are being prosecuted. We did.
Will you give me the data so I can assess it?
I don't know what data you're talking about.
The number of weapons that have been seized, the number of cases that are being prosecuted. We keep track of how many weapons have been seized that are trafficked, and I'm waiting from your department over a year to get that data.
To the extent there's data that we're
Will
required
you send it?
to
Okay,
no,
next point.
Okay.
I got like 5 points. I only get 5 minutes. Next point. Community violence intervention grants. You are slashing these community violence intervention grants. They work. We know they work. One of them was to New York for $4.2 million. Slashed. It prevents youth violence. These are programs that are working. Did you analyze whether this program was working before you slashed the funding?
Yes, there's still a ton of funding for those programs.
Not the ones in New York. You just deleted them. Delete. It's shocking.
It wasn't delete. That
okay, well, 4.2 was deleted for the
delete.
Local Initiative Support Corporation that funds.
It's not a deletion. It's just that we're not seeking funding for it through this exact process.
I'm seeking funding for it. I've asked for the money, and we've gotten grants for this, and you've just suspended this grant program.
Listen, honestly, fuck her. She wants to fund more ATF. She wants to fund more gun control. I'm telling you, you can't vote DNR. You got to vote third party. It's ridiculous.
Happy to work with you to make sure we're spending the grant money in the right way.
I don't have any more time, but there's the community-oriented policing grant cuts as well, the COPS funds. This is something our police officers and our community policing development micro grants, they benefit from it. De-escalation training grants, programs that work. Our police officers need it.
No.
And then drugs. We have an anti-heroin, an anti-methamphetamine.
It is so, everything she's saying is the same old bullshit they've been doing to us for decades, and it doesn't make our society better. More cops, more drug laws, more anti-gun laws. It doesn't make our society better. 80% of gun violence is committed by young black men in urban communities. It's not school shootings. It's not mass shootings. It's young black men in urban communities who are mostly killing each other because black people kill black people, white people kill white people, Mexicans kill Mexicans, Chinese kill Chinese, Asians kill Asians. But she's the same old Democratic establishment playbook. It's all a scam to strip away your rights.
Methamphetamine task force, and police officers need it, and then drugs. We have an anti-heroin, an anti-methamphetamine task force, and we need to.
Did she just glitch? Did you see it? The robot glitched, everybody. Did you see it?
Funded, and it's not being funded. So
It is being funded. Absolutely. There's a different amount of funding, but it is being funded.
Yes.
No, you've eliminated funding for both the anti-heroin, anti-methamphetamine task force. So I'm sorry. Which is the.
I'm so sorry I lost you, but I want to read Mohammed's comment. He said, "You need better childhood education, and for young people to feel a sense of purpose in order to get rid of crime." That's exactly correct.
Task force that stops the trafficking of heroin, fentanyl, and the very long word I can't pronounce.
She's a robot.
Senator, there's nothing more important to President Trump and to this Department of Justice than combating the illegal flow of narcotics. So to the extent that there is a particular funding revenue stream that is not being funded the same way, I commit to you that it is of the highest priority to combat drug trafficking.
Last is the public safety officer benefit.
It's the highest priority to combat drugs, even though it hasn't worked. It absolutely hasn't worked. Listen, since 1981, when Ronald Reagan created the for-profit prison system that's now known as CoreCivic and Geo Group, since that happened, we put millions of people in prisons and dungeons every year. And you're no better off. Bomb those boats in Venezuela, kill people, have these gigantic drug raids. It doesn't do any good because people want drugs. It's preposterous. Instead of decriminalizing them and setting up rehabilitation clinics inside of space centers where people can go and do their drugs, and then they can get help for people that need it, and you don't get a criminal record. My friend Casey died in 2020. when she did drugs in a hotel room with a bunch of people, there was fentanyl in those drugs. And Casey turned blue. And instead of taking her to the hospital because they were afraid they'd go to jail, they wrapped her in a blanket and put her in a closet, and she died shortly after that. Good friend of mine I knew for 20 years. Because we've criminalized drugs instead of helping people who are addicts.
Program. You say, we just had Police Week. You say you stand with law enforcement.
We just had Police Week. Can you fucking believe there's a Police Week? Fuck the police.
When you do not support this program and when these funds are not getting back to the loved ones who have lost their police officer loved one, it is not right. I need you to focus on this. I need you to get this right.
We're committed. Thank you, Senator.
A bunch of cops sucking bullshit. A bunch of cops sucking bullshit. It hasn't worked, people. Listen, I'm a person without a party. So if you're a Democrat and you're offended, good, fuck off. If you're a Republican and you're offended, perfect, fuck off. It's two wings of the same bird. That's what it is. And you're the asshole in the middle of the two cheeks because you don't smell the shit that you're shoving. It's two wings of the same fucking bird. Don't you get it? More jails, more cops, more prisons, more war on drugs, more bombs. Fund Israel.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Attorney General. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the ATS National Tracing Center, which you know is located in Martinsburg, West Virginia. I think this is a stunning statistic for people to realize that in fiscal year 2024 alone, the National Tracing Center processed more than 600,000 requests. I mean, that is an immense amount of work. It also helped to identify the deranged individual who attempted to assassinate President Trump in Pennsylvania.
I just want to poll the audience real quick. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that was completely fake. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it was real. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Butler, Pennsylvania was a total psyop. Maybe even to scare Trump by our greatest ally, that they could kill people right around him and could put a bullet right by his head within this close. Because people died behind him. Put a 1 if you think it was a psyop. Put a 2 if you think it was real. I just want to see what you guys think, okay?
So obviously, it's great work out there, but I am concerned that we have to prevent the release of firearm trace data to anyone other than law enforcement for investigation.
What the fuck did she just say? Thank you, Watchful Eye, We the People. $5 super chat. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me get 5 matches. Let's get some money rolling in here. Thank you. If you've been here for an hour, throw in $5. Thanks for your support. Let me read about her, and then we're going to go back to the stupid line she just said. Her name's Shelley Moore Caputo. She's the senior United States Senator from West Virginia. She's held her Senate seat since 2015, first woman elected in West Virginia's history. She's the Republican Conference Chair. She serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Congress for the 119th Congress. She positions herself as the 4th-ranking Republican in the Senate for Republicans. She holds highly influential roles. She's on the Appropriations Power. She's on the Environment and Public Works Committee. She was born in 1953, meaning she's 74 years old. She's the daughter of the former West Virginia governor, Arch Moore. You keep electing billionaires and the sons and daughters of politicians, and you wonder why our government sucks. She has a degree in zoology from Duke University. She served in the House of West Virginia from 96 to 2000. She was in the 2nd Continental District Congress from 2001 to 2015. She won the Senate race in 2014 and has been in the Senate ever since. And now she's the 4th ranking member of the Republican Party in the Senate.
Purposes. Can you elaborate on the importance of the NTC, but also how it functions within the ATF? And can you describe how your budget request will sustain these critical services?
Yes, of course.
1,000 requests. I mean, that is an immense amount of work. It also helped to identify the deranged individual who attempted to assassinate President Trump in Pennsylvania. So obviously, it's great work out there, but I am concerned that we have to prevent the release of firearm trace data to anyone other than law law enforcement for investigative purposes. There, but I am.
Okay, now listen to what she says here about, remember you have to register your firearm? Listen to where your registration of your firearm is going. For my editor, cut this right here. Listen to what she says here.
That we have to prevent the release of firearm trace data.
Prevent the evidence of firearm trace data. They're tracing it back to somebody.
To anyone other than law enforcement for investigating.
For anyone but other than cops. Cops get the trace information of where you registered your gun to investigate you. But there's no gun registry, right? There's no tracking us, right? Holy shit, she's saying the quiet part out loud. Did you just fucking hear it?
It's great work out there, but I am concerned that we have to prevent the release of firearm trace data to anyone other than law enforcement for investigative purposes.
They're releasing your firearm data to cops to investigate you. There is a gun list of people who have guns in this country.
Can you elaborate?
I wonder why that is.
On the importance of the NTC, but also how it functions within the ATF. And can you describe how your budget request will sustain these critical services?
More money for the ATF. You just heard her.
Yes, of course, Senator, and I agree with you. It is an extraordinarily valuable law enforcement tool.
It's an extraordinarily valuable law enforcement tool to be able to get the gun registry and investigate you.
But it can be abused. And so what the ATF has to make sure we're doing is we're using the tracing data. And by the way,
they're tracing you if you register your firearm. Why would I want to register my firearm now? You're telling me out loud inside of a Senate fucking committee that you're tracing me and giving my information to the ATF to investigate me. And apparently it's going outside of law enforcement. We need to limit tracing guns just to law enforcement. So in other words, other agencies are getting it. Which are those? I don't know. They don't know either.
By the way, it's not just for federal cases, it's for state and local cases, it's for local crimes. And so it's a true testament of the power.
Your gun data goes to local, to state, to federal. Wow.
Or the federal government to help the states.
Right, Mikey
We have
B?
to make sure that data is shared only where it needs to be shared. And only
So your data is being shared everywhere if you register a firearm. That's crazy, baby.
To further law enforcement investigations.
To further law enforcement investigations on you.
Director Sakata is laser focused on that. We have the benefit of having somebody who's been an ATF agent for 2 decades. And so we'll continue to make sure that not only we're spending the money to make sure that we're successful, but also making sure that we have guardrails around it so that that it doesn't get abused either by ATF or by anybody state and local wise.
Right. Your gun registration information, your tracing information, right, is not going to be abused by anybody, right? Put a 1 in the chat if that's some bullshit. Super chat from Rat Rules. Appreciate all your hard work exposing the corruption in the real world, Chille, from Rat Rules. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about the HIDTA task force collaboration.
Now here's another task force collaboration for a multi-unit 3 alphabet letters that are all going to get together to investigate us.
DOJ is a valuable member of the HIDTA task force, and honestly, we had the ONDCP director, Sarah Carter, came to West Virginia a few weeks ago. We had a roundtable. U.S. attorneys were there, local partners, local law enforcement. Very interesting conversation. I personally want to see the high-intensity drug trafficking, the HIDTA program, stay within the White House. I know this may not.
So let me give you a little background here. It's HIDTA, HIDTA program, often spelled as HIDTA, stands for High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program. It's a federal multi-agency initiative run by the White House, the Office of National Drug Control Policy. Rather than a single nationwide entity, HIDTA operates through regional task force across the United States. Its core mission is coordinating law enforcement. The primary purpose is to dismantle and disrupt major drug trafficking organizations so the DEA can be the biggest dealer. It's agency blending. It pulls together the DEA, FBI, ICE, U.S. Marshals, and all puts them together on one task force. Targeted funding, Congress allocates money to these task force, so they're getting paid their regular salary plus task force money. And then it's a critical logistic goal of the task force is deconflication. It uses unified national databases, like the way you register your guns, to ensure multiple overlapping police departments do not unknowingly target the same people or each other in these task force raids. This woman here, Chille Moore Caputo, she's the #1 champion of HIDTA. She, as a senior member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, she previously served as a chair subcommittee for this particular organization. She led a co-sponsored bill for the HIDTA Enhancement Act for more money for HIDTA. Wow. Wow. Jesus, what a nightmare.
That'd be a decision that you're actively
What a
involved in,
nightmare.
or because there's always, through several administrations, a desire to move it over to DOJ. Do you have any perspectives on that? And,
What a nightmare.
What does this budget have to say about it?
Look, I know that President Trump is going to give a ton of money, I think over $11.4 billion
to cops
to combat the drug crisis, and that includes a lot of money to HIDTA.
Oh my fucking God. You could talk the drug dealers out of being drug dealers if you compensated them by giving them an education and a trade school and a job. But instead, we fund $11 billion to pigs to pack the prisons where there's a minimum bed count. You have to have so many people in the dungeon, or the prison can sue the state or the county. Instead of investing that $11 billion in people, they invest it in cops to arrest you.
Then
we fund them living in a dungeon and fund the fucking guards who are Neanderthals.
That it's running through the ONDCP now as opposed to directly to DOJ doesn't make a difference to the effectiveness that we can have to run these programs. It hasn't made a difference over the
What the fuck is wrong with his nose?
past year. It will not make a difference in the coming
Too
years.
much coke?
To the contrary. Remember, another big part of the drug fight is DHS. And
Right. That's right. Steve Angelis just said, all created through funding the prison, which then returns slave labor to the corporations, and it's a perfect wheel. It just keeps going round and round.
And so one benefit of having it go through kind of a one higher place is that we make sure we're spending the money across the federal government in the ways that is smart. So I have had zero issues
ways
with
that is
that
smart?
setup, and I don't think Administrator Cole has had any issues with it, or any of other law enforcement.
Hey, I mean, personally, I think the issue is
Personally, when you give billions and billions of dollars to pigs, they want more money and they need to arrest more people. They all get bonuses for arresting you for drugs. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that every cop in America's nose is broken as they give away fake DUIs? I smell alcohol. The person blows and it's all zeros. They go down and get a blood test. There's no alcohol in their system. So does that mean that every cop in America has a broken snout? Or are they all fucking pigs? Which is it? It can't be both. Either the cops' noses are broken ubiquitously across this country, or they're lying fucking pigs. Which is it?
large, and you heard Senator Gillibrand talking about it in New York. Our state has a particular issue,
Yes.
and I'm so pleased with the president's southern border initiatives. Fentanyl seizures are are down, meaning less fentanyl into the country. But it's just such
a fucking lie, man! What a fucking lie!
Devastating and terrifying drug that's killing too many people.
Yes.
I did want to make, I noticed in your opening.
Right. It was marijuana in the 70s. It was cocaine in the 80s. Then it was crack. Then it was ice. Then it was flocka. Now it's fentanyl. It's all bullshit, man.
Statement, you made a comment about the Bureau of Prisons. I just had a conversation with my fellow West Virginian, Billy Marshall, who's head of the BOP. I am in full support of the $10 billion request that you've made. He's made great strides there in getting good leadership, and they're safer. We have several federal prisons in and around West Virginia, and not only are the staff safer, but the inmates are safer as well.
Oh, really? It's for inmate safety? Because inmates are treated like shit. Abused, beaten, neglected, starved, frozen, you name it.
And I would encourage you to keep pounding that drum.
We will. Thank you, Senator.
Let me ask you a question in the last
Oh,
few minutes
God.
that I have.
Oh, my
There's
God.
A few seconds. All right, geez. There's always a headline about Assistant Attorney General leaves DOJ, and it sounds, like it's a political statement rather than, or a lack of confidence statement, or doesn't like the way the direction that the department is going. And I know you see this, the public reports. Isn't this the way it's always been at DOJ? People moving in and out, and you yourself were at DOJ at one point before you went into private practice. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about at the upper echelons of your leadership team where you see this.
At your upper echelons of your leadership team, you were appointed, you fucking chump. You were appointed because you're Dump's personal lawyer, and you'll hide the Epstein Files the best.
Going, and is it a political statement, or is it the cost of doing business and ebb and flow of workforce?
I think we have a great team, and not only at DOJ, but President Trump's entire administration.
The whole administration's a great team as we work for Israel.
Means that sometimes people come in and sometimes people leave. I was a federal prosecutor until I had no money left, and I had to go to the private sector. And I think there's pressures on family, and it's not a political statement. I think the president has assembled a phenomenal cabinet, and the cabinet has then assembled leadership that I think is every day working hard to fulfill the president's agenda, and when it comes to DOJ, to make America safe again. And so,
what a load of shit, man! They're ripping us off. It's a fucking scam.
My team that works at DOJ, some of them will stay for 4 years, and some of them will probably leave in the next month or two. And
how the fuck do you know Todd Blanche? You were just appointed to the Attorney General spot, wasn't even confirmed. How the fuck do you know about your team is going to be there for 4 years and they're leaving? You don't know shit. You just got there.
That's natural, and all we can do is thank them for their public service and to keep on hiring great people.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your service.
We're going to conclude this hearing.
To hide the Epstein Files. Thank you for your service to cover for a pedophile ring. Thank you for your service when you won't charge all those Epstein billionaires with conspiracy.
Just a moment, Senator Van Hollen and I have the practice of wrapping up our thoughts with questions or statements, and then we'll conclude.
Remember, this is the guy that's funded by Core Civic and Geo Group.
A particular hurry to get to the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee to ask questions there. So if I quit explaining what we're going to do, I'll get there sooner, and I now recognize Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, in response to Senator Kuhn saying that Capitol Hill police officers were worried that people who assaulted them on January 6th might benefit from a slush fund, you said that couldn't be true.
Couldn't be true,
because it hadn't been set up.
I didn't say it couldn't be true, Senator. I didn't say it couldn't be true. I said it was surprising it was true.
Okay. So it is very possible that people have been anticipating getting payments from the administration, people who were part of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, right?
You're asking me to speculate on the possibility of something?
Have you not heard of anybody anticipating getting payments from that?
No, I haven't. Okay. I don't know what that means,
actually. Oh my fucking God, people. Did you just hear it? They got a $1.8 billion slush fund for the J6ers, and then Todd Blanche has never heard of any of them wanting a payout.
You're asking me to speculate on the possibility of something?
Have you not heard of anybody anticipating getting payments from that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I don't know what that is, actually. But I won't speculate.
I want to put it in the record, submit for the record, a January 2026 Washington Post story, a long story entitled, "For Many January 6 Rioters, a Pardon from Trump Wasn't Enough." And it goes on to quote, the President of the United States, when asked about these payments, said, "A lot of people in government now talk about it, because a lot of people in government really like that group of people," unquote, referring to the January 6 rioters. Are you not aware of that statement from the president?
I have never read the Washington Post.
Well, I can tell you that there are a lot of people
I accept that you read it.
For a long time who've been anticipating payments. You're not aware of that?
In fact, you're telling me there's a lot of people that were anticipating payments?
Yes.
No.
Well,
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, Mr. Attorney General, you are in a bubble, because the reality...
Because I don't read the Washington Post?
No,
Okay.
no. Obviously, you should be in touch with some of these folks, because I asked you specifically about an individual who had molested kids and been convicted about his anticipation of getting a payment, and you said that couldn't be true. In fact, that was a lie. I want to read you.
I didn't say that.
I got the transcript right.
Good.
You said it was obvious. I'm obviously lying in the question because there's no way the person committed to that because the slush fund did not exist. That's what you said. I'm going to read from you, Mr. Attorney General, an affidavit from the Hernando County, Florida Sheriff's Office. And I want you to listen carefully to what this police officer said about this criminal named Andrew, pardoned by the president, now being charged for child molestation. He says, Andrew also told that since he was pardoned for storming the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and he was being awarded $10 million as a result of being a January 6er, Andrew did tell that he would be putting him in his will, referring to one of the victims of his molestation. He would be putting him in his will to take any money he had left over. This tactic was believed to be used to keep from exposing what Andrew had done to him, signed under penalty of perjury by someone in the sheriff's office. And you're telling me you don't know about all these people who have been signaled by the President of the United States and others that they're going to get payments.
I think that that's what you just read is disgusting. It's horrible that that happened, but that's not what I said. I mean, you can say you're telling me and then make up something that I'm not saying, or you can let me speak.
Mr. Attorney General,
yes.
I'm reading from the statement here. I got a transcript of what our exchange earlier. And you essentially said, well, you're obviously lying in your question because there's no way this person committed to that because the slush fund of which you called it did not exist, just as you suggested.
Right, and it's true that even the affidavit that you just read said that he would be awarded this criminal suggested he'd be awarded $10 million.
Now you're playing absolute word games.
I am not playing a word game.
Of course you are, because people are
also words matter. Words matter. So if you're going to quote me accurately.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in the record, January 6 rider pardoned by Trump was sentenced to life in prison for child abuse. Pardoned Capitol Hill rider tried to bribe child sex victim with promise of January 6 payout. And I will close with this, Mr. Attorney General. You can't tell us today that this individual would not be eligible for a payout from this fund. I find that obscene. And I'm going to ask you one last...
As he's in prison for PDFing children.
You keep comparing this case to the Keep Eagle case. In that case, as you've admitted, a judge ultimately signed off. I'm asking you, before you proceed with this fund, will you have a federal judge sign off on it?
I didn't compare the cases. What I said is the commission that we set up yesterday is nearly identical to the commission that was set up during Keep Eagle. So please, you repeatedly put words in my mouth, and then you say, "Oh, I'm playing wordsmith." Words matter,
Mr. General. They do matter. You said there were. I got. Look, the transcript will speak for itself.
It will.
But you compared in your own release, in the Department of Justice's own release, you compared it to this case, and in this case, a judge signed. My final question:
I am comparing.
Will you agree, as they did in that case, that before you proceed with this fund, a federal judge will sign off and approve it? Will you agree to that?
Federal judge. So there's no mechanism.
Actually, there is a federal judge presiding over this case.
The case was dismissed by the judge last night.
Yeah, because you moved to create this fund.
I didn't move. I did not move.
The settlement result, Mr. Attorney General. Come on. So So you're not going to submit this proposal to any federal judge or independent.
There is no judge.
Any independent authority?
What does that mean? An independent authority?
That means somebody who looks at it from a third-party objective position and decides whether or not this is a slush fund or not. That's what that means, Blanche. I know you don't know are the pedophiles going to get punished who are on the Epstein list? What does that mean? This means the same thing, you donkey's ass. This means that is there going to be a third-party arbitrator who's going to overlook this deal and see if it's legitimate or if it's a slush fund? I know that, and I'm reading chat and paying attention at the same time.
You're not going to submit this proposal to any federal judge or independent.
There is no judge.
Any independent authority?
What does that mean? An independent authority?
What does that mean?
It means not somebody who's getting to pick 5 of the members who was the president's former personal attorney. That would be somebody who would be independent.
I'm the acting attorney general, okay? The fact that I used to be President Trump's lawyer is just a fact, but I'm the acting attorney general. So don't say the president's former personal lawyer will do something. The acting attorney general will do something.
Mr. Attorney General, you are acting today like the president's personal attorney, and that's the whole problem. You have a whole banner of his face hanging over the Department of Justice, and you and everybody else walks under it. And you are acting like you're his current personal attorney.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I have no further questions.
Is that true? Put a 1 in the chat if that's true. Put a 1 in the chat if that's true.
Attorney General, let me ask this question in this regard to the fund. Is there in your mind a nature or a description of the individuals that you hope to find to serve on that board that makes the decisions that we're talking about?
Yeah, we want people who will have the ability.
You want Trump sycophants who will gladly tunnel that money into his friends and kids and into his partners, you know what I mean? Into NGOs. It's an NGO.
To evaluate, I mean, what a couple of the questions from the senator and from others today, evaluate whether somebody who's applying for compensation is entitled to it, and if they are entitled to it, what amount and how to go about doing that. So we expect there'll be experienced people. It'll be public. People can be critical if they so choose, and so we haven't come up.
People can be critical, but you can't change who the appointed commissioners are.
Names yet, and we will, I think we have 30.
We will let you know who the Trump friends are that we're putting on that board. You know what? Maybe it'll be that woman recently who was on sugardaddies.com and she ended up being appointed to a government position.
Ways to do so, and when we have the names, we'll announce them.
And what's the standard by which a determination is made that compensation should be had?
So, in the broadest sense, it's weaponization. It's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited to Democrats. It's not limited to January 6 defendants. It's limited only by the term weaponization. And so I expect that the commissioners, and what I expect they will do, because they'll have to, is set up guidelines and set up procedures for individuals.
He sets the guidelines. Don't let him lie to you.
To apply for that.
The weaponization then gets defined, could be, I assume you can't expand the word weaponization, but you can narrow where it seems to be most applicable, where the weaponization, if it occurred, is the most egregious. There's some kind of standard by which you would evaluate a case-by-case basis?
I think there has to be standards, and I think it is a case-by-case basis. I think that it will depend on, but by when you say there's a standard and then say it's case-by-case, that's the issue, right? Is that the case-by-case analysis is what's going to have to be done, and I expect that it will be done. I mean, I think it's telling that everybody on the left and everybody in the
it is, folks. Everybody divide quick. He said everybody on the left, everybody on the right. I've been consistent throughout this. I've read stupid shit in the chat about me. The people who know me, Team DLZ in the chat, they know I'm a fierce centrist because both sides try to take our rights. And now he's going to try to divide you by saying people on the left, oh, it's the Democrats. Oh, it's the Republicans. No, it's not. They're the same fucking thing, people.
The liberal side of the media immediately says it's a slush fund for President Trump's friends.
It is a slush fund. Republicans know that too.
If anything else, that's an outright admission that they know that the people that really had this Department of Justice weaponized against them were President Trump and his friends. But that is not what the commission says. That is not what the AG order that I signed yesterday says. It does not limit it to President Trump or President Trump's friends. To the contrary, President Trump isn't taking a dime. And so, the fact that there's a
he just said President Trump isn't taking a dime right now. Those commissioners will still be there after he's out of office. That money's going to be tunneled to his friends and his family, to NGOs. Look up what NGOs are.
That this slush
non-government organizations
fund, which it's not, is going to be only given to Republicans or friends of the president is one, not true. But two, it's very telling that that's the reaction from Democrats because it proves the point.
There it is. Divide everybody. He's saying Democrats, Democrat, Republicans. You guys saw me tear apart Gillibrand, the Democrat. You saw me tear apart all these people.
That President Trump has been saying for a very long time, which happens to be true, which was for the first time in our nation's history.
He's a pedophile.
You had an administration seek to destroy the previous administration, not just President Trump, anybody that came in contact with him. I've said it before, but you're talking about his gardeners being put in the grand jury, his Secret Service detail being put multiple times in the grand jury. That's what the last administration did to try to destroy President Trump. And
President Trump should have been destroyed because he's a fucking criminal. Don't you get it? He's a criminal. He's raked in. What about that Trump meme coin? What about the cryptocurrency where he pardoned the guy and the guy gave him $2 billion? What about the hundreds of millions of dollars for his son's drones technology given by the Department of Defense? What about the $1.8 billion slush fund? He's a criminal. He's a pedophile. Come on. Get real. Get real.
And he has said publicly, and I very much agree with him, that he doesn't want this to ever happen again to anybody.
Then
and
release the unredacted Epstein files so we know what exactly his role was in them.
So how do you go about making sure it doesn't happen again to anybody? Well, you change the culture, which is what we're doing. You also set up a mechanism where people that did have it weaponized, have this Department of Justice and this federal government weaponized against them, can apply. Does it mean they're going to get money? No, it doesn't mean they're going to get money. It just invites them to apply.
And they make a case of some kind to meet some standard, right?
Yes, and there's a flaw in the legal system because this legal system was not set up to compensate for what the Democrats and what Biden and what Garland did for 4 years. It doesn't know how to cope with the fact that
same thing. Remember, now it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. They both hid the Epstein files, people.
Hundreds of administration officials had their
Listen, if you still back Trump, you got to be a blind moron. He's a pedophile. At a minimum, a pedophile protector. Don't be a moron. It's crazy. He wants to get rid of Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie has a voice. Not because his vote even matters, but because he has a voice and wanted to release the Epstein files that Trump is in.
Was taken from them. Members of the Senate had their had their phone records subpoenaed and weren't told about it. The system isn't set up for that.
In answers to questions previously put before you this morning, did you took, I assume, because what the settlement agreement says, you eliminated certain individuals from being qualified to receive benefits from this fund. What's the list of those individuals?
Well, the plaintiffs in the underlying lawsuit have agreed to accept an apology. So that's President Trump and his sons, I believe. And otherwise, there is no limitation. So whether you're Hunter Biden or whether you're another individual who believed they were a victim of weaponization, they can all apply for to this fund. And again, it doesn't mean the commissioners will agree. It doesn't mean that they're getting $10 million or whatever was just read a few minutes ago. It just means that you can apply.
And the decision...
There's $1,776 million. So there's $1,776 million individual monies. It's a lot of money for those people.
By the commission is by a majority?
Yes.
3 of 5?
Correct.
And finally, this issue, while it's of interest to all of us as United States senators...
The guy who's paid off by the for-profit prison groups.
This committee has no jurisdiction over this issue, in a sense, because this is mandatory spending. Have you had conversations with...
Mandatory spending for prisons and cops.
Senator Durbin or Senator Grassley or the Judiciary Committee?
I have not had conversations over the past, 24 hours about this. No, I have not.
General, anything you'd like to add to what you've said today or take away from whatever you said today?
No, just thank you and the committee for their time today.
There are no further questions. Senators may submit additional questions for the subcommittee's official hearing record.
Fraud.
We request that the Attorney General respond to those questions within 30 days. The subcommittee stands at recess to the call of the chair.
Scumbag.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get!
Video shows a cop saying, "Get on."
So this guy was running from this copper. And of course, cops are always telling you, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. So this copper told this guy to get on the ground as he jumped over the edge of the rail of a bridge.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get!
He points a gun at his face as he's hanging on to the side of a bridge of an overpass. And the cop points a gun right at his face.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
So you see the guy? You see the drop there? It's about a 40-foot drop. Do you guys see that? Put a 1 in the chat if you see the 40-foot drop right there. He puts a gun in his face and tells him to get on the ground. Pretty ridiculous, right?
Get!
So then the guy falls 40 feet.
Video shows a cop saying, "Get on the ground," and the suspect takes it a little too seriously.
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah. How many fingers am I?
The cop takes the cop takes it a little too seriously. He put a gun in his face and told him to get on the ground. He didn't have a choice but to let go of the side of the bridge.
Yeah. How many fingers am I holding up? Okay. What hurts? Everything? Yes. You got anything in your pockets, man? No. You gonna be calm and relaxed?
I mean, he's obviously not Israeli IDF trained enough. Why isn't he flipping a man over who has a broken back and putting him in torture cuffs? Surely you know that every single suspect, especially if they're black, injured or not, needs to be flipped over and put in torture cuffs. We all know that.
Yes. Okay. How does your chest feel? All right. Does that hurt? No. What year is it? What year is it? The Dodge. No, you're right now, today. Right now? What year is it right now? Yeah. 2017. Try again. 2018. Try again.
2017, he said. 2017. So he had lost his marbles.
My idea.
Okay, so you guys saw it just now, right? You saw the guy run off, okay? There's a guy gets out of a car. Now pay very close attention to what you're going to see here, because the cop then claims that this guy assaulted a cop. Totally normal, typical bullshit in the cop world. Okay, so you see him right there, right? We can all see him. I just want to make sure everybody sees him. He's clearly just running away from the cops because going to the dungeon is hell. He tased him, but it didn't hurt him.
My idea,
Now he runs off. There's been no assault. There's been no battery. He simply ran away from the cops.
I'm not playing any games.
What's his name?
His name is Caleb.
His name is not Caleb.
Okay, I just need you to understand, I am new here. I just moved here a month ago, and I met him about 2 weeks ago. So
sorry,
I
Glock.
know the name.
So she met him 2 weeks ago. Glock, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
He could have got hurt. He could have got shot.
Okay,
your kid could have got shot.
I don't know why you're yelling at me.
Because this is ridiculous. You know what's going on. That's
okay. I have his Facebook, not his
What's
number.
his Facebook?
Alonzo.
Show it to me. Can I see that, please?
So she has his Facebook on her phone. That's what we've determined here.
My phone?
Yes.
I mean, I'm giving you this, like, his Facebook. That's it.
So now, because her Facebook is on her phone...
I haven't done anything.
Okay, so you have 2 seconds to give me your phone or you're going to jail.
But I haven't done anything.
This has evidence on it, and I'm taking it for evidence. Okay, you have...
So a website that's on her phone or an app called Facebook on her phone has evidence on it, and he's going to take away her phone?
5 seconds.
Okay, I can give you my phone, but I need to know, like, what's going on.
He assaulted a police officer in the front of your...
He assaulted a police officer in the front of the car.
Your vehicle. He's there.
He assaulted a police officer in the front of the car. That's not what I saw. I stopped it and I paused it.
Okay, I can give you my phone, but I need to know, like, what's going on.
He assaulted a police officer in the front of your vehicle.
Is there another officer coming out?
Put a 1 in the chat if you just heard the cop lie. He did not assault a cop in front of the car. That is a bald-faced fucking lie. The cop just sat there and lied. Chille V's in the chat.
Yeah, there's a bunch of officers coming. Okay.
Good to see you, Chille. Missed you. So I just wanted to show you where the cop lied. I'm good after that. I just want to show you.
You saw me again?
Yes, sir. I watched you drive into the
And where were you?
with your friend.
Where were you?
At the kids' community across the street. If you'd like to argue the facts, we can go to court. No problem at all.
I'll see you in court.
No
I will
worries.
see you in court.
Okay. Do you have any weapons on you?
Why am I being detained?
I just explained that. You're getting a citation.
So this guy just assumes he's going to be detained. Why did you assume that, dude?
Okay, but why do you have to detain me?
So right here, let me show you guys something. I have these cop cards, right? And the reason I have these cop cards is because anytime a cop talks to you, you want to pull out your cop card and follow the 6 steps that are on the cop card. Step 1, he's filming. Step 2 is invoke your 5th Amendment right. But does he do that?
Yes, sir. I watched you drive into the parking
And where were you?
lot with your...
Okay, I watched you drive in the parking lot. I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. It's right here, officer. I'm just going to read this card. Thank you, sir. That's it. I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent.
Your friend.
Where were you?
At the kids' community across the street. If you'd like to argue the facts, we can go to court. No problem at all.
I'll see you in court.
No
I will
worries.
see you in court.
Okay. Do you have any weapons on you?
Why am I being detained?
I just explained that. You're getting...
Am I being detained or am I free to go comes from the 1983 case of Florida versus Royer.
a citation.
Okay, but why do you have to detain me?
Because you're being uncooperative.
No, he has to detain you because you're being uncooperative. No, he has to detain you to put you in torture cuffs because every second that you're in torture cuffs, it's more likely that you're going to give him information.
Record this.
You can hold the phone.
So what have I done? You're not going to trust, but you just need to relax, okay?
I'm relaxed. You're treating me a type of way that I don't deserve, sir. I've done nothing to you. All right, here we go. No problem. Yep. No problem, sir. No problem. I am being as cooperative as cooperative. Great.
Now I have to let this little beta male wimpy bitch manhandle me when I could grab a hold of him and twist him up like a freaking empty tin can. But I have to let him grab me and put his pig paws all over me.
You can stay there.
Are you guys following my Instagram? How many people here are not following my Instagram? Please follow my Instagram. It's Delete Laws on Instagram. Because YouTube, they're going to kill my other channel. Hopefully we can keep this channel going. They have so many. It's incredible. I'm super grateful that there is another social media platform besides this one, because the other channel could be dead completely by now. They've.
I want to say something for everybody to understand this. If there is a.
Okay, so this is out of Georgia. I looked up the county. When I take off to go and promote You've Got Bail around the country, I'm definitely going to this county in Georgia.
Law enforcement interaction with the public where a guy has a pursuit, he flees from the police, he is a grown man. Do not ever come to a scene demanding to know anything because it is not your business.
Wrong. Absolutely wrong. I'm a First Amendment auditor. I'm a member of the press. It is my job to come to the scene and ask questions about what you're doing, you dirty pig. That's my job. He's sitting there lying to the public and saying you don't have a First Amendment right to ask questions as members of the press. He's a lying pig. Put it in the chat. That's a butthurt pig right there. Put it in the chat. I'm going to back up a little bit here.
If there is a law enforcement interaction with the public where a guy has a pursuit, he flees from the police, he is a grown man, do not ever come to a scene demanding to know anything because it is not your business. You have no authority to come on our scene and obstruct our investigation. So
asking questions is not obstructing your scene. For a guy who's been put in jail for obstruction, I can tell you that the statute, code, and ordinance in almost every state in America requires that you physically interfere with the cop, stop him from going to a suspect, physically get in the way. That's obstruction. He's lying. Every word he's saying, he's a lying pig.
These people could have very easily got come to a scene demanding to know anything because it is not your business. You have no authority to come on our scene and obstruct our investigation.
Yes, you do.
So these people could have very easily gotten themselves taken to jail tonight. Luckily for them, we're giving them a break. We're not trying to go down that path, but they could have very easily gone to jail.
Oh, thank you so much, Piggy, for allowing them to ask you questions. Thank you so much, Piggy. And remember, this guy's a Neanderthal. He's a beta. He needs a system and a structure to be told what to do every day for an hour before he goes on shift, where their job is to go home safe. Their job is not to protect you.
We aren't playing those games. You come to a scene, stay out of the crime scene, and if you want to ask a question about one of your loved ones who's detained or arrested, peacefully ask one of the officers to come speak to you, and then from there they'll come talk to you. But if you just insert yourself into the scene and think that you're going to come up demanding stuff and do all that yelling and loud talking, you're going to go to jail, especially in Clayton County.
Oh, I'll see you soon, Clayton County. I'll come up and say anything I damn well please. You're not going to tell me what I can and can't do, pig. Your authority is limited to lawful orders. You're not going to tell me I can't come up and interrupt you and talk when you're talking. I can interrupt you. I can ask you questions. I can do anything that I want because I'm free. For you to have any authority over me, I have to violate a code, statute, or ordinance, you dumb pig.
Oh,
is that right?
And say, yes, I'm a citizen.
Let me see that. $5 super chat. Good to see you again, Chille. Lost my channel for anti-Zio and anti-fascist speech. They called it spam, but we all know. Found you again and subscribed. Watchful eye of the people. Thank you so much for the super chat, brother. Thank you so much for the super chat. I super appreciate it. Now, this one is interesting, and here's the reason why. I believe it's 1967 Martinez Fuertes case. It says that the government can set up immigration checkpoints and check the immigration status of citizens, and that you have to go through there and you have to answer immigration questions. It's completely unconstitutional and it needs to be challenged. And this woman, hopefully she had the standing to challenge this bullshit oppressive Supreme Court holding.
I can just go ahead.
It's justified. If the agent's justified by that answer, yes.
Okay, so if I have an accent and I'm brown, can I just say yes and go ahead, or do I have to prove it?
Well, if we want to.
Because I have a bunch of teacher friends who are sick of their kids being discriminated against.
This is a spike.
Okay. No, I'll put it in part.
This is a spike strip. We put it in front of your tire, and if you try to run away from us, we're going to pop your tires. These guys are such chumps.
I'll put it in part.
I'm trying to.
There you go.
No. All cops are bad, but not all cops are bad people. There's a very big difference. Both ideas can be true. All cops are bad, but not all cops are bad people.
Here's the
No, I'm just curious.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
What happens to me if I refuse to answer your question?
You'll stay here until you're answered.
I'm a teacher. I'm on vacation. I got time.
If you want to stay here, that's fine.
That's fine.
I'm trying to explain everything to you. I'm showing our authorities.
No, I'm very curious about what happens.
He's showing her the 1967 case of Martinez Fuertes. I'll give you the case law in a second.
Very curious about what happens.
Right here. Do you want to read this? Oh.
Nope. I want to see what happens when I refuse to say that I'm a citizen or not.
That's fine. So you're unwilling to answer the question.
I don't think I have to in this country.
Okay.
I'm traveling down the road. It's the only road to go.
Otherwise.
You just funneled us into a place, took everybody's picture. I know you do, and you're doing your job, and you're going to keep doing your job. And you know what? That's what the brown shirt said in Germany. Everybody was just doing their job.
I get it.
So I'm not going to make it easy for you guys to do your job.
That's fine, ma'am, and I get it. But look, if you just tell us whether or not you're a U.S. citizen,
I'm traveling down the road. It's the only way to get to my house. It's the only way to travel down this road. And I don't think anyone in this country not crossing a border should have to get pulled over, have their picture taken, loaded into the freaking database for this country, for everybody to come through and do facial recognition software.
I totally get your point, but the point is you're taking the fight.
This is it. You refuse to get up and off the back of the bus, or you like
exactly.
This is it.
But ma'am, you're taking the fight to the wrong guy.
Well,
you're at Walmart.
You know
you
what?
Don't like the pricing.
I don't go there either. I boycott that place as well.
I don't understand. I'm trying to explain to you our authority. I did. Okay, we have authority right here.
So I'm not telling you whether I'm a citizen or not.
Supreme Court justification
well,
of
we'll
it,
just have to detain you.
Okay, great. Where are we going? And I'm not free to go.
Do not pull forward. No.
Right.
Please do not go forward.
Please
we don't want your tire.
Okay. I've been ready the whole time. You guys are the ones detaining me.
Yeah, we are detaining you because my job here,
I know.
by law, and our authority as immigration officers is just to establish citizenship.
Right, and to establish citizenship, let me give you the gory details of that so that you know. It wasn't 67, forgive me, I misspoke. I flipped it because of my learning disabilities I have. 1976, United States versus Martinez Fuerte. The case where the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of fixed border checkpoints, specifically the San Clemente checkpoint in California, that's 30 miles before the border, ruling that brief stops for questions at permanent interior inside the United States don't require individualized suspicion under the Fourth Amendment, an extension of Terry. Justice Powell wrote the majority. Brennan and Marshall both dissented. It's Martinez Fuertes with a Z. Interesting.
You could be
I'm not crossing.
French,
I'm not crossing the border.
You're not.
Not crossing the border.
100 miles within.
If I didn't speak English,
and
I would, yeah. If I didn't speak any English and I pulled up here and couldn't answer your question, and I spoke Swedish, and no one could translate for me, would you let me through?
Do you know how many people from another country speak perfect English and are not U.S. citizens?
Do you? So if I didn't speak, this is my question. If I didn't speak any English or Spanish or a language, you would just sit here until you found a translator.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's a newsflash for you all. It's not illegal immigrants that are going us over. It's the elites. It's your billions and billions of tax dollars going to bombs, cops, and cages, going to fund Israel, Ukraine, going to Argentina for $40 billion. So let me give you the background. Armando Martinez Fuerte, a man driving in a car in Southern California, not crossing the border, not coming back from Mexico, just driving down I-5. He gets pulled over at a border patrol checkpoint, not by a cop, not because he was speeding, not because there was an arrest warrant, but they pulled him over because he was suspicious. In 1974, when he gets stopped, the 1976 Supreme Court case happens. San Clemente, California.
Or you would assume that I wasn't from the country.
Until you could prove to me that you were here legally.
Right.
If you did not speak English, then I'd be satisfied. But it was a simple question. Are you a U.S. citizen or not? Or what is your citizenship?
I'm through.
Yeah. So I want to finish on this because I want you guys to understand what the Supreme Court has done to us, what they've absolutely done to us. It allows the 1976 case of Martin Fuerte. The Supreme Court let Border Patrol stop a man on Highway 66 inside the United States with no warrant, no suspicion, no reason. And Justice Brennan called it the beginning of the erosion of the Fourth Amendment after Terry versus Ohio. Every single checkpoint now is used with an AI camera to do facial recognition on you. 50 years ago, they didn't know they were going to have facial recognition cameras, but now they do.
Give me your ID. Huh? Give me your ID. I want your ID.
Watch this butthurt pig. He stops all these bikers. So when you give somebody power, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. Watch this tyranny. So he's yelling at a group of bikers, considering them all to be criminal with no individualized suspicion on any of them.
Give me your ID. Huh? Give me your ID.
Can you imagine? These guys just want to go for a bike ride. That's all they want to do. And they don't get to ride their motorcycle because you got some pig there standing there. I'm going to get you all. Give me your ID.
I want your ID. Give me your ID. You got two IDs. That's illegal. Give me your other ID. That's my permit. You can't have two. It's against the law.
You said I can't have both of those? You're not supposed to have two IDs in the state of Ohio.
Of course, it's Ohio. Of course it is. Of course it is. Ohio's the worst police state in the country.
Again, I told you to Google that. You can look it up yourself if you want to. Oh, you got a badge number? Right. You got a badge number and a name? Don't have to give you my badge number. Oh, you're not? No, I don't have to. Okay.
Look at this pig.
Just stop talking. Learn the lesson of just listen.
Eat my shorts, pig. I don't have to sit there and listen to you.
I'm telling you, if he checks you and you don't have a valid temporary permit, that's a problem. Has he got a temp permit? Is he allowed to drive a motorcycle? Okay. Then he's good to go.
I mean, there it is right there. If you ride a motorcycle, then you're going to be targeted by the cops. That's what's going to happen.
Fuck that! What are you talking about? Fuck you, bitch! What? Fuck you!
No, yeah, fight charge.
I ain't got shit, bitch!
All right. No,
I ain't got shit!
You do!
I ain't got shit!
All right, I'll see you on
What
court.
you talking about? You fucking bother me for no fucking ass reason.
Bro, you're drunk!
Man, I'm not drunk shit,
Yes,
bitch!
you are.
What the fuck I'm not? You drunk, bitch!
Yeah.
You drunk, bitch! Fuck you!
Alright.
Fuck you! Bitch ass nigga, you a bitch! You a bitch! Hurry the fuck up! Hurry the fuck up! Hurry the fuck up!
So, just so you know, he's in torture cuffs on the side of the road. Every second that he's in torture cuffs are always torture.
What the fuck is you talking about? Talking about somebody drunk. Hurry the fuck up, bitch! Man, I'm trying to hurry up! You shouldn't have pulled me over from the beginning!
We shouldn't?
What the fuck you need to take my shit off for? Man, hurry up, man. Come on, man. Take my shit off. Take my shit off. Hurry up, man. Nah, fucking, man. Hurry the fuck up. I'm trying to talk my sister off and you doing too fucking much. Hurry the me my fucking phone, man. Man, you got me fucked up in this bitch. Give me my fucking phone before I get the fuck up. Man, give me my fucking phone before you get...
Oh, no, you don't get your phone. You're going to be treated like an absolute savage. You guys know I have a different idea on DUIs. If you haven't hurt anybody, killed anybody, and you're just rounded up in some random shit like this, impound the car and take them home. And then the punishment is they have to go to a dinner or a lunch every week with a family who's lost a family member. That's my idea. Because the way we're doing it right now is not working. It's not working.
Before I get the fuck up, fuck is you talking about?
I'm pretty open about how I feel about cops. Replace them all with actual peace officers who want to uphold your rights. See, you're led to believe that we live under the rule of law. We do not. The rule of law is meant to uphold our civil liberties. Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote the social contract that the Constitution is based on today in 1762. And he said the role of government, its only role is to ensure and uphold your civil liberties, not to enforce laws upon you. I want to fire every law enforcement officer and hire peace officers without these policies, procedures, and protocols.
Give me my fucking phone, bitch. Yeah, Rick. Ain't nobody fucking drunk. Give me my fucking phone, you dumbass bitch. You stupid
Oh, we found alcohol bottles, so that means he must be drunk.
ass bitch. Let's do something. I don't want to go to the hospital. I need my shit so I can go the fuck home. Hurry up, take me to jail, book me so I can go the fuck home. The fuck are you talking about somebody fucking drunk? Book me so I can go the fuck home. Ain't nobody fucking drunk. Hurry the fuck up. I don't give a fuck where I go. Hurry the fuck up.
I need to go in your car.
Hurry the fuck up. I don't give a fuck. Hurry up. The fuck? Stupid ass bitch.
You guys, just so you know, we are fast approaching the day where there's going to be on-roadside blood tests. Just like a diabetic gets their finger pricked and they test the blood, the same thing's coming with alcohol and drugs. It's coming very soon. Very soon. This one makes my blood boil. When I was a kid, put a 1 in the chat if you're a Gen X. Put a 1 in the chat if you're an older millennial. Okay? We used to be able to ride our bikes, and we would do full bike takeovers where there's 100, 200, 1,000 bikes driving down the road. And it was perfectly fine, right? But now cops are going after kids and anybody on a bike. They're going to get those kids on their bikes, man. Hurry, coppers. Get in there and get those kids on their bikes. This is what we want you to spend your time doing, because we live in a boomer society that they vote and you don't. That's the problem. Don't you get it?
Are you sitting on the brake? Sitting on the brake. Get on the ground. Move, nigga.
Look at how much money. They're not investigating rapists. They're not investigating murderers. They're going after kids who are riding mini bikes. It is so unbelievable. It is such a waste of our time, such a waste of our resources. But respect these guys. And we find out that almost 50% of them beat their wife, their children, or both of them.
Is he detained?
Wow. I mean, I find that absolutely pathetic. I find it absolutely pathetic. It's so unbelievable.
What's up, man? What's up? Y'all cool?
Okay, so this is a big one. This is where if you have my Fifth Amendment plaque in your car, or you have my Fifth Amendment cop card in your car, this right here would have saved this guy's ass. But he didn't have the plaque, and he didn't have the Fifth Amendment cop card in his wallet. If he had, none of these things would happen to this guy.
Oh, y'all see? How you doing? I'm straight.
I don't give a shit how the cop is doing. Here's all my documents. Here's my license, my registration, and my proof of insurance. I put it together like Delete Laws showed me. And now, officer, respectfully, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And if he had done that, then you wouldn't see the rest of this.
Y'all kind of acting a little nervous.
Oh, you're all kind of acting a little nervous. Cop walks up, and within 2 seconds, He's sure that they're all acting nervous. You mean because it's 4 black guys in a car? Or 4 white guys in a car? Or 2 girls and two guys, different races? No matter what you say or do, if you don't say anything other than, I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. If you don't say one of the, then he's going to say you're suspicious because that allows them to investigate you.
What's up, man? What's up? Y'all cool? Oh, y'all
girl in the backseat.
I'm straight.
Radio to 4.
Y'all kind of acting a little nervous.
They're acting nervous. How's that?
You got IDs on you?
To the medical and
My registration. Was that?
I just gave him my
former registration. So who didn't give my partner an ID yet? I did.
You do not give the cops your ID unless you're being arrested. I believe it's number 10 here. Number 8 here. Cop asks the passengers for identification. Invoke your 5th Amendment right. Only in stop and ID states do you have to tell the cop your first name, last name, and date of birth. But even in stop and ID states, with only legitimate, reasonable, articulable suspicion, do you give the cop your first name, last name, and date of birth. Otherwise, you go right back to step number 3. I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. Never give the cop your ID unless you're being placed under arrest.
No, you didn't. Just your car?
You step out for me, brother? Please step out. Yeah.
And now you got to step out of the car so they can torture cuff you to try to extract information out of you as you're in torture cuffs. No, I am not a sovereign citizen.
Hey, it's for Station House 78 for the first deer.
Go ahead.
The deer may have to be put out.
My boy. Hey.
Does the passenger have to get out? It's number 10 on your placard. Passenger has to exit the vehicle. Arizona versus Johnson. Exit the car. Invoke your 1st and 5th. And don't say another word. Don't give them your ID.
All right. Yeah, I'm straight. I ain't know no way.
You didn't easily give up your 4th Amendment right, so now you're not being cooperative.
Hop out for me.
Me?
Yeah. Face that way when you get out.
Face that way. Don't look at me. What a scam our government is.
Face that way.
Face that way. Why does he have to face the other way? So the cop can feel safe? Put it in the chat. Butt hurt pig. Such a scam.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm okay. Can I help you?
I'm Deputy Castro, Monroe County Sheriff's Office. There's why I pulled you over. Me and my partner right there on the side of the road.
Yes, I saw you.
That's a dog shit one.
No, sir.
You live around here?
Yeah, I live down the road.
What's your address?
I don't feel like I don't.
You don't have to tell the cop your address. Remember, pull out your 5th Amendment cop card and say, I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. And as soon as you read these 6 steps to the cop out loud, he's going to know that you know your rights. If you show him it's from Delete Laws, he's going to know who Delete Laws is. There's a good chance. You always want to pull out your cop card and just read right off of it. Whether you're walking down the road or you're driving in your car, you always just want to pull out your 5th Amendment card. These stay in your wallet until there's a cop in front of you, and then you just read it. You get it on my website, deletelaws.com.
I don't have to tell you that.
Okay, right now you are detained.
Okay, fine. I'm detained. I invoke my 5th Amendment right. Thank you, officer.
For what reason, sir?
You don't care why. Don't ask him why. Just say, okay, I invoke my 5th Amendment. And don't say another word. He might put you in torture cuffs. Don't say a word.
The officer told me.
How? I just spoke to him. He said I wasn't detained.
He just told me that you are detained.
For what reason?
All right. I don't know. I just showed up.
No.
So that's an illegal detainment as usual.
You have to have a reason to detain me.
But right now you are detained.
You have to give me a
reason.
reason.
You have any weapons on you?
No, sir.
The police just stopped you.
So he says the same thing I just
Former
said.
US police lieutenant who handled motorcades and security details for the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has had his charges dropped for soliciting a minor and possessing child SA material, and he was caught and questioned on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator. Have a listen.
We're involved in security for the Israeli president, Netanyahu. Did you meet the Israeli leader?
I'm sorry, I'm not answering any questions, so I can speak to an attorney.
This is a lieutenant in the DC Police Department. When he's being questioned by the police and he believes Chris Hansen's a cop, what does he do? He invokes his 5th Amendment right. I'm not answering questions without my attorney. Do you see the cop who's a PDF file that works for Benjamin Netanyahu? He so easily invokes his Fifth Amendment right. Why don't you?
You sent photos of your penis erect? You told the boy you ruined your shorts, meaning you ejaculated while you were talking to him.
Talking to a 15-year-old boy.
You asked for explicit pictures of him. You say the age of consent in Maryland is 16. This boy is 15. You knew this was illegal. And you had multiple chances to not commit this crime, but you did anyway.
Right.
Which makes me wonder how many times you've gotten away with it before.
How many times do you think he's done it before? Put it in the chat. How many times do you think this guy has done it before? Just take a random number. What do you think it is? I'm just wondering.
Do you have CSAM on your phone?
He's got child SEL images on his phone.
I'm sorry, I'm not answering any questions until I can speak to an attorney.
And he invokes his Fifth Amendment right. And the charges against him were dropped. Why were they dropped?
You talk about being busy in training. The boy says his parents will be out of town at a work conference. How long was your drive over here today from your home in Maryland?
I'm sorry, I'm not answering any questions until I speak to an attorney.
You talked about taking him out after getting to know him for cheesesteaks. And if it goes well, you say, you'll meet the monster at the end of the happy trail. Just tell me what you meant by that.
You'll meet the monster at the end of the happy trail. What a fucking pig.
I'm sorry, I'm not answering any questions until I can speak to an attorney.
Look what the cop does, y'all. He invokes his Fifth Amendment right. I got a Fifth Amendment auto plaque and a Fifth Amendment wallet card. Why do you think that is? You're watching the cop invoke his Fifth Amendment right. Why aren't you?
You feel pretty good about yourself today, huh? Think you were outsmarting everyone? A month and a day you spent chatting with someone who told you they're 15.
Disgusting.
Not just a cop, but a lieutenant.
Disgusting.
You sent pictures of yourself in uniform. You sent pictures of yourself from your office at the Metro DC Police Department, lounging on your couch, grooming a child. What should happen to you, Lieutenant?
He should be castrated is what should happen to him. When we have the text messages back and forth, he should absolutely be castrated. We should castrate all molesters, all of them.
Lieutenant.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not answering any questions until I can speak to an attorney.
I guess you won't.
Former US police lieutenant who handled motorcades and security details for the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has had his charges dropped for soliciting a minor and possessing child SA material.
I let it run again because I wanted to ask the question at the end of this. Why were his charges dropped? How come? Who decided the charges would be dropped? I believe that if I send a dick pic to a 15-year-old girl, I guess in this case it was a 15-year-old boy, I would be put in prison, right? Put a 1 in the chat if I sent a dick picture to a 15-year-old boy and said you get to see the monster at the end of the happy trail, if I'd be put in jail for that. I'd be put in jail in 2 seconds flat. They'd jail me.
Because I can't work like this.
Okay, so I often tell you that the reason why beta male chumpzillas sign up to be cops is because they want to be respected. They peaked in high school, or they never peaked, or they came right out of the military and they were brainwashed by their commanding officer that go be a cop and keep doing the same thing you did over here in Iraq. But the truth is they all want respect. They all want to be respected.
A police officer can't work under pressure. He shouldn't be a police officer.
It's not even that. First of all, I'm a sergeant. Get it right. Stop calling me an officer. I'm a police sergeant. You asked for a sergeant and a sergeant arrived.
This is going on the news.
First of all, I'm a sergeant. I call you pig, typically. I'm a little nicer now, but this guy's a pig. This guy's a dirty jackboot thug pig.
Police
It's not even that. First of all, I'm a sergeant. Get it right. Stop calling me an officer. I'm a police sergeant. You asked for a sergeant and a sergeant arrived.
This is going on the news,
Great, because you
your
can't
aggression to a victim of a burglary.
Oh, of course I am.
Is going on the news.
Yes.
Your aggression towards a victim of a burglary
You can't tell
is going on the news.
Problem, and you can't, and you're being rude and you're being unprofessional.
I have the right to be rude and unprofessional. I'm not a police officer. I am a victim of a crime. Thanks for finally doing your job once I threatened you with press.
What?
Thanks for doing your job.
Oh, once I threatened you with press. Are you threatening me?
Finally, after I had to threaten you with press.
So now you were threatening me. That's arrestable. You know that.
To say that I'm going to call the news police, that I'm going to call the media on you.
So you're threatening me.
That I'm going to call the media on you.
Did you hear her say threaten me? Did you hear her say that, Zach? Because I can't work like this.
So then he turns to his fellow butthurt pig and says, did you hear that they said they threatened me? Did you hear that? She said the word threat. What a load of shit. What's up, Chille? What's up, Rat Rules? Animal Farm? What's going on? Animal Finale?
Step it up. My dog's fighting with him. I'm fighting with him.
This is some sick shit right here, y'all. Get ready.
On the ground, now! Yeah, please.
So this is the lowest hanging fruit. We need to ban these canine dogs from our communities. The only reason a canine dog should be used is when there's a kidnapped victim that we have to send a dog in because we don't want a person to be shot. But a dog, sadly, in that particular case, is more expendable than a person. But the idea that you should simply be detained or arrested for some whatever, there's no reason you should be mauled by a dog. And this guy's using his dog as a way to detain people. Watch. Look, the dog jumps on top of him and he's running back and forth, trying to find out ways.
On the ground, now!
So that was a person with a backpack on simply going into a house. But look what happens to that person next. Now the dog runs up and begins to maul her. It's not done.
Get up! Stay! Grab him! Stay back, stay back! Stay back!
Look at the dog mauling that human being. Look at the dog destroying someone's body. Look at the dog destroying someone's body.
No! What did I do? Find my dog!
Yeah, what did we do?
Stop fighting my dog.
Ow!
Stay! Hey!
Why is he allowing that dog to attack somebody?
Mike, grab him. I got him.
Now, this is the sickest part. The pig is going to run up and jump on this guy and then say, good boy, good boy.
Mike, stop! Mike, grab her!
Look at the dog mauling this human being. Unless this person's a pedophile, unless this person is a murderer or a rapist, they don't belong being mauled by a dog for being accused of a crime.
I got him.
Now look, as they all put their knees on this person, they put their knees into a human being. Now the dog is going to continue to maul the person. Look at that horrible tattoo on his arm. Look at what a horrible low-grade jail tattoo he has. But he believes that he's a savior for all of us. But now listen, he's going to praise the dog for attacking somebody who's not a murderer or a rapist or a PDF file. Tell the dog to release, you pig. He doesn't tell the dog to release. The dog is sitting there chomping on somebody, and he doesn't tell the dog to release.
I got him. I got him. Keep control. Good. Step it up.
Good boy, he says. Good boy.
Dog's fighting.
Just disgusting, man. And by the way, y'all, these are just videos I got yesterday. These are videos that I screen recorded for this live stream today. There's thousands of videos every day. So that whole idea that it's just a few bad apples, let me tell you what it is. It's the policy, procedure, and protocol of your local pig shack is what it is.
That's the pepper spray?
Now, I want you to imagine this guy right here. Imagine him in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, okay? So that takes off that clown uniform. And then imagine this is your cousin's boyfriend or your coworker's husband. Just imagine you met this guy and you went to 7-Eleven to get some soft drinks and some chips and some nuts and whatever you're going to go to the convenience store to get before you start your boating adventure. And you don't know your coworker's boyfriend or husband, but then you meet him and he's like this.
Yeah.
Pepper ball launcher, not pepper spray. Two different things.
You just shot that down there at the youth?
Huh?
You just shot that down there at the youth?
I wasn't here. I got here after the fact.
Okay. Why was you pointing it over there? You can't shoot?
Nobody was pointing it. It's called the low ready. Pointing it at somebody and the low ready are two different things.
What a douche. What an absolute fucking douchebag. I mean, talk about King El Douche. This guy is such a douchebag. He's a douchebag squared. A douchebag. Put it in the chat. Douchebag squared. I think that's the appropriate thing to say about him. He's a fucking moron.
That's a pepper spray?
Yeah. Pepper ball launcher, not pepper spray. Two different things.
You just shot that down there at the youth?
Huh?
You just shot that down there at the youth?
I wasn't here. I got here after the fact.
Okay. Why was you pointing it over there? You can't shoot?
Nobody was pointing it. It's called the low ready. Pointing it at somebody and the low ready are two different things.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
Watch out, he got the pepper spray gun down.
That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast.
The big ass pepper spray gun. Yeah.
I wasn't spraying these. This is at the low ready. This is not a pepper ball gun. This is a pepper ball launcher. Okay? I know, Charlie. I'm the biggest douchebag ever, but I got this job being a cop. Oh my God. Just such a douchebag.
Video captured police using a pit maneuver to stop an off-road vehicle after a lengthy chase down Chrome Avenue in southwest Miami-Dade.
Have you heard about the pit stop maneuvers in Arkansas where the cops are making money from doing pit stop maneuvers? I believe that was in my group chat with Team DLZ. I wish I had time, but I've been streaming for like 5 hours.
This chase began about 20 miles away at this mobile gas station where police say a group of off-road vehicles was gathered. Records show Pinecrest officer Andres Garcia approached the driver, later identified as Adolfo Dennis. But Dennis in the red vehicle sped off, striking Garcia as he was opening the car door. That's when the officer started shooting.
The most egregious act here was by the officer, by firing those shots.
So the cop does a pit maneuver on this ATV, and before he did the pit maneuver though, when the ATV was just trying to get away from the pig, he jumped out, pulled out his gun and unloaded 9 shots right there in the city. Tried to kill a man for simply driving away. I mean, just disgusting, disgusting.
Identified as Adolfo Dennis, but Dennis in the red vehicle sped off, striking Garcia as he was opening the car door.
So the door got struck that hit Garcia. Don't let the mainstream state-funded billionaire tech boy media lie to you. This man was not hit by a vehicle. This cop was not hit by an ATV. That's a fucking lie. The door was opening. The ATV shut the door as it drove by the cop car. You can actually see it. The cop is never outside of his vehicle. Watch.
But Dennis in
cop doesn't get out. Cop car stops.
The red vehicle.
Then the red car goes through as he's opening the door and shuts the car door. But he absolutely did not hit a cop with that ATV. That's a lie.
Sped off, striking Garcia.
He hit the other ATV. Actually, if you take a look, he hits the other ATV.
But Dennis in the red vehicle sped off,
scrapes the car door, and now see this other ATV. Watch.
Striking Garcia.
Oh, he didn't hit it.
As he was opening the car door. That's when the officer started shooting.
So he jumps out and starts blasting like a good piggy.
The most egregious act here was by the officer, by firing those shots into a vehicle that the state, by their own theory, says was fleeing.
Adolfo Dennis is facing charges, accused of hitting Officer Garcia and running from police. But now that officer...
That's a trumped up bullshit charge. You can see on video he did not hit the cop. He was just driving away.
Sir, is also under investigation.
Yeah, no lights. Did you guys see that? A lot of you guys are pointing it out. There was no lights or sirens. They were just driving away from a pig.
By the state attorney's office for his actions.
It is my understanding, I am not involved in that investigation, but it is my understanding that that finding is forthcoming.
Okay, it's been 10 months.
I understand, Judge. Our office only received it in March, I believe.
With the state attorney's investigation on Garcia ongoing, they wanted Judge Tanya Brinkley to prevent the public from viewing a Florida Department of Law Enforcement report on the shooting. That's when NBC6 and the Miami Herald attorneys stepped in.
Any documents that are shared with the defendant are required under the law to be shared with the public, or required to be produced with a public records request.
The judge cited,
"Oh, I'm absolutely shocked that they didn't fulfill the public records request, aren't you?"
with our request, and the FDLE report was released. That's where we learned Officer Garcia fired about 9 shots that day, striking the ATV's doors.
So how did he hit the cop when he's driving by and the cop car's door isn't even open yet? So it's a lie. The cop lied. Are you shocked?
Several times. The report also stated Officer Garcia did not fracture his leg and that he refused to talk to FDLE about the incident. And it's really unclear if the police officer will face any charges in connection to the shooting. We did reach out to...
You reached out to
Breaking news! Charges have officially been dropped against BB's boy touch.
We talked about this earlier. I just added this one little clip in here so you guys could hear somebody else say it. So now you know for a fact they've dropped the charges against BB's boy toucher.
What's more dangerous than being a cop? Being the pregnant wife or girlfriend of one.
Well, now you have me curious.
So did you hear what he just said? What's more dangerous than being a cop? Because cops' jobs are not dangerous. They're not even in the top 20 of dangerous jobs. What's more dangerous than being a cop? Being the pregnant wife of a cop.
So let's fact check this and run the numbers on what's the most dangerous, being pregnant, being a cop, or being the pregnant partner of a cop. So for starters, there are currently 750,000 cops in the United States. And their reported deaths are actually usually the same within like 10 to 20. So we'll just take 2023. So they have a 0.0125% chance of passing away. And in 2023, they ran the numbers to average out about 18.6 pregnant women per 100,000 did not make it out alive, which is 0.0186. So already at a base level, it's more dangerous to be pregnant than to be a cop. But what about specifically the pregnant wives of police officers? Because we already know that DV is a huge issue for young women and pregnant women. So if you couple on top of that all of the cases that suggest 25 to upwards of 40%, almost half of all police officer families experience DV, they're already almost double the 10 to 20% of standard reported relationships that experience DV. And the reports that, of course, the women are usually the victims in these situations. So in conclusion, even though I can't find any direct studies done on this topic for whatever reason, if you run the stats and data, compare and contrast, it sounds like it's almost twice as dangerous to be the pregnant partner to a police officer than to be the actual police officer themselves. Good job.
What's more dangerous?
I mean, there it is right there. You got it in a nutshell right there. That if you are the pregnant wife of a cop, it's the most dangerous for you than any other citizen in this country. Cops beat their wives and beat their children at almost a 50% ratio. That's reported. Imagine what's not reported. These guys are absolute. And listen, are cops psychopaths, or do cops become psychopaths, or are people who become, what is it? Do cops become psychopaths, or do people who become cops become psychopaths? What's that fucking saying? I've said it 1,000 times. I can't remember it.
Worse than being a cop?
Yeah. That's the end of that one. I got another one. I got another stream here. Another stream. And by the way, this is just yesterday's videos. I guess they were cop sucking, huh? Thank you, mods. Appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
The organizer for the event.
It's not an organizer, it's just a bunch of volunteers.
Okay, who's running it?
There's no running.
There's no running?
Yeah, we're just a bunch of volunteers.
Okay, well, somebody organized it. Who is it?
We are a bunch of volunteers handing out food.
Okay. Well, you guys have to have a special permit to do this.
So we're protesting right now.
No, you're not.
We are.
Okay, well, we'll just start citing whoever's out here.
Sure.
Hello. We're going to shut everything down. You guys have to have a special permit to be out here. So, you're not protesting, though. Well,
community, so we're protesting.
There it is. Maxim, we don't stop. Do psychopaths become cops, or do cops become psychopaths? I've said that saying 10,000 times. Brain farted there for a second. So you guys tell me, do psychopaths become cops, or do cops become psychopaths? I believe that cops become psychopaths because there's absolutely no accountability at any level ever. Ever. Unless they cross the thin blue line the wrong way and then their own people go after them. But this one right here, I want to show you guys this. These guys are in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Their entire crime is that they're feeding the homeless, which, by the way, we have millions of them in America. They're feeding the homeless. And I don't agree with homelessness. I don't like it. The state should provide dormitory housing so that we don't have them on the street corners and kidnapping children and doing drugs at the bus stop.
Who's the organizer for the event?
So they're looking for the organizer of the event that's to feed the homeless people.
It's not an organizer, it's just a bunch of volunteers.
Okay, who's running it?
There's no running.
There's no running?
Yeah, we're just a bunch of volunteers.
Okay, well, somebody organized it. Who is it?
We are a bunch of volunteers handing out food.
Okay. Well, you guys have to have a special permit to do this.
So we're protesting right now.
No, you're not.
We are.
Okay, well, we'll just start citing whoever's out here.
Sure.
Hello. We're going to shut everything down. You guys have to have a special permit to be out here. So, you're not protesting, though. Well,
community, so we're protesting.
Okay. Well, I'm going to cite everybody that's out here then. So, need all your IDs, please. Hello. Stop what you're doing. I need your IDs right now, please.
See, they're ignoring him and they're not respecting his authority. So he's real mad about that.
Stop. Nope. Stop. Stop. You're going to go to jail. Go back over there.
No. Let me make my position clear here. I don't agree that the city, the state, the county allows homelessness to exist because we should provide housing. First and foremost, for society, to get them off the street so they're not on the street corner, so they're not building little tent houses all over LA like there is here. There's going to be people who don't have anything, they don't have any money. I understand that. But we should not leave them on street corners so that children could be affected. There's drug use, there's shit and piss all over the ground. Every day a homeless guy eats and a homeless guy shits. Where's the trash go from the food? Where's the shit go that comes out of his butt? All over the ground in your city. We have to change it. But here in California, our governor is a fucking fraud, and there's been tens of billions of dollars tunneled toward homelessness that he gives to NGOs, non-government organizations that are his buddies. And the homelessness problem is the same here in LA.
We are protesting.
Why are you saying your ID?
What are we doing?
This is our First Amendment right.
What are you talking about?
What are you doing? What are you doing right now? What are you doing?
Get back.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Being arrested.
What is happening right now?
Being arrested for feeding people.
Why?
What's happening is you're being arrested for feeding people because the cop's ego is hurt because you ignored him.
I wasn't. I was not interfering with this.
Your IDs, please.
I don't have my phone.
Okay, well, you're going to go to jail if you don't. You going to provide your information? You going to provide me your information? Okay, you are being detained, you're being detained, you're being detained, you are being detained. So come over here, don't go anywhere, sit right here.
In my truck, I'm happy to get it.
Okay, stay right there, please.
Oh, you can't get away. You're a criminal now because I said so. You can't get away. Don't you ever walk away from feeding homeless people. You have to be ticketed and maybe arrested. And now listen, this dirty pig is going to tell another pig, arrest him, put him in chains and take him to a cage. He was feeding people.
Get your hands off me. Get back.
Can I ask why I'm being
Can you arrest him too?
Can you arrest him too? What a load of shit.
Can I get names and badge numbers?
Not right now.
Why not?
That's
right now?
not.
I'm busy.
I'm sorry.
You're in the middle of something. I can ask you for your name.
You
We're directly. Can I ask why we're being detained?
Because you guys need a special events permit to be here.
We are First not against the law, though.
It is.
Protesters.
It is. The mayor's office has warned you guys.
We're on a public sidewalk. This is our
You're
First
not on a
Amendment
public
right.
sidewalk. You're in a public roadway.
This is our First
Back
Amendment
up
right.
25 feet. 25 feet.
You want to measure that? You got a tape measure?
It is such a bullshit ordinance, and I will challenge that in Oklahoma as soon as my case is done there.
25 feet.
This is our First Amendment right. You realize that, right?
There's no First Amendment right, what you're doing.
I'm sorry?
No.
We're protesters. Protected by the First Amendment.
Okay. Well, what's going to happen is you'll give a court date. You can come to court, okay? And you can talk to the judge about it, okay?
So you are detaining me?
You're under arrest.
You're under arrest because you were feeding homeless people and you didn't respect our authority when we came up.
Obstruction.
Obstruction.
You guys have been told you have to have a permit. You guys are not getting the permit like you're...
They are not in the roadway. They're not obstructing traffic at all. I don't know what video you're watching, but this is not in a roadway.
The mayor's office has told you guys more than one time.
And this is the best.
Back up 25 feet like I told you. If I tell you again, you're going to jail.
All we're doing is feeding the homeless.
Thanks,
How
Andrew.
does that make you feel?
You have to have a permit.
You guys, listen, I upgraded the trifold. Make sure you guys go to my website, delete laws, and get a Fifth Amendment auto plaque. Make sure that you have the Fifth Amendment card. All of these people should not be fucking talking. They should be invoking their Fifth Amendment right and reading off the card that they got from delete laws. They should be reading this card right now. Respectfully, officer, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And then...
That's real big of you.
Okay. Go that dude in the brown. He can go for obstruction as well.
Oh, so arrest this guy too for obstruction. It's delete laws with a Z, Stephen. Delete laws with a Z, deletelaws.com. That's where you get your Fifth Amendment plaque or your Fifth Amendment card.
Been told too many times. You guys have an event without a permit. I've explained it to you.
This is a protest.
It's not a protest.
This is a violation.
So just so you know, they've been advised by counsel to say that it's a protest because then they can be around feeding people. But the truth is they were feeding homeless people, and I have no problem with feeding homeless people. None. I don't think homelessness should exist because we should provide dormitory housing.
Remember the teenage boy who was impaled by police? Well,
Yeah. So just so you know, that was in the UK, so I went past it.
So you're going to false flag the canine to give you probable cause to break our windows.
So that's it right there. Did you just hear it? That comes from the 2013 case of Florida versus Harris. That case determined that a dog barking at your car is probable cause. Remember what the Fourth Amendment says. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. A dog barking at your car is now probable cause because of Florida versus Harris.
Pull us out of this vehicle. That's what we see. So you're going to false flag the canine to give you probable cause to break our windows and pull us out of this vehicle. That's what we see every day. You're doing this to American citizens. Why?
This cop gang was caught exposing by a man after illegally pulling him over.
Are we under arrest?
This is called an investigation.
Are we under arrest or are we free to go? Wait, are we detained?
Yes, you are detained.
You're legally detaining us under the threat of arrest?
It's called reasonable suspicion.
So,
and there it is. There's Terry versus Ohio. Without Terry versus Ohio in 1968, the jurisprudence of Terry versus Ohio, the case of Florida versus Harris in 2013 is based on Terry versus Ohio. Without Terry, there's no Florida versus Harris. Without Terry, there's no Sitz versus Michigan State Police 1990. There's no DUI checkpoints without Terry versus Ohio.
you're going to false flag the dog to get a reasonable, yes, you are. Yes, you guys do. You tip. Come on, man. We have dogs too, all right? We have German Shepherds. We know the rules here. This is outrageous. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. You guys are going to do what you're going to do at the end of the day, no matter what. Now we're scared to even travel in our own country. This is crazy. Are you going to tell us to get out under the threat of arrest?
Right now, you are being detained.
Okay, so we're not going to comply with anything. Go ahead and do what you got to do. Hurry up. I will make sure we go to the board meeting. This will be your last stance here. Got that, guys? Can I go now? You messed with the wrong guy. So you're going to...
Yeah, that's exactly correct. So I had to pause for a second to let my doggy out, but that's some bullshit right here. And he calls it out. He calls it out brilliantly.
Go ahead and do what you got to do. Hurry.
Right. And if the cops pull you over and they claim that a dog barked or they smell something, you just say, I got this from delete laws. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and then shut the fucking front door, baby. And then you're going to send me the video, because step 1 is to start filming. Step 2 is give all the cops your documents. Step 3 is I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And you don't talk to cops, baby. Don't talk to cops.
Yeah. I will make sure we go to the board meeting. This will be your last stance here. Got that, guys? Can I go now? You messed with the wrong guy.
So if you get pulled over and a dog barks at you and you get searched, you have standing to sue them for a false alert. You have to sue them. We have to sue the shit out of these cops all the time, regularly.
We're gonna...
They arrested him. That's it. That's it.
Oh,
That's it.
okay. This is some wilding out shit. Watch how many pigs are on the scene here. We're going to count them all in 1 second.
No, nigga! Yo, they fucking wildin', bro. They fucking wildin'. Look at this shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Yo, they fucking wildin'.
Back up. Back up. Come on, you don't have to.
This gotta be AI. No, this gotta be AI.
No, you can't even be around them, or you need to back up. You got to back up, man. Look at this. I mean, look at that. What a dumb looking pig. I mean, what a dumb looking dude. They all have this ridiculous cop stash. They look terrible.
Yo, guys, turn around and walk 10 feet back. Back up.
Oh, it's real.
Look at the kids. They're like, what?
But look at how many pigs. Look at how many pigs.
Let's go. Now he's talking crazy. They got the squad. He was like,
Wow. Look at all those dirty fucking pigs. It looks like a cop convention.
Back up further. Let's go. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Damn, I didn't know she had that in her. I didn't know she had.
The pigtail comes in. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. It's the most ridiculous shit.
Let's go. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Damn, I didn't know she had that in her. I didn't know she had that in her.
Could you imagine being her boyfriend or her husband? She really considers that she's the boss of the household. I'm going to bet you.
Yo, wow.
Absolute. Look at all the pigs. Look at how many pigs. Look at all these pigs. Just absolutely. And they attack that dude and throw him on the ground.
They arrested him. That's it. That's it. That's it. Nah, nigga.
Yo, they fucking wildin', bro. They fucking wildin'. Look at this shit, bro.
I'm trying to.
Yo, they fucking wildin'.
Back up. Back up. Come on, you don't have to. This gotta be AI. No, this gotta be AI.
Put a 1 in the chat if that looks like a pig convention to you. All we're missing from this is a gigantic pig trough where they can all get together and root and sleep and eat their own shit. That's what we're missing here.
Back up. Yo, guys, turn around and walk 10 feet back. Back up.
It's real.
Look at the kids. They're like, what? The kids are like,
I'm not really sure where this happened, but he says, look at the kids, because the kids, I think this is EDC. Can anybody tell me where this is? Do you know where? Oh, there's someone who's lost in politics. I love seeing cops silence Democrats. You're fucking lost, brother. You're on the wrong channel. Go to a channel that believes in left versus right, Republican versus Democrat. You're lost, bro. You are a lost person. I'm sorry to see it. I really am. No offense to you, but you're lost.
Let's go now.
Let's go.
now he's talking crazy. They got the squad. He was like,
look at that.
They came at the whole squad to tear that section apart.
Back it up. Back up further. Let's go. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Damn, I didn't know she had that in her. I didn't know she had that in her. Yo, shit.
Wow. And now they push this guy back. It looks like EDC. Does anybody know where this actually is? I only got this much information on this. Yes, I think you're lost. Yes. If anybody in this chat is like, get the Democrats, get the Republicans, you're a dumb publican and you're a retardican, because they're two wings of the same bird. Yes, I think if you are like, oh, we're so much better now that we got Trump, we're so much better with Kamala. No, it's two wings of the same bird that both work for Israel. Hello? Hello? All of our policies, procedures, and protocols are created for the elitists so they can rape children on an island. The Democrats and the Republicans both hid the Epstein Files for 5 administrations. Don't sit here and tell me as you piss on me that it's tropical rain. Why is he just yelling at all these people? What have they done so wrong?
Let's go!
I'm a fierce independent because I like my Second Amendment. I don't want the frickin' people on the left to take away my Second Amendment and claim that, oh my God, for mass shootings. It's a lie. I like my First Amendment. I don't want them to bring in the Israeli lobby to say, we have to make sure that we protect the First Amendment by limiting speech. That was that. I'll show you guys that video.
They arrested him. That's it.
2 wings of the same bird, people. Okay, so this video shows a pigtail who's going to tase her partner. So first of all, the male is in some sort of physical confrontation with another male. So 2 men are having a physical confrontation. That's where women don't belong. Sorry, women, you don't belong there. I've worked for women. I have no problem with women. I love women. My favorite thing, woman, right? But a woman doesn't belong in this scenario. And watch what she does here. Watch what she does. So as the man's fighting the guy, she pulls out her little taser and starts chasing him around to shock him. Yeah, that really works. That really works. Paul Barger's in the chat. What's up, Paul? Hope you're doing okay, brother. Bread truck guy. And the guy tells her, the man who's taking on another man, and the guy's not fighting back. He just doesn't want to get put in torture cuffs. He says, I got this, I got this, I got this. But does the female back off? No, she doesn't. It's almost like having a girlfriend or a wife, and you're having some sort of physical confrontation with another guy, and your wife is getting in your face and going, no, stop. And you're like, get the fuck out of the way. Just ridiculous. So he tells her, stop, leave it alone. I got this.
Leave the fuck alone. Leave me alone.
And when she tasers him, the man who just got hit with 50,000 volts, now he's energized. Now he's like, fuck this, I'm fighting. I'm not going to sit here and take this. And he's screaming and writhing in pain because her little weak ass doesn't belong there, people.
I'm not doing nothing.
She's still tasing him. Okay, now she goes behind the male partner and she shoots the male partner with the taser.
What the fuck is the problem? Come on!
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
I'm not doing nothing. What the fuck is the problem? Come on!
Did that dumb pigtail, put a 1 in the chat if you just saw that dumb pigtail taser her own partner who was taking on the guy just fine. He didn't need any help. Did you just see it? Am I the only one? Can you help me understand it? Oh my God.
The reason why I stopped you is you're riding a bike on the sidewalk. You're not supposed to ride on. You're on probation.
So here it is right here. This is more of the same bullshit, right? I don't care if this guy's riding a bike on the sidewalk. I don't care that he does drugs. I don't care. Do you know what I care about? I care about rape. I care about burglary. I care about murder. I care about battery. I care about kidnapping. I care about violent crime. This guy's riding his bike on the sidewalk. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care. I don't give a shit. If he hits somebody on his bike, if he hurts somebody on his bike and he's riding in the wrong place, I understand interacting with him. But him simply parked on the side of the road, having something to eat or having something to drink with his bike on the sidewalk, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't want this pig wasting our resources investigating this guy for riding a bike on the fucking sidewalk. Is that so hard to understand? I don't care. Do you care? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about a kid on a bike on the sidewalk. They're going to catch him. He's got a little pipe in his pocket. He does some sort of drugs, right? I don't care. I don't care if he does drugs. I care if he's robbing, stealing, raping, beating, killing. That's what I care about. Everything else to me is bullshit. Absolute and total bullshit, which is what this cop is, by the way. This cop is bullshit.
I stopped you because you're riding a bike on the sidewalk. You're not supposed to ride on. You're on pro operation, nothing like that, man? For what?
Assault with a deadly weapon.
Don't reach for ID. Don't reach for ID. But
now he tells him I'm on parole for assault with a deadly weapon, but that can be a trumped up charge.
if you don't have warrants, nothing like that, you'll be on your way, okay? So what's up with that EM on your hand? You never kicked away EMF, nothing like that? Just be straight up. I'm not giving you a hard time. I'm being cool.
Oh, really? No. You are giving him a hard time. You're stopping him for having a bicycle on the sidewalk. You're being a fucking pig, bro. Exactly what we don't want.
With you, right? All right, but just do me a big favor. Bring out your leg and cross them. You don't have anything illegal on you that I should be concerned about? No weapons, no pookie, nothing like that?
So a pookie is a pipe that they smoke methamphetamines out of. I learned it on video. I don't have a pookie because I don't smoke meth. But I know what it is.
I'm just trying to eat, bro.
I'm just trying to eat, bro.
The reason why I stopped you, let me educate you, right? In the city.
Oh, let me educate you. Now I'm going to tell you that some lawmaker has created a statute, code, or ordinance that makes whatever you're doing illegal. So I'm going to enforce it upon you because I want to arrest you. But I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm here to arrest you.
No weapons, no pookie, nothing like that?
I'm just trying to eat, bro.
The reason why I stopped you, let me educate you, right? In the city of Almani, you can't be riding your bicycle on the sidewalk. It's pretty feet, man, you have a pookie. Hey, besides that pookie, you don't have dope? You said you didn't have a pookie. Did I not say that? I said you have any weapons, pookie, or dope?
I'm not going to win you. You pulled me over for riding a bike on the sidewalk.
He just said it out loud. I'm not going to win you. You pulled me over for riding a bike on a sidewalk. Oh, but there's a statute, code, or ordinance that makes it legal for me to do it. That's a fucking pig right there, people.
Yes, that's the reason why I stopped you. That's a
Jeff
municipal
hates
code in
pigs.
Almani. So the reason why he's going to jail, he had a little, in Almani, they're called pookie pipe, so he's going to jail for that. The reason why I stopped you is you're riding a bike on the sidewalk.
Sad, isn't it? So sad. I got another one, and then I got Chevy's music video upcoming here. Oh, so let me show you a couple things here. There's a couple things. If you guys go to my Instagram, my main account, as you know, our main account is suspended for a week because they said I showed nudity, okay? They said that I showed nudity. But let me show you something real fast so you can take a look at it. So I want you guys to see this, okay? Take a look at this. So I'm just going to light up this image right here. Okay, and now I'm going to show you the video on Instagram that they just suspended delete laws for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks. Okay, this is the video on Instagram right here. You're looking at it. Let me unlock it. There's the video on Instagram. This video has 100,000 views on Instagram. If this video was nudity, Instagram would have banned it and suspended my account. There is no nudity in the video that I showed. This is the video that's on Instagram. It's on TikTok, it's on Facebook, it's on X, and there's no nudity in it. But YouTube suspended the main account for 2 weeks and said that I showed nudity. This video has 100,000 views. Where's the nudity, YouTube? So 1.6 million views on this video. I'm sorry, 100,000 on this one, 1.6 on the one above it. Forgive me. It's just such a scam. YouTube is such a fucked up company. It truly, truly is. It really is sad what they've done to the channel as well. They just purposely just destroyed it. And there's not much I can do about it. There's no recourse. So this video made my blood boil. I actually added it to the list because I already had a full slate. How many IQ 200 U.S. Army veterans brutally outsmart a tyrant piggy?
Because your tag light's out. Can I say? Afterward.
I pulled you over because your tag light is out. A bullshit pretextual reason to stop you. This comes from the 1996 case of Wren versus United States, where cops can stop you for some made up bullshit like your tag light is out, to really it's a pretext, try to see if you're drunk or dealing drugs, or maybe you're not wearing a seatbelt, which is another pretextual reason, or maybe they're just trying to find a reason to arrest you.
Let me get your license, registration, insurance from you. Are both tag lights out? Yeah, you got nothing back there. Where are you coming from? Up the street.
Okay, so he says, where are you coming from? What's the goal of the cop? Team DLZ, put it in the chat. Why is this cop asking him where he's coming from and where he's going to? Can Team DLZ put it in the chat? I know Chevy can.
No, that's a standard question. I work with the sheriffs. I'm going home, taking my friend home, so that's it.
Okay, where's home at?
Home is that way.
That's too much information, officer.
Why are you asking me?
Well, I can tell you straight up, his address on his license better match the home, right? That's.
Oh no, that's not why he's doing it. It's right here. It's because of number 4 here on your Fifth Amendment auto plaque. The cop is asking you where you're coming from and where you're going to so that he can use Socolow versus United States 1989 and say that you're a drug courier, because if he can create plot points on a map, then he can claim that between those 2 plot points is a trap house and you must be a drug courier. That's why he's asking him. Not so he can compare your license with the ID, with the address that you're going to. No. This is the reason why you immediately pull out your Fifth Amendment cop card or get your Fifth Amendment plaque and you say, respectfully, officer, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You get it on deletelaws.com. Listen to what I'm telling you. Every step of this cop is to try to arrest this man. That's what he's trying to do right here. That's his whole goal.
I pulled you over because your tag light's out.
Can I say?
Afterwards, let me get your license, registration, insurance from you.
Right. So the cop can be lying, which they do all the time. Put a 1 in the chat if you know the cops lie, so that he can say, "Oh, I guess your tag light was on the blink."
Tag lights out? Yeah, you got nothing back there. Where are you coming from? Up the street.
Where are you coming from?
I know that's a standard question. I work with the sheriffs. I'm going home, taking my friend home, so that's it.
Okay, where's home at?
Home is that way.
That's too much information, officer.
Why are you asking me?
Well, I can tell you straight up, his address on his license better match the home, right?
No, that's not why he's saying it. And you never talk to cops, ever.
That's a lawful question I can ask you.
No, he can ask you any questions he wants, and it's your lawful right to say, officer, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, and not say another fucking word to that pig. You have your license, registration, proof of insurance ready to go so you could give it to that pig. And then you say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment, and you hold on to this plaque.
I'm asking you where you come from, right? Because I look at people before I come out with them, right?
No, you're trying to profile me and create a drug courier profile on me using the 1989 case of Socolow. I learned it on Delete Laws. Put a 1 in the chat if you were today's years old when you found out about Socolow versus United States, that allows cops to create drug courier profiles on you. If you tell them where you're coming from and where you're going to, put it in the chat. I was today's years old. Stephanie, contact me on email. I'll give you a discount.
You can play these games all day if you want to.
If anybody can't afford it, I'll be happy to give you a discount.
Not a game. It's not a game.
You're right. It's not a game. So that's why I'm asking you super simple questions right now.
No,
like,
it is
where
a
do you
game.
live?
Yeah.
Right? It's not a crazy question to ask you.
Look at the license. What does it say?
Okay, perfect. All right, come back here while I run you real quick.
Come back away.
Yep, step back to my car with me while I run you.
Sure, I could, but why do you ask?
I'm telling you, you're going to come back and
I
step.
know, but why do you ask?
It's Pennsylvania v. Mims. I can make anybody.
No one, someone, I brought you right back. You accidentally got hit. One of the moderators hit somebody else. No one, someone in the chat. You'll be back in 5 seconds. I brought you right back. Yeah, listen, if you need a discount, just contact me on email. I'll give you a discount. Pretty much, if you'll give any amount of money that covers my costs, I'll sell you the plaque. No problem. Anything above my cost, I'll sell it to you for. No problem. Most people, I give my stuff away for free, or I certainly used to when I had paper trifolds or polypropylene trifolds. But these now cost $10 to ship and about $10 a plaque.
How do you do it? Either you step out or I take you to jail. Okay,
this part.
Yep, step back to my car with me while I run you. Sure.
He says, step back to my car while I run you. Okay? It's right here on your Fifth Amendment auto plaque. It's number 5. Cop demands you exit the car. Show him the plaque. Yes, officer, I will exit. I invoke my First Amendment right to film cops. Flip it over. There's the 8 circuit cases that uphold your right to film cops. Which circuit do you live in? Look it up on the computer. Look it up so that you know the answer.
I could, but why do you ask?
I'm telling you, you're going to come back and
I know, but why do you ask?
He's asking him to step out of the car to put him in torture cuffs to try to extract information out of him. It's not Pennsylvania versus Mims for officer safety. That's a fucking lie. He wants to put him in torture cuffs so he can try to get him to tell him where he's coming from and where he's going to. Because every second that you're in torture cuffs, you're more likely to answer a question.
It's Pennsylvania v. Mims. I can make anybody do it. Either you step out or I take you to jail. Hold you over because you're
Yeah. We're living in an absolute scam. We're living in an absolute fucking scam is what we're living in. I'm telling you, the best bet for you is to invoke your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Do not talk to cops. Do not talk to them.
Public reading of the Epstein Files.
So this is from our man Chevy. Chevy's in the chat. What's up, Playboy? Where you at, Chevy? Chevy. Chevy is Team DLZ all the way till I die. And what he does is he makes little music videos out of what we discuss on this channel. Chevy, I appreciate this invention that you did.
Tapping, big cop him. Say, step out, son. It's the Mims decree. Pennsylvania
versus Mims.
Moving, lens can see. Window breach, hitting that record button. Mims stop. Get out, car. It's the Mims stop. You won't get far. Complying under protest, keeping it live. Section 5, the shield, I survive. Boom, bam, wham. Big Shack smirking, keeping us all suppressed. Slap, the dirty deal is done. No TiVo camera one.
Jeff hates pigs. Get it, Chevy.
Constitutional sounds, precinct blue pig. Gather helpless pigtail. Traffic stop, record cops. No call, lays it right down. Wade through statutes, police state. Oh no, they say he's got to go. Go, go, TVO. Yeah.
OTVO, put it in the chat. Get it. Get it, Chevy. Oh, listen to that slap bass. Right on, David. Thanks for coming, brother.
Attention. Emergency. News. A constitutional.
Gotta get out in the name of officer safety.
Entering district. Please evacuate
Chevy.
The unconstitutional mindset immediately.
Get it. I know it.
Again and again. How Mims points out the folly of men. Oh, TiVo. History shows. Again and again. How Mims points out the folly of men. Oh, TiVo. Overturn Terry. Terry. Oh.
Yeah. Chevy with the rock and roll. Paul Barger in the chat, everybody. Good to see you, Paul. Team DLZ, put it in the chat, everybody, so I can read some names here. Team DLZ, put it in the chat. There's the link for the song. Thank you, Chevy, so much for your contribution, brother. I really appreciate you. So if you guys don't have a Fifth Amendment auto plaque, get one now. I did drop the prices by 25%. I don't know why it's not showing up on my website right now, but I did drop them by 25% this morning. My web guy emailed me and said I did it, but I don't see it done. So anyway, just contact me and we'll get a plaque in your hands, or we'll get the cop cards in your hands. I give you my word. We will make sure that you get these bad chickens. Yeah, Stephanie, you film cops if you're 25 feet away. You simply tell them, I'm engaged in a First Amendment constitutionally protected activity. That's what you do. Rat rules. Luna Lover. Luna, you going to resend me that video? Russell Scarborough. Have not been to the mail. I will check the mail, Russell. I know that you sent me something. So sorry I haven't been there yet. Maxim, We Don't Stop. Mar Jambu Live is in the chat. Chevy, great song, brother. That was awesome. Was Cope Doggy Dog here? I didn't see Cope. I saw Greg B earlier. I saw Mikey. Jeff Hates Pigs. Danelle Brown. BS Unleashed. The Joker. I see Steven. I see Rancho Relaxo. I see every last one of you bad chickens in the chat. What's up? I've only been streaming for 6 hours. Well, we might be streaming again tomorrow for 6 hours again because the main channel is suspended. I've got to try to make up this revenue. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy, crazy system. It really is. But listen, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate it. Thanks you for the support, Rat Rules. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you very much for this from Jeff Hates Pigs for the super chat. Thanks, Jeff Hates Pigs. I appreciate it. I did not see Wanda Meese, but we miss you, Wanda. Come back as soon as you can. I see Steve Angelicus. Nice to see you. John, what's going on, my friend? Stephanie Rancho, BS Unleashed. I think I got everybody. Danelle Brown. Yep. And then I got Carlo. Carol, is that Carol? Carol in the chat. See you, Carol. Listen, I got to get the flock out of here. Thank you guys so much for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate it.